Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Luo Bing probably confirmed Sky's identity. That is alien. If the alien genes hidden in the body are considered half aliens, his weakness just now can be explained. It's just that this is just speculation, and further tests of Sky's blood are needed. You said I might be a member of the Inhumans. But I don't have any special feelings, and I don't have any super ability. Does my computer skills count as a special skill? Sky had heard of the Inhumans from the Rising Tide organization, and he was puzzled at the moment. After all, Luo Bing's serious expression didn't seem like a joke. You're just not awakening yet. Also, regarding your background, I did not find any information about your parents in the SHILD files. It's not normal, Luo Bing said. Didn't you also find your parents? Sky rolled his eyes speechlessly. I didn't say I was normal either. Luo Bing shrugged. Anyway, it's getting late today, you rest first, and tomorrow I'll take you to find Jinma to check on your body. Luo Bing turned to look at the time and the food on the table. It's a pity for these meals. After being repeatedly tortured by the evil witch, and finally freed, they can't enter my stomach now. Fate is not fair. Luo Bing made an excuse to sneak into the bedroom. Even Sky, Luo Bing would not let her know his weakness until the problem of this body was solved. The little beauty looked at a table of food, holding her cheeks, and lost her appetite by herself. I'm not willing to throw it away, after all, it's the result of my own hard work, so I can only put it in the refrigerator. In the room, Luo Bing folded his hands together and launched Yang Chaoyue's prayer. Ah, the almighty Yang Chaoyue, bless me tonight to obtain an ability that can solve my current physical condition, thank you very much. After reading, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered it up, and clapped his hands. The ceremony is over. He just bought the cigarettes. Luo Bing has no habit of smoking, he doesn't even know how to smoke. Originally wanted to buy incense, but unfortunately the supermarket downstairs does not have it. The ability, Yang Chaoyue's prayer, focuses on making a wish. As for whether it works or not, Luo Bing doesn't know, he hasn't really tried it yet. After the symbolic ceremony, Luo Bing picked up the cigarette on the table and took a sip. The spicy feeling reached his throat, causing him to cough a few times, then snuffed it out. The throat of a person who has never smoked is repulsive to the nicotine in tobacco. It was like that at the beginning. Later, after the voice got used to it, it would not work without this stuff, commonly known as addiction. Luo Bing just tasted it subconsciously, and then gave up decisively. Not fun at all. Looking at the time, it is now 10 o'clock at night, and most of the people are basically asleep. Luo Bing didn't plan to go to bed so early, he seemed to be used to going to bed late, probably because he had to wait for his abilities to refresh every day. Turning on the computer, Luo Bing started playing the game. He frowned after killing a few dungeon boss monsters in seconds. So boring. His juggernaut is already in a divine outfit, and he can beat any boss with a single knife. This is simply too boring, and there is no fun at all. Follow the mixed teammates to know how to shout 666. Maybe this is the daily boring of the big boss. Very helpless. Luo Bing closed the Drop City, looked at Xuanteng's latest game, and clicked the download out of boredom. At the same time, he clicked on the page of Xuanteng the landlord, played a free hand in Spring, and won more than 20 yuan in phone bills. After 20 minutes, the game download and installation are over. This is a game called League of Legends. According to the introduction, it is an absolutely fair competitive game. However, after Luo Bing entered, he found out that this map is almost a brother of Dota 2 that he had played before. Hua Mateng is still a showman. He can always crush the original on the road of plagiarism. Luo Bing entered the training camp, and according to the little assistant's prompts, he manipulated the ice arrow to frantically fight the mobs. Before the tutorial was over, he knew the general gameplay, so he simply quit and clicked on the real-life battle. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 20 minutes later, Luo Bing's E successfully pushed off the local crystal and won. It's pretty fun. Luo Bing touched his chin and moved on to the next round. Buzz. The communicator on the wrist vibrated, and someone sent a contact request. It's Peter. Few people know Luo Bing's contact information. At the moment Luo Bing didn't realize Peter's ability to speak, and soon he tasted the consequences. What's the matter? Peter, Luo Bing asked while playing the game. Brother Luo, I saw a strange big lizard when I was in action tonight. It was really big. I have never seen such a big lizard, and he is very strange. It has a human head. I call him Lizard. Man, I think that's a very apt name for it. Peter started, muttering a lot. Luo Bing. This kid is getting more and more talkative. Okay, what's the matter? Talk to people, Luo Bing asked again. Brother Luo, do you want to investigate with me? We haven't acted together for a long time. Peter on the other end of the phone scratched his head. Luo Bing is speechless. When have you been with the duo? You have a deep misunderstanding. I'm not free, I'm playing in the league, Luo Bing said. Oh, well then, Big Brother Luo is really amazing, the Alliance must be a very strong organization, I really hope to join you in your actions, but I still can't get out of my way. By the way, I recently found a reporter at work, although the boss has a bad temper, the salary is still quite high. I will take some pictures of Spider-Man and send them to the newspaper boss. Haha, he never imagined that I was the Spider-Man he always hated. By the way, the place where I work is the Clarion newspaper, which is the largest local newspaper in New York. I was also scared at first, and that day. Luo Bing. Beep. After hanging up the communication, Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief. Next time we meet, I will definitely ban him. Absolute. In the state of being addicted to the game, time is fleeting. Sign in successfully. Today's copy of the ability Unscaled Immortal Body has been delivered, please use it as much as you like. Luo Bing. Evil Door. The name of this power is so short. Asterisk. Stainless Immortal Body. To be clear and unsullied, all things in this body are untouched, all dharmas retreat, all dharmas are empty, no self, no life, no sentient beings. Bodhi is not a tree, how can it cause dust? Luo Bing looked at the ability introduction, it seems that this time the ability is a bit special, and the correct way to interpret his ability is the ability from Otherworld. Ability is all kinds of strange, Luo Bing used to indulge in the pain of cats and dogs for a long time. The name of the power, like this introduction, in addition to Beast Perception, this is the second one. Beast Perception is a very useful ability, and basically Luo Bing's metamorphosis started there. The dense golden light enveloped Luo Bing's body, Luo Bing felt that his whole body was soaked in warm water, and the tides came and went, constantly beating his body. At the same time, it was also transforming every cell in his body. Slowly, he actually fell asleep like this. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Luo Bing gradually opened his eyes and fell asleep in front of the computer desk yesterday. Generally speaking, lack of sleep and poor sleeping position will cause body aches and dizziness, but Luo Bing feels that he is in surprisingly good condition. The whole person is refreshed and full of energy. If I had to describe it in words, it would be, best condition. Luo Bing is in this state every second now. The mind is clear, the mental state is full, and the whole body is full of energy. Luo Bing stood up, stretched out his body, and the sound of crackling beans came from his joints. He waved his fist, and the fist was strong and fierce. Besides, Luo Bing felt very light, so he tried to jump in place. Boom! A black shadow penetrated directly through the ceiling, rushing from the 3rd floor to the 7th floor rooftop, revealing a stunned head on the top floor. Earthquake! Help! Neighbors started yelling. Luo Bing glanced at the damage he had caused, was silent for 2 or 3 seconds, and said a word to go back. Everything is back to normal. After wiping off the unwarranted cold sweat, Luo Bing quickly took a sip of boiled water from 2008 to calm himself down. This year is 2008. Are you really a fairy? Wouldn't it be a fairy in myths and legends? After calming down, Luo Bing carefully observed his own changes. After confirming it again, he often let out a sigh of relief from roar. Although it was different from what he expected, it was enough to surprise him. No, it should be said to be ecstasy. First, after he became a Wushou immortal body, the most obvious characteristic was no need to take a shower anymore. Dirt immortal body does not stick to ashes, you can tell from the name. Well, that's not critical. The key is he has gotten more handsome. Wugo immortal body removes impurities from Luo Bing's body. When people eat whole grains, there are bound to be impurities in their body. After being baptized by Wugo immortal body, Luo Bing is so handsome that he doesn't even know how handsome he is. Anyway, he is handsome. The most important thing is that kind of spiritual energy, that temperament is really indescribable in words, just like a banished immortal. That temperament, that look, even the blink of an eye, is full of infinite charm. Luo Bing stood there whole, even though he put on a mentally retarded expression, his whole person was full of the charm of a supreme immortal. The body is also a golden ratio, with perfect 8-pack abs. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Luo Bing wanted to take a bite when he smelled his hands. It seems to be the same as the principle of Tang monk's meat, his body exudes an alluring smell. If the previous Luo Bing is compared with the current one, it is not comparable at all, and there is no negotiation on the direct kill. Now he is handsome and miserable. If Luo Bing now publicly sells its own foot wash, a large group of people will surely break their heads. Compared with his handsomeness, his lifespan has increased by 3,000 years, his body is basically immune to all magical damage, and there is no need to mention that there is an extra Goyu in the riding wheel. It doesn't matter if the strength is strong or not, being handsome is a lifetime thing. Sky, get up and kiss one, I'm going to do a test. Luo Bing knocked on the door of the beautiful roommate and knocked for a long time. Are you poisonous? The little beauty covered her head with a quilt and was abruptly woken up. Is this guy crazy? Get up and kiss one. Listen to what people say. What's the matter with us? When did you open up so much? You did open the door. Luo Bing was a little tired from knocking on the door. He controlled his strength very hard, for fear of accidentally knocking on the door. It seems that he needs some good practice on controlling power. No, go and kiss someone else, I'm not that kind of person. If you talk about it, I'll be angry. The little beauty didn't wake up, her face still had the air of getting up, and she covered her head with a quilt. Shy red. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else, I just want to do an experiment, no one else can do it, only you can do it. Luo Bing pursed his lips helplessly, very distressed. Others aren't aliens either. Luo Bing murmured in his heart. Sky, who was lying in bed, heard this, obviously misunderstood, and felt like he had eaten candy. Girls are shy, especially at this time. But as long as Luo Bing persists for a moment or two, maybe the door will open. But I almost forgot, there is still yesterday's food in the refrigerator. It's great, I don't need you, Sky, it's great. Luo Bing excitedly ran to the living room and opened the refrigerator. Sky. Play me. Still great. Come on, tell me, what do you think? Luo Bing's idea was very simple. He picked up the leftovers that he put in the refrigerator yesterday with his chopsticks, tasted them one by one, and finally nodded with satisfaction. This nod is not an affirmation of the beautiful roommate's cooking skills. Rather, his body was already immune to alien DNA. From now on, there is no need to worry about his spatial ability being invalidated again. Sky silently dressed and opened the door and walked out. She was going to find the guy to settle the account. This guy is getting more and more arrogant every day. First of all, he spanked his own ****, and he has been teasing himself erratically for the past 2 days. I really think I'm so annoying. Sky went out of the room and looked at Luo Bing's back, who was eating. A sneer appeared on his face, and his right hand holding the pillow became harder. Luo Bing turned around when he heard the movement. Are you up? Snapped. The pillow fell to the ground, leaving Sky frozen in place. Asterisk. What have you been grinning at me since just now? Are you sick? Luo Bing took a big mouth to deal with the food in front of him, took the time to glance at the beautiful roommate who was still holding his cheeks and smirking at him, and asked with a frown. It's okay, you eat, you continue to eat. Sky sucked the saliva that was about to flow out, and continued to hold his chin. Didn't you just want to do an experiment? You can experiment. I can do it. I can dedicate myself to scientific experiments, the little beauty continued. As if the sentence, I'm not that kind of person, just now didn't come out of her mouth. I just really got carried away with excitement. I apologize to you if you don't have ***x with each other. That sentence is very disrespectful to you. Luo Bing folded his hands in a serious apology. No, I don't mind. I really don't care, we two are with whom, if you have any experiments, just come to me. I promise not to refuse in the future. Sky looked at the handsome face of the man in front of him, and his heart was drunk. Mom, how can there be such a handsome person? Whoa, handsome. Who gave me the courage to reject him just now? Kiss me, kiss, you come. Ha ha ha, as expected of my good brother, but no need, my experiment is over. Luo Bing touched Sky's head and put down his chopsticks. What? Brother? Wait. You're done experimenting. Who did you ask for the experiment? Why didn't you ask me, you liar? Didn't you say only me can do it? Don't withdraw your hand, continue to touch my head. You feel so comfortable, and your hands smell so good. The little beauty blushed and lowered her head shyly. Luo Bing. What the ***k? Is this not right? No, you will suffer. Luo Bing completely forgot how powerful he is to girls now. Even Sky, who has always been unfamiliar with men, can't stand it now. Cough cough. I didn't find anyone else, things are a bit complicated, so I won't explain it. Your head is a little hot, you should go take a bath and calm down. I'll take you to see Jinma for a checkup later, Luo Bing said with an embarrassed expression. Oh. Are you going to wash together? I might be able to wipe your back or something. Sky asked in a low voice. No, I'm not Ash at all now, you go, Luo Bing laughed awkwardly. Okay then. Sky was a little lost and walked to the bathroom alone. What happened to her today? Shouldn't she be interested in me? Luo Bing touched his chin, lost in thought. Maybe an illusion. Isn't it the 3 major illusions in life? An hour later, Sky took a shower and changed her clothes, and her behavior was much more normal, but she seemed to be really uncomfortable, and she was a little weak when walking. You have been washing for a long time this time, and there is no hot water after washing, right? The equipment here is quite poor. I have made some money in the past few days. After the inspection for you, we will go to see the house. I want to buy a garden villa, Luo Bing said. Sky seemed to be silent for a long time and nodded. I'm going to take a shower too, soon, wait for me for a while, Luo Bing said, and walked towards the bathroom. Hey, don't go. Sky reached out to stop him. Anything else? Luo Bing turned around suspiciously. No. The water is cold, you can wash it at night, I'm afraid you catch a cold. Sky ruffled his hair, his expression a little unnatural. Luo Bing nodded and didn't go to the bathroom. It's not that he's afraid of catching a cold, but now that the weather is getting colder, he doesn't like taking cold showers. When Sky went to take a bath, Luo Bing had already learned the location of Gemma by phone. Luckily, she is not in Kun style at the moment. If the spatial coordinates are a plane that has been flying, it is really a bit difficult to handle. Unless he can see directly with his eyes, or he has a clear judgment on the speed and course of the plane, it is not easy to find a position. Phil Coulson's team doesn't have missions every day, at least they can take a day or two off every month when the world is at peace. But for the science duo, Gemma and Fitz, they like to be in the lab even when they're on vacation. Perhaps for them, doing all kinds of experiments is the best form of entertainment. Why are you building doors? Sky asked curiously, who had never seen Luo Bing's space ability. Do you know the random door of Tinkerbell? Luo Bing smiled mysteriously. You still build any door? Sky's eyes widened in surprise. You can also understand it this way, follow me. Luo Bing didn't explain much, but Tinkerbell's random door was a good way to hide his space ability. The two passed through the portal and went directly to the science laboratory of the SHILD branch. Hi, Gemma, Fizz, Luo Bing made a move roar. Hi, Robin. Fitz turned his head to subconsciously greet Roar, but suddenly froze in place, and the green test tube in his hands suddenly fell to the ground. As for Shinma, she seemed to have been held back by someone using the immobilization technique, and she stared straight at Luo Bing with big eyes. Crack. The test tube fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Fitz woke up with a start, and came back to his senses, his expression exaggerated and his mouth grew, oh my. Mr. Robin. Why do I feel that you are different? You have become so handsome. Strange. From a scientific point of view, your facial features haven't changed much from before, but why does it feel different? Fitz was puzzled. Fortunately, he is a man, at most he will be stunned, but Gemma by his side hasn't calmed down yet. Hi, Gemma shyly made a move to Luo Bing roar. Her reaction was sluggish for about 10 seconds. Fitz rolled his eyes and glanced at his partner, feeling strange. This is Sky, and these two are Fitz and Gemma, my colleagues. Luo Bing introduced each other separately. After that, Gemma took out a test tube and drew Sky's blood for testing. Everything went fast. As Luo Bing expected, Sky's blood has alien genes, and it is very pure, but such pure genes are generally impossible to awakening normally. Unless it encounters stimulation or interference from foreign objects. Asterisk. SHALD's investigation of the Inhumans has been very fruitful so far. Generally speaking, Inhumans have two evolutionary ways. The first one is self-awakening. Definitely this kind of awakening has a very low chance, usually because something happens, such as the death of a loved one, or one's own life is threatened, awakening between life and death. Another is foreign object interference, which is also the most orthodox awakening method in the Cree experiment at the beginning. That is by Terrigon crystal. However, this kind of crystal, SHILD, is only recorded in text materials now, and I have encountered real objects during missions, but the yin and yang errors were used by foreigners who have not yet been awakening. Anyway, SHALD doesn't have this stuff anymore. At this stage, Sky awakening is impossible. But she wasn't too disappointed, she didn't have any idea of sudden awakening ability. It's good to be a normal person. What's more, she is not ordinary, she is the world's top hacker. News of Stark being rescued alive spreads across the streets. Unexpectedly, the first thing he did when he came back drove all the news media crazy. This guy actually publicly announced the closure of his company's weapons development department. What is this concept? A company that makes weapons and munitions suddenly announced that it would close its weapons development department. What is it thinking? Crazy. What can you do if you don't make weapons? After the news came out, the stock of Sure Stark Group fell all the way, and the investors abandoned their hands and turned off the shares. They agreed that Sure Stark had gone crazy after being kidnapped by terrorists. One of the most angry is Obadiah, the vice president of the Stark Group. He was so angry that he smashed everything that could be smashed in the office. Damn 10 rings. This group of rubbish, they didn't kill Tony, but let him run away. What a group of rubbish. Obadiah dealt with the work at hand with a gloomy face. History Stark Group. History Stark Group. Everyone knows Sure Stark. He Obadiah is always just a little character who wipes his A****. From Howard Sure Stark to Tony Sure Stark, everyone only remembers the Sure Stark family, who has considered his efforts and efforts. The weapons development department that I have run for a lifetime is closed when it says it is closed. It's really beautiful. That guy Tony is just the president in name only. He doesn't even know how many real estates he owns, how many weapon workshops he owns, whether it's related or not. 10880, Malibu Street. Tony was working hard in the underground studio, and no one knew what he was doing. Since the press conference, he has locked himself in the basement, and even if he eats, he just asks his life assistant to deliver it to him. Pepper, come down, please. Tony lay on the smart seat and used the home contact device roar to call the home assistant. Not long after, a red-haired lady walked down. It was Tony's housekeeper, Pepper Potts. Let me see how big your hands are. Oh my God, what a pair of delicate little hands. Honey, I want to ask you a favor. Tony said, grabbing a delicate instrument from the table beside him. It is the miniature nuclear reactor device that he has repeatedly improved, and the power is completely incomparable with his play in the cave relying on scraps. You live by this? God. Little Pepper covered her mouth in disbelief. A few minutes later, under Tony's command, the two replaced the miniature nuclear reactor unit without any risk. What should I do with this replaced thing? Store it. Little Pepper looked at the old reactor with pus-like substance in his hand and asked Tony. Throw it away. Tony waved. But this thing saved your life, shouldn't you keep it? Little Pepper didn't understand. I have a lot of good things, nostalgia is not one of them. Tony's tone of voice was a tyrannical, sounding very rude. Mr. Sure Stark, there is a phone connection, nicknamed Boss. JRVS's strange electronic synthesis sound, the smart life housekeeper, resounded in the room. Pick up, Tony stood up excitedly. Okay, Mr. Stark, JRVS obeyed the order respectfully. The beep call is connected. Big brother, I haven't seen you for a day, I miss you. Sure Stark exaggeratedly shouted into the headset. Pepper Posy on the side was stunned. He had never seen Tony like this. Was this really Tony? What did he just say? Not nostalgic. Hey, Mr. Sure Stark, the stock has fallen so much, do you still have money to pay for my goods? Luo Bing's first thing on the phone was to ask about his money. He just looked at it, and there is no transfer information in the bank card. That's it, I was about to tell you, boss, you can't save that much money in the card you gave me. By the way, I have a lot of Swiss purple and gold cards here, is it convenient for you to come? I'll give it to you in person, Tony asked expectantly. His purpose is this, touting the big guy on the phone doesn't make any sense at all, it's more enjoyable to meet in real life. Luo Bing on the other side of the phone was speechless for a while, and then opened his mouth. Well, then, please give me your address, I'll be there in a while. Okay, 10880 Malibu Shores, 90,265, Tony finished, ending the call. Then, he immediately turned to look at Little Pepper. Happy is not here, let him help me make an appointment with the cover girl for the past 2 months, I need it urgently. By the way, the twins in March are not bad, let's make an appointment together. Happy is dead, Pepper Potts said sternly. What? Dead? When did he die? Oh no, Pepper, don't be kidding, I'm really in a hurry, you go make arrangements for me, it's faster, Stark said anxiously. Squeak. The glass door of the basement was pushed open from the outside, and Luo Bing walked down the stairs. What he said came in a while, maybe a little too soon. What's the arrangement? Luo Bing asked with a smile, turning to look at Stark's house. It's so big here. You're a boss. Tony's brows creased into Sichuan characters. My name is Luo Bing. Luo Bing doesn't like the big guy's name roar. You went to Han Country. Tony rubbed his eyes. Luo Bing. The little Pepper on the side stared straight at Luo Bing, who was walking down the spiral staircase, and poked Tony subconsciously. Tony turned his head suspiciously. It's too late to arrange anyone now, why don't you arrange me? Little Pepper said, blushing. Hearing this, Tony's eyes widened. Walter Law. No way. Asterisk. For some reason, Tony, a playboy who has never been tempted by women, was taken aback when he heard Little Pepper's words. Perhaps in daily interactions, Pepper Potts has become an indispensable part of Tony's life. She is not a commodity to be traded, nor a commodity to please anyone. She is a special, one-of-a-kind Pepper Potts. At least for Tony. Why? I need a reason. Pepper turned to look at Tony. Because I'm your boss, this is my order. Tony's tone was serious. It's just that the boss can't control the private life of the employees. I don't owe a sale agreement, I can leave at any time. Pepper looked at Tony provocatively. It's work time, Tony continued with a serious look on his face. I want to take leave. No approval. I'm going to resign. No approval. I want to rest. I'll let you rest, but at least not now. Luo Bing silently looked at the two people in front of them arguing. Who are these two showing their love in front of? Bullying me is still a single dog, right? Xiao Chili suddenly ran to Luo Bing's side and grabbed Luo Bing's arm, startling Luo Bing. Mr. Luo Bing, our boss just asked me to find you some girlfriends, but I'm too stupid to find them, so let me make up the number. Little Pepper smiled and winked at Luo Bing. You can actually call me by my name. You're pretty good. Luo Bing gave a thumbs up and cast an admiring look, with no other meaning. Few Westerners can call him by his name, they will always subconsciously call him Robin. I'm coming. Stark was excited, he thought Robin had taken a fancy to Little Pepper, and his heart suddenly cramped. I'm here, boss, no one can come on me, Pepper, she's still a child. Tony said and wanted to rush over. Stop. Luo Bing silently summoned out the glass door to separate the two of them, and he felt a chill on his body. What are you talking about? I'm a kid too. Please don't teach me these unhealthy things. Luo Bing was speechless. If he wanted to, there were a lot of girls chasing her at school, and his storage box was full of love letters. He could also live a romantic and unrestrained life. It's just that the 17-year-old Luo Bing still yearns for the hazy thing like love. He wouldn't just fall in love with a woman. That would be a waste. After all, you look so handsome, right? Not to mention, he doesn't like Western girls with freckles either, at least Pepper isn't his ideal target. Pepper is going to pour tea. Tony opened the peppers awkwardly. The nympho was only for a while, and actually Pepper was just trying to pee **s off Tony. At least he is also gentle and coaxed, right? But I have to admit that when she saw Luo Bing's first glance, she was really moved. But that's a pretty normal reaction. Basically all women have this kind of reaction, right? Unless she's not normal. After Pepper left, Tony took out a Swiss bank card from the glove box and handed it to Luo Bing. The two sat down on the sofa. Billion-dollar funds cards are left in the glove box so badly. I'm afraid that only Tony would do such a thing. I always thought that I was the most handsome in the world, but I didn't realize that I could only be second after meeting the big guy. Tony boasted Luo Bing coquettishly and raised himself up. Don't call me a boss, I'm not a gangster. Luo Bing put away the card, feeling very happy. Okay boss, Tony agreed with a smile. Luo Bing was speechless and simply didn't care. Looking at the various tools on the workbench, he asked curiously, are you designing something new? I call it the Mark II. Tony said with a smug expression on his face and called out JRVS. As an artificial intelligence, JRVIS immediately understood what the boss meant, and a holographic virtual projection of Mark II immediately appeared in front of Luo Bing. Cool, Luo Bing gave a review. This looks much more handsome than the old machine in the cave. Luo Bing likes these handsome things. Perhaps most men are interested in this kind of stuff, just like sports cars. Speaking of which, there was an entire row of sports cars parked in Stark's basement, and Luo Bing was dazzled. Although he doesn't have a driver's license, that doesn't stop him from liking sports cars. Actually, I'm hesitation about building it. Tony's tone suddenly dropped. Why not? Will it cost a lot of money? Luo Bing asked rhetorically. Money? I didn't think about money at all. Tony waved his hand. Luo Bing was a little jealous when he looked like I was rich. The main thing is energy. Tony pointed to the miniature nuclear reactor on his chest. This thing can completely drive the Mark II, but the palladium in it is highly toxic to the human body, which means that normally I can live for more than 10 years, but if I really put on the armor, maybe I only have a few months to live, Tony said, looking a little lonely. His idea was simple. Mark II is his dream and he will make it, but... well, even if you don't wear it, you can watch it and keep it. After all, this is his most proud work. Why not have surgery? Luo Bing asked. The mortality rate is high. I heard that a doctor named Strange has very stable hands, but he has just been in a car accident recently and his hands are already broken. I think it's life. Tony spread his hands, he was relieved. Tea is coming. Chili Pepper walked down, made Luo Bing a good quilt of tea, then glanced at Tony, didn't give a good look, and left. Your girlfriend doesn't know. I didn't tell her, Tony was about to say, she's not my girlfriend, but hesitation came to his lips and he swallowed it back. Okay. Luo Bing wouldn't comfort anyone, he just felt it was a pity. After all, knowing that you are going to die if you have so much money to spend, it should feel very uncomfortable. While you're still alive, I want to talk to you about a business. Isn't your weapons department closed? I happen to have a big diamond ball here. Maybe you can consider changing jobs. Luo Bing said. Big diamond ball. Tony wasn't interested in diamonds. In his mind, the development direction of the company in the future is defined as new energy, but since the boss has opened his mouth, he can do any business anyway, and it is not impossible to develop a side business. Okay, how big is your diamond? Tony asked curiously. 50 tons for a whole one, Luo Bing replied. Oh, 50 tons, what? 50 tons for a whole one. Tons? Tony was taken aback, because he had passed through a lot of strong winds and waves, and was also frightened by the ton unit. Can diamonds and tons be related? He suddenly wanted to open his eyes. What was the concept of 50 tons of diamonds? Take a shovel and follow me, Luo Bing said, locating the child's door that he had buried at the time, and reopening a space door above it. After a few minutes, Stark's robot assistant successfully excavated the large meteorite. This is his unique shovel, which saves time and effort. Luo Bing watched silently from the side. It took him half an hour to bury it. Your sister, it's nice to have money. How is it, how big is this diamond? Luo Bing smiled and looked at Stark beside him. Stark froze in place. Wait. Boss, this is not a diamond. Stark exclaimed. What? Luo Bing was startled, wondering if his diamonds just disappeared. The little money flew away. This is a new element crystal. Ha ha ha. This is the new element I've been looking for. He can completely replace the palladium element. Sure Stark was overjoyed and collapsed 2 or 3 times in place. Then he ran to the meteorite and kissed him fiercely, his face full of happiness. Boss, I love you so much. Asterisk. A few minutes later, Tony's eyes almost turned into hearts after being carefully checked by JRVAS. Under the same weight, the mass of this new element meteorite is dozens of times that of palladium. And it has absolutely no effect on the human body. This is simply a miracle element. So, it's not a diamond. Is he still valuable? Luo Bing, a poor man, never bought a diamond before. When I saw something shiny and hard, I thought it was a diamond. This is just great. Aren't diamonds worthless? Worth. Tony couldn't answer the question at all. This is no longer a question of worthiness. With this new element, his Mark series armor can be developed without any scruples. There's nothing wrong with his body. The new energy projects that I originally wanted to develop can completely crush all the backward petroleum fuels. If new energy is used on aircraft, it will be an unimaginable breakthrough. Even something like a spaceship can be easily built. It's not a question of whether it's worth it or not. This is a major event for the future development of the Earth. He can rely on this to control the lifeblood of the entire planet. Tony swallowed and looked at Luo Bing. Boss, Sure Stark Group is a family business, so I have a 50% absolute controlling stake. When I announced the closure of the weapons development department in the past 2 days, I have secretly acquired the scattered shares outside. In total, I now own 60% of the shares. I'll give you 40%. From today onwards, you are the largest shareholder of the Stark Group, the second is me, and the third is Obeda. What do you think? Tony asked cautiously. Luo Bing. What's the meaning? Does this mean that I will be the richest man in the world? This surprise came unexpectedly, making Luo Bing somewhat at a loss. Are you sure? You're not joking? Luo Bing asked back. I'm pretty sure that tomorrow's Sure Stark building can be renamed Robin Sure Stark Building, Tony said earnestly. You can do it if you feel it, I don't care, but don't change the name of the building, it sounds awkward. Luo Bing waved his hand, as if you were doing it yourself. Actually. Only he knows how messed up his heart is. New Oriental beauty salon chain store is afraid that it will not be able to open. The art exhibition industry can't be done. What? Uncomfortable. Maybe this is the pain of the rich. Okay. I'll find a lawyer to sign a share transfer agreement right away, Tony said decisively. At noon that day, the resolute Tony, witnessed by 5 international lawyers, signed the share transfer contract, and immediately held a press conference to declare all this. And take this opportunity to declare the future development direction of the company New Energy Technology. All the media people just thought Tony was crazy. But it's not Tony who's crazy. It's Obama. No words can describe his anger at the moment, it's just that there's nothing in the office for him to smash. Some people say that Tony, the prodigal son, destroyed the empire his father left behind. Others say Tony is really mentally ill and should be taken to a psychiatric hospital. Almost everyone is not optimistic about Tony's new energy project. Time History Stark stock market fell again, hitting the limit. History Stark Group's property has shrunk by trillions in one day, but Tony doesn't care about all this. He didn't care what anyone saw, those muggles would just wag their tails with the reals. He knew that when he started implementing a new energy project, everyone would wag their tails and cry. Tony didn't bother to use this to prove how wise his decision was. He is a genius. No proof required. Even if the stock fell by the limit, Sure Start Group is still the world's largest consortium, and the world's second and third largest groups behind them are wagging their tails in tears. Luo Bing did not show up at the press conference, and the speculation behind the mysterious major shareholder of the Sure Start Group echoed what others said. In fact, Luo Bing doesn't know how much money he has now. He only knew that he was rich, and the interest on the shares every day would allow him to live unrestrainedly for several lifetimes. All afternoon, Luo Bing stayed in Starkshire. Oh no. Maybe in his own room. He owns 60% of the property, including everything in the house. He could have ordered Tony to move out immediately, and then moved in himself, but Luo Bing didn't have that idea at all. Tony builds his own Mark II in the basement. Luo Bing joins hands. In fact, he was watching Tony, too, to prevent him from playing himself to death. The cube chips made by new energy sources are so powerful that Mark II almost knocked down the villa when it took off. Later, when making the flight aid for the arm, it directly shattered 2 walls with 1 cannon. Later, when testing the height of flight, I almost froze to death. Fortunately, Luo Bing is there. Painted in red and gold spray paint, Tony soars freely in the sky. Although Luo Bing can appear in the sky with infinite flash, and even with his immortal body, he can jump to a height of 1,000 meters with all his strength, but he can't fly either. So after Tony fell to the ground, Luo Bing decisively took out the Batman battle suit he had just retrieved from Fitz today and handed it over. The future Batman battle suit upgrade will be handed over to you. Luo Bing's face was somber. It felt good to be called by someone. Although Fitz is also a genius, when it comes to upgrading equipment, Tony dumps him 80,000 blocks. Batman battle suit. Boss, you are Batman. Tony only now knew Luo Bing's other identity. The last time we met at Jinbing Port, Luo Bing's battle suit had been stained with blood and had to be repaired. Superhero is just one of my hobbies, Luo Bing nodded. This identity has nothing to hide from his own people. Cool. I've decided. I'll be Iron Man from now on. Tony threw a punch and made a pose. It's just that he's still wearing a battle suit now, which looks a bit weird. Taking into account the fact that it is not easy to wear, Luo Bing put forward some requirements for his battle suit. He does not need full metal, and he is not lacking in defense at all. He just needs to be handsome. Can fly. Tony stuck out a thumbs up, saying it was perfectly fine. There are already many ideas in the brain of this genius. Including his own armor, he is also thinking about an easier way to wear it. Asterisk. In the evening, Luo Bing bought a new manor on the coast of Malibu, and Tony was not far away. This manor is about the same area as Tony, but the architectural style is completely different. It is an old-time castle building. It was bought by Tony from a descendant of a British nobleman. It is said that this is the manor built by the former Chademere family. There are also portraits of vampire bats on the walls of the hallway. I don't know if there are such creatures as vampires, but Luo Bing really likes the bat portrait. I don't know if it came from the artist, but it looks very comfortable. Coincidentally, it is also very appropriate to his other title. The only downside is that it's a bit far from the city. But any distance is nothing to Luo Bing. When Luo Bing walked in with Sky, he pointed to the castle behind him and said that it was our new residence in the future. Sky's eyes changed. She wondered if Luo Bing robbed the bank, or ransacked the bank vault directly with any door. I have to say, Luo Bing really has that ability. But he disdained to do such a thing. Although it is a castle building, it is not derailed from modern times. It has both classical elegance and high-tech convenience. After installing the Friday artificial intelligence butler, everything here becomes more comfortable. I have to say that the artificial intelligence developed by Tony is really useful, and Friday is roughly the same as the JRVS function, except that Friday is a female artificial intelligence. Compared to JRVS, at least Friday's voice is much better. That night, the New York Evening News reported 2 horrific events. First, the 10 Rings terrorists attacked a small town in Afghanistan with brutal methods. It can be seen from the picture that they used the Jericho missile produced by the latest History Start group, and arrogantly killed the just returned man in front of the camera. The family's Ethan seems to be declaring war. Since there are hostages in hand, it is difficult for the garrison military to intervene. At present, we can only negotiate. Second, the thrilling and terrifying Lizard Man in Queens, where Spider-Man fights, is unknown. At the same time, many pedestrians in Queens are infected with the lizard virus, giving people the feeling that they are zombies. Completely zombies attack passers-by rationally in shops. Tony was furious, and Ethan was his savior, so he was brutally murdered by terrorists. 10 Rings are unforgivable. The gold and red Mark II flew out of the basement and flew towards Afghanistan at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, Luo Bing also came to Queens. He was a little worried about Peter. Although that guy was annoying, Luo Bing didn't want him to die. After all, he was Luo Bing's first friend after he came to New York. On a certain street in Queens, hundreds of lizard mutants crowded the street, biting people when they saw them, and their bodies recovered amazingly. If they didn't hit the head, the police's weapons would not be able to deal with them at all. Any harm? Go to hell, monster. The policeman with a gun pulled the trigger and aimed hard at the humanoid lizard in front of him. But that guy is agile, and even if one of his arms is interrupted, he can quickly grow a new one. There was chaos on the street, and panic shrouded Queens. The lizard virus spreads extremely fast, and the person bitten by the humanoid lizard turns into a lizard man after a short period of madness and begins to frantically cause damage to the surrounding. The entire Queens district has been completely blocked by the military, and the refugees must undergo a full-body examination before they are allowed to evacuate. If this lizard virus were to spread to the outside world, it would be an unimaginable disaster. It may be scarier than the zombie virus in the movie. This disaster even directly alerted S.H.I.E.L.D. Basically, agents from various countries within the scope of New York were dispatched, even Natasha Romanoff was no exception. Damn bugs. Natasha Romanoff cut off the head of a lizard man in an instant, the widow's bite in his hand glowing blue. Request reinforcements. This guy is infecting humans too fast. Many agents are also infected. No. Please evacuate, you can't lose any agents. The Superior immediately summoned an emergency video conference, and the members of the World Federation had a heavy face, constantly listening to the casualty report, frowning tightly. The latest holographic projection technology of the World United Nations makes everyone feel like they are in person, and everyone gathers around the round table and exchanges their opinions with each other. This biochemical infection came too fast. Catch the MPs off guard. Queens is a densely populated city, with at least 50,000 residents, not counting fugitives and black households. From the beginning of the riot to the present, it has lasted for 2 hours. During this period, more than 20,000 residents were infected, including many policemen, soldiers, and agents. This is an unequal battle. The peacekeepers can only station high walls outside the city, and the powerful firepower network pushes back the pedestrian lizards that want to cross Queens and invade other areas. I recommend nuclear weapons. A blonde-haired, shadowy white man tapped the table, looking ugly in the virtual video. No, there are still a lot of residents who haven't evacuated, we can't do this. It's inhumane. The black-haired young congressman clenched his fists and shouted his opinion. At the moment everyone's mood is very complicated. No one would want to use nuclear weapons if there was no way out. Cheen, tell me what to do. It's already a war. Queens is so big, there are always gaps in the defense net. If these guys run out, run to your country, run to my country, run around the world, can you imagine what kind of scene it would be like? The middle-aged man with sharp eagle eyes was very calm, expressing himself the opinion of. At the moment is no longer a time to hang on high. Really let these infected people flow out of Queens, who knows what the world will be like in the future, this kind of guy is more terrifying than the zombies in the movie. At least zombies won't be reborn from broken arms. Congressman Chin was silent. In fact, he should vote in favor. After all, Queens is not his country's territory. Most of the members present were holding this idea, but Chin was not reconciled. Once upon a time, he took the position of the representative of the United Nations member of the Huaxia district in high spirits. At that time, he was full of passion and energy. World nuclear level. That's not the justice he wants. During this operation, many agents from Huaxia district also fell into Queen's district. Chin gritted his teeth. You must know that even in Queen's district, there are many Huaxia people. He hated his own powerlessness. It's just for the sake of the overall situation, he can only make a choice. In fact, his vote is no longer important, and basically all the members present voted in agreement. The Queen's nuclear baptism plan is finalized. It seems that the situation has turned around. It's Batman, oh shit. What is he doing? All the members present looked towards the holographic projection on the table, and a black figure appeared in the holographic projection. At the moment the moon is full. The dark cloak was rippling, looking at the dense lizard zombies in front of him. The back of the night under the moonlit night was very lonely. P.S. It is going to be on the shelves. Please order it first. I don't write any testimonials anymore. The slow update is my criticism. I am not handicapped. That's not a big deal, mainly because my procrastination is a bit annoying. I usually swipe my phone for a while and it's gone. After I put it on the shelves, I will correct this problem, not to mention the explosion on the first day. It is definitely there, and I will maintain a minimum of 4 to 5 chapters every day in the future, which is also the limit of what I can do. Now at 1 o'clock in the morning, I have to code all night in order to break out, and it will be on the shelves around 12 noon today. Ask for the first order. Ask for support. Asterisk. The moon is extra bright tonight. But it's not warm. Heads of lizard monsters roamed the streets, biting people when they saw them, and the scene was bloody. The streets are full of wriggling corpses. After those corpses were resurrected, their skin turned green, and lizard tails grew behind them, and they joined the lizard army. Swish, a shadow constantly flashed across Queens. Luo Bing's infinite flash constantly shreds lizardmen's heads, but it's not the most efficient way. The army of lizard zombies is too much. Peter. Peter. Where are you? Please reply. Luo Bing contacted Peter Parker while harvesting the heads of the lizard zombies. He's the one who knows the most about what's going on here. After all, he was the first lizard man to be discovered. Unfortunately, there is no reply in the contactor. In an unknown sewer in Queens, Peter, wearing a Spider-Man battle suit, fainted and died in a stinky ditch, and the communicator at hand had been smashed to pieces. Ha 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 ha. Dr. Connors in a white coat laughed frantically. Even he himself could not have imagined that his lizard virus would have such great power. At the moment he has been completely dominated by the wildness in his body. Maybe he is not Connors now. He is Dr. Lizard. Damn. Luo Bing smashed the heads of the 2 lizard men who were trying to get close to him. His steel chopping knife was so twisted again that Luo Bing threw it out as a flying darts weapon. All in all, Luo Bing, who had obtained the immortal body of the Unsullied, was quite astounding in combat power even after losing his weapon. His body was as tough as a god. One full punch can destroy a building. He jumped high for thousands of meters, and then fell heavily. The ground beneath his feet dented a large crater as if it had been hit by a meteorite. Cobweb-like cracks spread out in all directions. Dozens of lizard zombies were directly crushed into powder by the impact. The scorching 3-hook jade kept spinning in Luo Bing's eye sockets, his world turned blood red, and even the moon above his head turned blood red. All things were gradually slowed down in his eyes, and the world seemed to be quiet in an instant. Before, his body couldn't keep up with the speed of his eyes. But now Luo Bing is different. Instant. Dark shadows appeared in every corner of Queens like a phantom version. Luo Bing was full of firepower, and green blood flowers bloomed. The green, fetid blood couldn't touch his body. The scale-free body automatically filters out all garbage. On the roof, in the alley, in the room, in the residence, that black shadow seems to be everywhere. He alone is an army. What happened? How is this possible? Looking at the small red dots in the radar chart that dropped rapidly in an instant, all the lawmakers widened their eyes. Report. A large number of survivors suddenly appeared out of thin air in the 13th quarantine area. Report. A large number of survivors suddenly appeared in the 5th quarantine area. Report. Luo Bing's figure appeared repeatedly in various places. As he slaughtered, he took the survivors who were hiding in the house out of Queens. Luo Bing is like a killing machine that doesn't know how to get tired. His world is slowing down, but he is not slow in killing lizard men. The 1 kilometer around is the critical point of his crazy flash. During this period, he doesn't know how many knives he has used, and his fists are full of dust. 3 times the lucky full open case. Every time Luo Bing flashes, he just happens to save the survivors from the lizard zombies. He seems to be everywhere. He was there in time for every emergency. Report. There are 10,000 lizard zombies left. The observer gave the most accurate data for the first time. The small red dots that were originally dense on the radar have been reduced at this moment. Half an hour. In half an hour, Luo Bing killed 10,000 lizard zombies. He is very tired. Even the Wushou immortal body can't seem to support his crazy consumption. But he didn't stop. At this time, he has no reason to stop. Constantly new energies burst forth from every cell of the body. The shriveled cells became full again, and it seemed that under this crazy consumption, his body was reborn again. It was an indescribable feeling. Even the writing will eyes in his eyes became weird because of this miraculous power of life. The speed of the Goyu's rotation is getting faster and faster, and gradually a wonderful rune is connected to the city. That's a golden hexagram. Luo Bing can feel that his writing will has evolved. There is no new Goyu, but it has reached a new field. Flame, and space. Luo Bing could vaguely feel the changes brought about by the new eyes. There seems to be a powerful ability in his left and right eyes. But at the moment he didn't have time to research his new ability. I just feel that my space ability is getting better and better, and now he can sense any space node within a kilometer around him. No need to know the coordinates. Even after 3 or 5 minutes, Luo Bing gradually mastered a method of spatial cutting. Although he was not very skilled in using it, it also accelerated Luo Bing's killing speed. In another flashback, Luo Bing smashed several large lizards charging from behind Natasha Romanoff with one punch, and took the dagger she threw from behind. The two of them have met many times tonight, and at the moment they have a tacit understanding. But. Damn. Peter Parker woke up from the coma. He had already heard the constant roar from outside the pipe, and he had realized something. Hand over the antidote. UB***************************** D. Peter yelled, falling into Connor's trap during the previous battle. Although I don't know why he saved his life, Spider-Man, who didn't, Zhao Zhao, live at the moment, doesn't want to worry about it anymore. Hee hee. The crazy Connors became quiet at the moment instead. His nerves are sometimes normal, sometimes abnormal, and the souls of Dr. Lizard and Connors, the scientist, alternate in his brain. There is no antidote, don't struggle anymore. Do you think there will be a way to recover after mutating to that extent? Ha ha ha, if there was an antidote, I would have used it for myself. Did you think a movie was being filmed here? It's reality. Wake up, kid. 35 Connors rushed towards Peter frantically. Damn you. I will never forgive you. Peter also rushed to make up for it frantically. The dark cloak obscured the moon in the sky. Luo Bing didn't plan to find an antidote to stop the lizard zombies from the very beginning. His antidote is simple. Hashtag. Kill these bugs. The counselors in the conference hall at the moment were silent. The latest news of the major temporary shelters came constantly in my ears. Looking at the small red dots on the radar map, all the members were already numb. Is he a god? Some are happy, some are terrified. This kind of power is beyond their comprehension. But luckily, that Black Knight seems to be on the same side as them. Reinforcement. Reinforcement. Chin watched this scene excitedly and stood up from his seat excitedly. Every content uploaded from the uninterrupted video surprised him immensely. Reinforcement. Go and help Batman. Another counselor stood up from his seat and shouted loudly. Everyone seems to really see hope at this moment. At the same time as the order was issued, the disobedient troops stationed on the periphery of Queens gave way in an instant, and a dozen M1 tanks drove into Queens mightily. The tank ran over the corpses piled up as high as a city wall, and the lizard zombies could not tear the iron sheet, and were crushed one by the crawlers. The black shadow flashed by, and because the speed of the continuous flash was too fast, blurred phantoms were left on the whole street. The hidden sword in his hand pierced the heads of hundreds of lizard zombies in a row. Luo Bing took a breath and teleported to the rooftop of the 780th building to recover his strength. The hidden sword was retracted into his sleeve. Widow's Bite's chain hooked onto the rock wall of the rooftop, and Natasha Romanoff was lifted up by the chain in an instant, and along the way, he tackled a few green lizards that were climbing on the wall. A Kuan style came to this area from far to near. A man wearing star stripes holding a shield jumped down from the Kuan style, glanced at Luo Bing beside him, nodded, and then jumped into the lizard group below. Looks like he's awake. Luo Bing stood up with his hands on the ground, reached out to catch the two steel slashing knives thrown from the Kuan style, crossed his hands, and shot out a lot of sparks. I hope I'm not late. The blind stick in the hand of Daredevil Matthew in red tights instantly pierced the head of a green lizard. His kindness is reserved only for humans, not monsters. Little Spider-Man fell on the swing beside Luo Bing. In his hand was a large lizard cocooned by a cobweb. That's Dr. Lizard. I'm sorry, I didn't stop this in time. Peter Parker was very disappointed, and his words became less. There will always be accidents. Luo Bing didn't accuse Peter. In fact, he was also responsible. If he hadn't been playing in the league at the time, this might not have happened. But things happened. Luo Bing didn't think it was all his fault. He's not an idiot who takes all the faults on his own. So all of this is so weird. This stupid muggle. Who made you develop the game? How do you know how many people you've killed? A burst of shoulda-thrill music suddenly resounded in the sky. At the same time, a streamer streaked across the sky, and Tony, whose whole body was wrapped in Mark II, landed on the rooftop. The most surprising thing to me is that you came so slowly. Luo Bing looked at Tony who was beside him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I went to Afghanistan and wasted a bit of time. Hey! Tony said, raising his hand and firing an energy cannon, shattering the lizardman's body that had already climbed to the rooftop. So, what kind of era is this? Captain America, who had only woken up from the freeze in the morning, threw out his shield and flew back to his hand after smashing 4 lizard men in a row. Is your body thawed, Captain? Luo Bing asked jokingly. I still need to warm up, but it's just right, there seems to be a lot of sparring here. Steve flipped in the air, dodging a deadly attack from a lizard man, and turned his head and slammed it down. Looks like everyone is here. Then move on, guys. Luo Bing stretched his body, leaned forward, and falled directly under the roof. Dude. Please respect the only woman present. Natasha Romanoff jumped, and when she jumped to another rooftop, the pistol fired continuously, hitting the eyebrows of several lizard zombies with precision. "Hey guys, my name is Spider-Man, I think we can leave a phone number later." With Luo Bing's comfort, little Spider-Man felt much better. "Maybe we can go to a barbecue, I heard that there is a good barbecue restaurant." Stark raised his hands and fired another energy cannon. This thing was originally set to stabilize the flight, but unexpectedly it became a weapon. "Barbecue? No, please don't mention the word meat to me now." Luo Bing shuddered. "Anyone who chops up more than 10,000 disgusting lizard monsters will have a psychological shadow on meat. Especially these lizard zombies are human conversions." Stark shuttled between tall buildings and mountains. 6 small missiles were ejected from his shoulders. JRVIS intelligently locked a large group of lizard zombies in 6 directions. The missiles were launched, and the whole city instantly became bright. "What kind of guys are these people? Why am I still using my fists?" Steve rolled his eyes speechlessly, and fought with a large lizard next to him. It seems to have become a battlefield for superhero. The tanks on the side can only play cover. 5 minutes later, Stark frowned, and JRVS's thermal sensors locked onto a large, unknown object that, judging from its shape, was at least 7 stories tall. "What kind of thing is that?" F***K. They integrate together. Stark floated in the air, looking at the monster in the distance with serious eyes. "Please don't swear, that's uncivilized," Steve reminded solemnly. Afterwards, he turned his head and glanced at the growing black shadow in the distance, and he was stunned for a moment. "Shete? I seem to have heard someone say civilized language." Stark shot the lizard zombies next to him, and didn't forget to tease Steve. "What the hell is that?" "Guys, my spider telepathy is giving me a very strong danger warning, that could be a big deal. Peter's cobweb is almost depleted, at the moment he's barehanded and a few lizard zombies are fighting. I can't let them integrate anymore." Luo Bing also noticed the growing monster in the distance. Those lizard zombies have become monsters like Godzilla through continuous devouring. Boom! The earth trembled. The ground where Luo Bing was shattered into cobweb-like cracks, and the whole person rushed towards the big guy like a meteor. There was a sonic boom in the air. Luo Bing punched, and the powerful force penetrated the entire body of the integrate monster. A big hole was opened directly in his head. However, compared to this big guy's body, the big hole opened by Luo Bing is not even 1/10 the size of his head. Gudong gudong. The flesh and blood tumbled, making a oozing creaking sound. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Luo Bing's wound had completely healed. "Let me try." Tony flew over, the energy cannon in his palm constantly firing, and the air was filled with the smell of barbecue. But this level of attack not only did not work, but completely angered the big guy. Roar! The Godzilla lizard zombie roared loudly and smashed a building with one palm. Very dangerous. Stark ducked in time, his heart tightened. "Do we have more firepower? This hunk's recovery ability is too strong." Stark frowned, feeling helpless. This guy even ate the corpse of his companion. What the hell is this? Natasha Romanoff frowned and pressed the communication button on the headset. "Tank, aim, fire." Hearing Natasha Romanoff's command, the tankers turned to the muzzle. In an instant, the bursting cannon shot out of the chamber, and with the usual streamer swallowtail, it directly hit the monster in the distance. While the body is getting bigger, the speed of this big guy has slowed down. It is like a target that doesn't move. Boom! A dozen tanks fired salvos, and the shells exploded on the body of the integrate monster, sending out a lot of smoke. "He's alive. Keep attacking." Stark flew through the sky, his scanning system running, and the seriousness of the matter could be seen from his frown. Tanks continued to fire, rumbling blasts constantly spreading across Queens. Luo Bing landed on the ruins of a dilapidated building, and his unfavorable fist could not cause an effective attack on this big thing. The cannonball rained, and the roar of the monster was constantly heard in the smoke. From the sound, it could be heard that the damage of the shells was also very uncomfortable for him. But it's still alive. Flesh and bones flew, constantly intertwined, and gathered together again. When the smoke cleared, the Godzilla lizard monster, whose injuries were completely intact, appeared in front of everyone. Is he the regenerative healing factor? Steve wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Now the lizard zombies that are still alive around them are all actively gathering towards the monster in the distance, and the big guy has become even bigger after absorbing the new kind. Even the building on the side looked like a dwarf in front of it. God, how should this thing be killed? Peter leaned weakly against a building, he was stuck to the wall like he had glue on his hands. Luo Bing frowned at this scene. Spatial cuts are useless against stuff. The wound caused is too small for it. The most important point is that this big guy doesn't seem to have a heart or a brain. Luo Bing just attacked his head, but unfortunately the attack didn't work. The lawmakers at the conference table frowned at this scene. The sudden appearance of the huge, Godzilla lizard, made their hearts rise to their throats again. This thing looks like it can evolve infinitely, as long as it constantly devours its own kind, it can constantly grow. And not only the living kind, he can absorb even the corpses of the same kind piled up in mountains. This is not good news. Would you like to use nuclear weapons? The blonde old congressman suggested again. Now the survivors have basically been rescued. Urban destruction at best with nuclear weapons is not as difficult to decide as it used to be. But what if this thing can absorb nuclear radiation? Another member said with a frown. They don't know the situation of this guy at present. Considering its tenacious regenerative healing factor and huge size, they are inexplicably connected with the special film of the island country in their impression. After all, in the special films shot by the island country, generally this kind of big guy can absorb nuclear radiation. No way. Godzilla is just a fiction, this big guy may not be so powerful. If he really absorbs the nuclear radiation, then it's over, some congressman retorted. Hulk can absorb nuclear radiation. A congressman frowned and muttered. Everyone's faces sank immediately, and they didn't want to mention the green monster. What now? Maybe I can fly into its mouth and start destroying it from the inside. Tony frowned and said. No, that's too dangerous, Luo Bing rejected Tony's suggestion. For flowers, 0. This guy is constantly eating his own kind, and we're barely even getting close to him now, Steve frowned, he'd never seen anything like this before. During Hitler's time, only Red Skull could fight him, and he was the most technologically advanced on the planet. But after 70 years of slumber, awakening came as if the whole world had changed. Matthew gasped heavily, this guy was injured again in the battle just now, and he never seemed to be intact. Can any of us become Ultraman? Little Spider-Man asked innocently. Ultraman, what is that? Steve frowned suspiciously, he needed a good makeup lesson. It's a cosmic Superman, the kind that can turn into light with a shout. Hey, Spider Brat, can you suggest something more childish? Tony looked at Peter speechlessly. Point 0. Luo Bing was stunned. The golden hexagram in the eye socket seems to indicate something. Wait a moment. Looks like I can transform. Luo Bing said suddenly. What? Can you transform into Ultraman? Everyone except Steve widened their eyes curiously, turning their heads to look at Luo Bing in shock. Captain America. It's hard, Steve Gat wasn't at their point of shock. Definitely not, Luo Bing had a black line on his face. He turned into a ghost Ultraman. It's just that his new pair of riding wheels seems to bring him a new energy when both pairs of eyes exert force at the same time. Don't be arrogant, let me do some research. Luo Bing sat cross-legged on the spot, until now he didn't have time to feel his eyes carefully. You're going to do a transformation, woo-woo. Little Spider-Man covered his spider hood, he bit his tongue, and his tears were almost left. Luo Bing withdrew his finger. He had long wanted to silence this guy, but he finally got the chance. Is the power in the left eye originally called Amaterasu? The divine power in the right eye allows me to better grasp the power of space. The black flame that will never go out until the target is burned to death. Amazing. Maybe you can beat this guy with this. Luo Bing stood up, took off his Batman blindfold and threw it aside while everyone watched. Amaterasu, and raging. Where Luo Bing's eyes focused, a large number of black flames shot out of thin air. The golden hexagram constantly revolved, and the Amaterasu flames rose as if they had been doused with gasoline when they touched the Godzilla lizard zombie. Amaterasu was very effective, and the big man seemed to be burnt by the black flame that came out of nowhere. The fire is getting bigger and bigger, and if Luo Bing doesn't collect it, Amaterasu won't go out until it burns out the target. Great, this guy's vital signs are constantly weakening. Stark heard the good news, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Luo Bing was also relieved. If it wasn't for this guy's size, he seemed to be able to use his divine power to banish him to another dimension. However, from the current point of view, Amaterasu seems to be enough to solve this thing. It's a pity that Luo Bing doesn't know that Amaterasu, who looks very powerful, has never burned anyone in another world. 7 and 80, but soon, Luo Bing realized this. This guy is shedding. Natasha Romanoff exclaimed in surprise. Rather than shedding its skin, it is better to say that it is shedding flesh. The Godzilla lizard zombie shrunk in a circle, and the layer of flesh that was removed by him was directly burned out. Amaterasu. The golden hexagram kaleidoscope spun again, but this time it caused Luo Bing's left eye to ache slightly. The black flame ignited the whole body of the Godzilla lizard zombie, again. However, it seems that after the previous experience, this time he quickly shed another layer of skin, and did not shrink as much as last time. This guy, the vitality is really tenacious. Luo Bing touched his left eye. For this kind of power that he is not yet familiar with, he seems to be unable to use it continuously, which will cause certain damage to his eyes. However, the immortal body of Wugo constantly transmits energy to repair his eyes, and under this condition, his eyes will not be short-sighted or blind at all. The black flame went out again. Luo Bing frowned. Amaterasu's flames are strong. It's not an exaggeration to call Luo Bing's strongest physical attack at present, but it also had big flaws originally. But not everyone can separate their flesh and shed their skin like the Kozla lizard zombie. This guy has shed his skin again, but has shrunk a lot. Stark flew over the integrate monster, gathering energy cannons in his hands to constantly harass this guy. Although the attack may not be effective, but it can also contain it, so that he cannot continue to devour other similar. Looks like I'm going to be transformed. Luo Bing clenched his fists. He wasn't quite sure about that unfamiliar power. The golden hexagram exudes a mysterious light. Luo Bing closed his eyes and carefully felt the power contained in the mysterious pupils. Chi. A golden skeleton emanated from all around him. It is not a real skeleton, but is composed of kaleidoscope writing will eyes and the energy in Luo Bing Wugo Xian. But his tenacity is completely different from his skeleton. The skeleton spread, covering Luo Bing's body, and not long after, a golden half-body skeleton warrior appeared in everyone's eyes. There is no lower body, it is about 10 meters high, and there is not even a trace of flesh and blood meridians on the body. It is completely composed of skeletons composed of golden energy. This is not a complete body. Luo Bing can feel it. However, that's enough. Luo Bing flicked the steel cutting knife in his hand, and the golden bones on his body also flicked his hand. Chi. A golden ordinary long knife was transformed from the golden skeleton's hand, and its appearance was somewhat similar to Luo Bing's steel cutting knife. It turns out that this thing is called Susanoo. Luo Bing knew its name for the first time in his mind when he released Susanoo. Bending his knees slightly, great strength gathered in his legs. Susanoo turned into a golden light and rushed towards the Kozlo lizard zombie. The battle between the two big guys is about to break out. He really transformed. Everyone present looked at the golden skeleton giant dumbfounded. Against this dark night, the golden skull giant at the moment is very dazzling. The strength of the two sides seems to be not above the same level at all. Luo Bing manipulated Suzhua, and a horizontal slash directly cut off an arm of the integrate blame. The integrate monster roared, and the growth rate of the granulation in the cut wound became slower, and it was difficult to recover even with such a large arm. The violent wind swept the air towards Luo Bing, and behind the wind was the giant fist of integrate strange green abscess. This seemingly insane guy only knows how to run amok. His attack couldn't fall on Luo Bing at all. Shu was cut out again, and a bright golden light streaked across the sky. Susanoo Kaiying stared for a few minutes, and a thread of meridians appeared on his arm. After several consecutive moves, the situation has become very clear. The Godzilla lizard can't deal a single bit of damage to Luo Bing's Suzo at all. On the contrary, the golden Susanoo can chop down a huge chunk of green minced meat with every swing of his knife. It's over. Luo Bing closed his eyes, and the golden giant in mid-air instantly appeared behind the Godzilla lizard zombie. Draw the knife. Luo Bing shouted loudly and waved the steel-cutting knife in his hand. At the same time, Susa's golden giant sword slid across the sky at the same time and landed on the Godzilla lizard zombie. Its defense is like paper paste, directly crushed by the golden giant sword. Cut in two. Roar. Integra roared unwillingly. But he soon became silent and fell to the ground. The huge body has turned into two sessions. Amaterasu. Luo Bing did not relax, forcibly using his left eye to release the Amaterasu black flame that was burning everything. The flames covered the body of the integrate monster and continued to burn constantly. This thing's recovery ability is too strong, and it can stand up for a while without burning it out. It's amazing. When little Spider-Man saw this scene, the whole spider was dumbfounded, constantly rubbing his eyes. In fact, it was not only himself who was surprised, everyone was taken aback by the sudden giant battle. Steve looked at the figure of the golden skull giant gradually fading, and his whole person was a little suspicious of life. Has the world become like this? Oh, God. It's crazy too. Cool. Can I also make a super large steel battle suit? Stark touched his chin, and many thoughts popped up in his heart. This series is called Anti-Boss Armor. Forget it, sounds a little rebellious. Stark joked and fell directly to the ground. The small 5.0 type reactor transformed from the new meteorite elements in the chest is full of power. He has flown back and forth to Afghanistan, and has spared no effort in several battles, but still maintains a healthy energy. If it was replaced with the previous palladium element reactor, it would have been out of power long ago. It's over. Natasha Romanoff collapsed on the ground tired, ignoring the usual goddess fan. It's over. Luo Bing appeared beside everyone with certainty. Great, my old arms and legs seem to need some time to recover. Steve breathed a sigh of relief and put the shield behind him. Several people in tights, steel battle suits, and black trench coats looked at each other. The situation was inexplicably awkward. My phone number is XXXXXXXXX. Little Spider-Man took out a pen and paper out of nowhere and looked at everyone. That's pretty clear. I gave you my number. Give me your number. In the end, a group of people still couldn't laugh or cry and left their contact information. Little Spider-Man is so cute that everyone can't bear to refuse his request. Steve is more embarrassed, and he is not someone who has never seen high-tech. Back in the Howard period, Howard Stark fully provided the equipment of the roaring agent led by the captain. To be honest, Howard was also one of the first founders when SHIELD was established. It's just that the communication equipment at that time was not so developed. The captain took out his old antique machine. Although it was not as exaggerated as a brick, it was definitely an antique that should be lying in the museum. Don't know where SHALD got him from. Ha. I haven't seen this thing in a long time. If you don't mind, I want to exchange it with you for the latest Stark munitions machine, Tony said. The panel of the steel armor opened directly, revealing that everyone knew Playboy face. Mr. Howard? Steve froze, as if he was back 70 years ago in an instant. My father died unexpectedly when I was a child, but I have heard him praise you a lot since I was a child. Stark stretched out his right hand with a smile on his face. Tony and Howard look very similar, and the mustache that has been carefully groomed looks like it was carved out of a mold. Captain America and Iron Man's first meeting is surprisingly harmonious. Mr. Stark. Oh. God. You are Mr. Stark. Peter jumped up excitedly. Just like fans are excited to see a star. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. At school, he knew Peter was a Stark fan, and he was a huge fan. Hello, Spider Kid, you're good at it. Stark also held out his right hand to Peter. Little Spider-Man looked at his right hand that was stained with green lizard blood, took off the gloves of Spider-Man's suit embarrassedly, and shook hands with Tony. Well, your spider battlesuit and web shooters are very well designed, quite a genius idea, Tony said, looking at Peter. Ahahaha. The praised little Spider-Man scratched his head embarrassedly. He was shy. I didn't see you so excited when I knew my identity at the time. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, paralyzed beside Natasha Romanoff. He was very tired tonight. Is it too late to be excited? Natasha Romanoff looked at Luo Bing beside him speechlessly. She had already suspected Batman's true identity in the previous battle, but she finally confirmed the moment when Luo Bing released Amaterasu and took off his blindfold. It's just that the circumstances at the time did not allow her to have other ideas. I can only hold this shock in my heart. This guy, what secrets do you want to hide? What an intriguing man. Do you need me to sign your autograph? Luo Bing took a deep breath and Roar asked teasingly. Perhaps we can find a place where no one is there and sign in a more suitable place. Natasha Romanoff chuckled. Another day, I'm tired. Luo Bing ignored the woman's ridicule. He was really tired, he didn't want to move at all, and the whole person lined up on the rooftop in big characters. Bang bang, bang bang. A large number of peacekeepers poured into Queens, collecting corpses to clear the way, while vigilant searchers in all corners of the alley, lest any fish escape. I think it's time for me to go, there is a chance to meet again, Daredevil Matthew said, and jumped off the balcony. He didn't like to show his face, it was too dangerous for him. He has to go home to deal with his injuries. Hey soldier, I think you need a bandage, Steve called out into the distance. Don't worry about him, Captain, he's always like this. Every time I meet him, this guy can always add a few more wounds to his body. Don't worry, he won't die. Luo Bing closed his eyes. There was a stench of gunpowder and burnt smoke in the air. I'm afraid no one will live in this city in a short time. At least until it is completely purified, the Aborigines dare not come back. This place has become their nightmare. A reporter is coming, shall we withdraw? Peter said subconsciously. Withdraw? What are you panicking about? You are a superhero, not a criminal. We fought desperately for an hour or two, but we still can't show our faces. Luo Bing turned his head to Peter with contempt. Besides, you're not wearing a headgear, who knows you? Luo Bing rolled his eyes, his blindfold had just been thrown by him, and now his entire face is exposed. Still, it's no big deal. Sooner or later, he will reveal his true identity to the world, perhaps today. I'm looking forward to it, you know Spider-Boy, the superhero behind the scenes isn't much of a concern, I'd rather show up, attract all the attention, shock all the guys who want to commit a crime, and let them know, there's always someone in the world watching them, Stark boasted. Come on, you just want to be in the limelight, Luo Bing rolled his eyes contemptuously. Major shareholders, starting from this evening, are you ready for a stock that is about to skyrocket? Stark smiled meaningfully. He always has his own considerations in doing things, and Ping is not trying to be in the limelight for no reason. It's also important to definitely stand out. Stark is now figuring out what pose to put up in response to the press. What about you, Captain? After tonight, your museum will be crowded over the threshold. By the way, did you know that you have your own museum? Luo Bing sat up from the ground and looked at Steve beside him. Steve looked embarrassed. I actually guessed. Mr. Captain, the message on your epitaph is wonderful. Our school organized to send you flowers, little Spider-Man told some past events out of time. Steve. Please stop talking. I think we should set up a Superboy team, that should be cool. Luo Bing stood up and stretched his body. After a few minutes of rest, he can now play day and night again. Please respect the only lady at the scene. Nada 780 Shaw grabbed Luo Bing's clothes and stood up. She was sweaty and exhausted. Oh, sorry, I always ignore you subconsciously. Luo Bing spread his hands insincerely. I want to join. Little Spider-Man raised his right hand first. You're too young to pass, let's practice for a while. Luo Bing waved his hand. But, Big Brother Luo. You are as old as I am. Peter said unconvinced. I am the initiator. I'll set the rules. Luo Bing completely ignored Peter's protest. That's a good suggestion. What's the name of our team? Stark asked curiously. Everyone looked at each other and then spoke at the same time. Luo Bing, Justice League. 35. Steve, Veteran Howlers. Stark, Steel Legion. Natasha Romanoff, Women's Guard. Little Spider-Man was stunned for a while, raised his right hand again. How about calling it the Spider Family? Why don't you forget it? Luo Bing rolled his eyes. Let's talk about it later. Stark was very speechless about the ability to name everyone, although his own name was not much better. I really think the Veteran Howler is a good name, Steve said earnestly. Come on, Captain, there are still 2 minors at the scene. Natasha Romanoff stroked her long hair and was speechless. Everyone disagreed, and the superhero team came to an end. There are simply too many bodies on the streets of Queens. It takes a long time to clean up these things, and in order to prevent secondary infection, this kind of thing is best left to professional people. Facing the reporters' long guns and short guns, Luo Bing just made a trick roar to the audience all over the world. The reporters were very pleasantly surprised tonight. Even the Bugle Daily, which has always been against superhero, has become a licking dog, and almost all news stations broadcast the deeds of these heroes. The returning Captain America has been highly sought after by the older generation. And little Spider-Man became an idol in the minds of children. Tony, a playboy, is undoubtedly the dream of most teenagers. The dreamlike steel armor is dazzling, and the gold and red color scheme is enough to make everyone yearn for it. As for Natasha Romanoff, it is estimated that many idiots before the screen want to drink her bath water. A well-known basketball player has expressed this idea on his Twitter, and everyone else can imagine. But no matter how much other people show, the protagonist tonight is still Luo Bing. For audiences in the world, Batman is undoubtedly the first superhero in modern history, and Luo Bing did not put on his mask that night, revealing his true face. Some reporters joke that if Batman did not become a superhero and became a star, it is estimated that all Hollywood movie stars would lose their jobs. This man is so handsome that he is unreasonably handsome. Unexpectedly, Black Knight Robin became the dark horse prince in the eyes of all girls. The main thing is that Robin's dress really doesn't match up with Prince Charming. That night, Fury and Phil Coulson called one after another to check on the situation. This time, they completely missed the Resident Evil in Queens. Tonight, SHELD's big file size and small command were all given by Fury's assistant, Hill. The one-eyed black marinated egg seems to be dealing with other important things, including Phil Coulson, the courtesan, who has also been dispatched by him. Even Hawkeye Barton was there. Luo Bing didn't ask much, he was already busy enough today, he just wanted to go back to bed and take a good night's sleep. If there was anything else, I'll talk about it another day. Luo Bing was also promoted to the 10th level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is also the first SHIELD agent with level 10 authority, which is consistent with the authority of Black Braised Egg. Perhaps this is also a gesture of favor from S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, they also know that Luo Bing is no longer under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. Who dares to control a god? Did you know this guy slaughtered 10,000 lizard zombies in half an hour? Stark took Luo Bing's ride back to the coast of Malibu with Luo Bing. Compared with flight, Luo Bing's random door was faster. Ethan is dead. The two of them were blowing the sea breeze, and did not go back to their respective houses directly, sitting on the shore chatting. I avenged him. Stark's expression was a little silent. Luo Bing also found out that since this incident, Stark seems to have become more introverted, and he no longer makes some tricks as before. Stark now looks more reliable. They're coming for me, there's a ghost in the Stark group, I suspect it's Obeda. Tony took out a bottle of top-quality red wine from his home, took out 2 goblets, and filled them up. In Stark's villa, Sky and Pepper were chatting, looking outside from time to time, talking and laughing. Obadiah? Why do you think so? Isn't he your father's capable subordinate? Luo Bing didn't understand these things, and asked casually. He is in charge of the weapons department, and the weapons circulating on the black market are inseparable from him. Today I went to Afghanistan and I found the latest Jericho missiles produced 2 weeks ago. I refused to accept the contract of the military's shipment. I didn't expect 10 rings to get the first-hand weapon. What does it mean? Stark said, holding up his goblet. To Ethan. To Ethan. Luo Bing also picked up the goblet and drank it all. Tony was stunned, that's not how red wine is, but he shook his head and drank the red wine in the glass. Boss, you drank a supercar in 1 gulp, Tony teased. What? Luo Bing's face changed greatly. Prodigal son. He scolded, as if he was distressed for his money. Ha ha ha. Tony laughed unabashedly, and the greedy boss seemed more real, at least more like a human than an illusory god. The two blew the sea breeze recklessly and enjoyed the fine wine in the glass. Be careful yourself, don't die accidentally, you still have to make money for me. Luo Bing looked at the finished red wine bottle in front of him, not knowing why this unpleasant thing was so expensive. Don't worry, my life is very big, I can survive being kidnapped by terrorists. Looks like God doesn't want me to die, I have more to do, Tony said, shaking his glass. Boom rumble. There was a sudden muffled sound in the sky above. Huh. 39. Tony raised his head suspiciously. It's so fast, what is it? He froze in place, and after reacting, he immediately galloped towards the sky. No, it's a meteorite. Tony roared, raising his hands high, flames spewing from his feet, as if he wanted to catch the big meteorite. If this meteorite falls into the sea, it will directly trigger a tsunami that will submerge everything around it. Damn, I forgot to turn off the lucky halo. Luo Bing's head was as big as a bucket, and a golden skeleton was instantly derived from his body. Boom. Tony collided with the meteorite and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Why did you really die in an accident? Am I awakening a skill like a crow's mouth? Luo Bing looked at Tony, who was smashed into meat patties, and subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Senior White smile. It's so terrifying. Do you want to be able to summon meteorites every time? Without hesitation, Luo Bing swiped the time dial. Boss, you drank one. Instant. A shadow flashed. Luo Bing dragged Tony and disappeared in place. Little Pepper and Sky in the room looked out of the window suspiciously, and the two who were chatting there didn't know where they went. It must be fooling around, I tell you, Sky, men are like this, especially Tony. Pepper snorted and curled his lips. No. I believe Luo Bing is not that kind of person. Sky shook his head. He is still young and will be damaged. Zhao Qian's, you have to start early, otherwise it will be too late to regret it, Xiao Chili reminded. Sky lowered his head and mumbled, as if thinking about something. In the wilderness of no man's land. Luo Bing and Tony stared at the meteorite that was still burning in front of them. I just saved your life. Luo Bing put away the golden Susa and immediately closed his lucky halo. I know, you just transformed and blocked this meteorite, Tony nodded. Chun. No, you don't know, you've already died once. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and said something inexplicable, which made Tony confused. What does it mean that I have already died once? I'm still alive and well. What is this meteorite? I couldn't cut it at all, and it was knocked away so far, Luo Bing asked with a frown. Let me take a closer look. Tony pressed a button on his forehead, releasing an infrared scanning beam. F***K. It's vibranium. Tony jumped in shock. Vibranium. Of all the metals known, this thing is definitely the most precious and rare thing. Vibranium was first discovered in Hitler's time, when Tony's father mixed vibranium and other metals to make a shield for Steve. It is also the most convenient star and striped shield that Steve has been using so far, and it is also the symbol of Captain America. Vibranium is very hard, and its special molecular structure makes it almost indestructible, because its molecules are relatively static, so that it hardly conducts heat and kinetic energy, which allows it to absorb heat, energy and kinetic energy. This is why Luo Bing was knocked flying just now. You seem to be saying what the F***K. Where did you learn it? Luo Bing didn't quite understand the preciousness of vibranium. In his mind, it was just a pile of metal. Metal, what's the use? Is it worth it? It's worth the money. Tony said. How much is it worth? Luo Bing asked disdainfully. You can buy 3 of our Stark group. Stark said suddenly resentfully. What the hell? Luo Bing blurted out. Many foreigners can't be happy to say shit, they can only say 780 to buy karma, and sometimes it is really a pity for them. I'm only talking about theoretically, this thing is too rare. Steve's shield is made of vibranium and some kind of material, made by my father, Tony explained. Luo Bing then nodded. You say vibranium is valuable, it is indeed valuable, and it is indeed rare. But if you really want to use this thing to replace the Stark Group Empire, unless you have a bag in your head. Vibranium is still very useful, but it doesn't conduct energy well on Mark's armor, it feels a bit wasteful. Tony stroked his chin. If he does build a suit of armor out of vibranium, it means he has a tortoise shell for absolute defense. But the attack may not be as powerful, and also loses the flight ability. Because vibranium can't conduct energy, everything that needs energy to drive will not work, and he can only build melee weapons to fight. But that's the exact equivalent of having Iron Man cut off his arm. The best material is not the best, and Tony won't use vibranium until he finds a solution. Maybe, Bifa, can also use a small part to strengthen their defense. I don't care. Luo Bing's eyes lit up. I don't need your bells and whistles, and I don't want full-body armor. By the way, wouldn't it be so easy to roll the blades out of the gadgets? The most annoying thing about Luo Bing is that he is too strong and does not have a suitable weapon. The steel cutting knife has to be replaced with a new one. Often it is too troublesome, and he can only use his fist. Definitely yes, but it takes a lot of effort to cut this thing. I haven't come across it before, maybe I can look up my father's notes and experiment, Tony said. Cut. Can I? Luo Bing said, waving his hand and throwing out a space cut, directly cutting off a vibranium the size of a book. Boss, how can you do anything? Are you really Tinkerbell? Tony looked at Luo Bing speechlessly. Shut up, I'm not a cat. Luo Bing had a black line on his face and was about to use the gag. Tony immediately begged for mercy. Old rules. The two dug a hole on the spot and buried the big guy. In fact, Luo Bing felt that his divine power seemed to have the ability to store space. But he hasn't tested it yet, so he didn't make any claims. The thing exiled this thing to a different dimension, wouldn't it be a blood loss? Barry 1 is also buried. Barry 2 is also buried. No difference. Anyway, one is in the desert and the other is in a no man's land. Basically, no one will find such a place. Tony is undoubtedly a technophile. After encountering new materials, he can study excitedly all night without sleeping. Luo Bing is not as masochistic as he is, and the two return to the coast of Malibu. One vibranium with the book file size walked into the lab, and the other took Sky straight home to sleep. Definitely. Each sleeps separately. Luo Bing was very exhausted today, and when he got back to bed, he fell asleep quickly in a daze. At 12 o'clock in the morning, Luo Bing vaguely heard the notification sound of power refresh. The exhausted Luo Bing did not respond, and continued to roll over and fell asleep. He had a dream. I don't know if this is a prophecy dream. He dreamed that a large number of aliens fell from the sky, and he and a group of superheroes were guarding the city. This time the dream is very real. Luo Bing once again saw the guy with the hammer, not only that, but also a terrifying green giant baby. I saw a big hammer in 2 consecutive dreams. That means the long-haired tramp singer with a hammer seems to really exist. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Luo Bing yawned, recalled the scene in his dream, and stretched. At what point in time did this all happen? That sparkling gem seems like it's worth a lot of money. Luo Bing touched his chin and logged into his SHALD background management page on Friday. He found records about the Tesseract, but with his 10th level clearance, he didn't find any relevant records about that gleaming scepter. In other words, this thing is not a product of the Earth. At least this point in time hasn't come to Earth yet. Tesseract. Tianma Project. Kree. So there are so many things that I don't know. Luo Bing touched his chin and got a general understanding of what happened in SHALD in the past. However, some things are not stored in the SHALD files at all, and even if Luo Bing has the 10th level agent authority, he cannot check the relevant records at all. Just like the Tianma plan. Luo Bing can only know that the scientists at that time conducted an experiment, which seems to have led to the invasion of the Kree, which is also the first known contact with aliens of the 3rd type in history. However, there is not much description in the detailed file. Never mind. Luo Bing shook his head, and then he took time to look up the unread power tips in his mind. Looking at this, Luo Bing was speechless. It may be because I went to bed too early last night and forgot to turn on the lucky halo at 12 o'clock. This time the ability seems to be a bit tasteless. Sign in successfully. Today's power, don't ask, I'll call you Zhang San, has been issued. Please enjoy it. At first, Luo Bing was curious about what kind of power this was. After reading the skill introduction again, he was dumbfounded. Can you change someone's name to Zhang San? What's the use of this feather power? Maybe it's because of the habit of using lucky and high-quality abilities in the past few days, and Luo Bing still has a little nostalgia for this occasional garbage ability. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, got up from the bed, and started a day of training. His goal today is very simple, that is, to master the power of his own eyes, and then give this new state a name. Would you like to call Zhang Sanji pupil? Forget it, it's still a kaleidoscope writing will I. 35. Luo Bing came up with a name in a daze, and it felt very appropriate, so it was finalized. In fact, this is not a random name. When the 3-Go Jade writing round eyes evolved, Luo Bing had this name in his mind. Just like Amaterasu and Shenwei and Susanoo. Speaking of which, Luo Bing's Sharingan was completely developed in the way of the good friends of the 7th Naruto at the beginning. It stands to reason that after awakening Kaleidoscope, ability should be exactly the same as that of the 7th Naruto good friend. It's just that Luo Bing is relying on the Kaleidoscope of awakening, the self-awareness of the immortal body, and with his ability to be familiar with space, his eyes have changed slightly. His hexagram is golden. Amaterasu. Orangutan burning black flames appeared out of nowhere, burning the air on the side. During the day, Amaterasu's flames look even more eerie. Luo Bing has never seen the flames black, and it was not very obvious last night. After all, it was covered by darkness. Amaterasu's ability is also attached to the existence of space ability. This flame was not generated out of thin air, but was transferred from a secret space. The spatial coordinates were very blurry, and Luo Bing couldn't distinguish it. It seemed to be the space that had been set by the left eye from the beginning. If Luo Bing can accurately capture the spatial coordinates, the enemy can even be directly exiled into the world of Amaterasu. But for now, Luo Bing can't do it. Shenwei is a good ability that can attack and defend. After a morning of research, Luo Bing has been able to skillfully use this ability from the right eye. Maybe it was because he already had a good foundation of space ability. Luo Bing's proficiency in Shenwei was a bit higher than Amaterasu's. Kamui has two abilities. The principle of the first ability is the same as that of Amaterasu. When Luo Bing's line of sight is focused, the space at the focus of his eyes will be distorted, and a vortex black hole will be generated. Or the hole is dragged into the Kamui space. Shenwei space is also the second ability of Shenwei. It's a defensive skill. At present, Luo Bing doesn't know how big the Shenwei space is. There are cubes all over it, like a void space. There is oxygen in it, but you can't feel the changes in time and space, but in fact the time and space inside are consistent with the real world, but the empty cube and dim space make people unable to find a reference. It also makes those who are in it do not know how long time has passed. It's a magical world. It seems to be within the space node between reality, and it is an independent space. After getting acquainted with it for a morning, Luo Bing can even inhale himself into the Shenwei space and release it into the real world with projection to confuse the enemy. But this fighting style is not his style. What makes Luo Bing most gratifying is the storage function of Shenwei space. Space ability does not store storage and can be called space ability. Luo Bing returned to the Sahara Desert, swept the buried meteorite into the world of Shenwei, and then went to the no man's land to do the same. He is not at ease when the baby is placed outside. It is better to hide it at home. Before, because the target was too big, Luo Bing couldn't use the portal meteorite and was left outside. Space warped, inside Stark's basement. A wormhole-like vortex slowly rotates. From the visual effect, Luo Bing came out of the black hole in a twisted shape. This is the teleportation ability that comes with Shenwei space. But very tasteless. Luo Bing finally knew what the cube in the Shenwei space was. It turned out that the guy used to locate the space nodes. Make an analogy. Luo Bing wants to use Shenwei space's teleport ability to move from New York to Russia. First of all, he has to drill into the world of Shenwei, then find the space node that belongs to the destination in the world of Shenwei, and then open up Shenwei. 4 flowers, 0. This is very troublesome, although the distance between the spatial coordinates in the Shenwei space is very close, but it is not as good as Luo Bing's flash. Maybe this is not a teleportation at all, this is a complete shortcut. How can you call teleportation if you can't do teleportation? But handsome. This way of playing is slow and crap, and when he really comes out of the long spin, he will have caught the attention of the enemy. The weirdness of space cannot be brought into play at all. But handsome. Just be handsome. Whatever it does. Maybe Luo Bing can try to combine divine power with his space ability. He had come up with the ability of space cutting before. 0. Yawn. Tony seemed to have stayed up all night with dark circles under his eyes. Seeing Luo Bing's strange appearance, he first tilted his head, then shook his head, taking it for granted. After all, he was the boss and had new operations every day. "I brought the meteorite, where do I put it?" Luo Bing asked, frowning at Tony. "This guy hasn't slept since 12 noon. Do you know that there was a big battle last night, and the energy is so strong?" Shipped. "I have a warehouse underground, come on, I'll show you," Tony said, calling out JRVS. Immediately afterwards, the living room in the basement descended, reaching the bottom like a staircase. This is a hall, and there are many display cabinets in the hall. One of the display cases is holding a Mark II, but there seems to be a new Mark series armor to the right of the Mark II. "Hey, I spent one night working out the Mark III. The experiment, the chest and the most critical head were made of vibranium material, and then I installed a mysterious weapon on him," Tony said with a smile. "Mysterious weapon?" Luo Bing was puzzled. "It's a laser beam. After last night, I realized the horror of large monsters, so I added a little improvement," Tony said, walking to another display case. "It's just that this display cabinet is blocked, and the interior scene cannot be seen from the outside." Shoo, Tony pressed a button. A black gold semi-finished armor appeared in Luo Bing's eyes. The black and gold armor is more like medieval knight armor. It looks very cool from the outside, the black and gold lines are particularly eye-catching, and a cloak is reserved behind him. "It's not ready yet, where is the meteorite?" "With vibranium material, I can build it better," Tony said, looking at Luo Bing. "Make a place for me." Luo Bing looked around. "The space here is big enough, but because the meteorite is too big to carry, it's better to put a place in advance." Here. Tony ran to a corner. That's where he parked the helicopter before. But now that he has the Iron Man armor, he doesn't need things like airplanes, and he threw them aside. Luo Bing. Although 2 days had passed, he was still not used to being a rich man. Boom sounded. 780 meteorites were taken out by Luo Bing from Shenwei space. The boss's magic has become more and more high-level. Stark is ashamed. As a representative of the scientific community, he has become accustomed to this kind of things that cannot be explained by known science. "Let's put it here, do you want me to cut it?" Luo Bing pointed to the rough vibranium stone and asked. "I've read my father's notes, just need to overclock the vibration to passivate it, and it can be melted with ultra-high temperature," Stark vowed and waved his hand. He's a genius, otherwise he wouldn't have improved the Mark III armor so quickly. "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Luo Bing nodded, the space in which he was standing began to distort, and finally turned into a black hole and sucked him in. "Tony. When will I be able to do this with science? Maybe he can also find time to study space jumping devices." Now that the energy source of the spaceship is available, there is still a lack of space jumping device. With that device, Stark can swim in the universe. After the new material arrived, the workaholic Stark drank a big bottle of coffee and started his research work day and night. If Chili was here, it would have discouraged Stark from taking a break. It's a pity that this morning she had been entrusted by Tony with a secret mission to copy hidden files on Obadiah's computer. In the afternoon, the New York City Police Department was dispatched, and Obadiah, the nominal vice president of the Stark Group, was pressed into the police car with an ugly face. The charge is to carry out kidnapping with terrorists. Stark's assistant, Pepper Potts, found on VP Obadiah's computer a video of himself and the 10 rings that had not been destroyed. And in Obadiah's private laboratory, Stark also found the crude Iron Overlord armor. It's just an unfinished version, it can't be seen or can't be used, and the core energy is lacking. The incident caused a stir as soon as it came out. According to word of mouth, Obadiah was smashed to pieces by the rumors. Certainly, it is not just the fishing boat pressure that awaits him, he is about to face the legal punishment of life imprisonment. Stark is not soft-hearted at all, the other party already wants his life, and it is very kind that he can save Obadiah's life. The news spread so fast that even Luo Bing, who was in Northern Europe, learned about it. It seems that Stark judged correctly. In the Nordic SHALD secret base. It's this thing, we've been working on it for 2 days and still can't do anything about it, Phil Coulson frowned. Hammer? Luo Bing frowned. Accurately speaking, it is an immovable hammer. This thing comes from outside the sky, and it is probably the product of other civilizations. We have tried it, and whether it is pulled by a trailer or lifted by a large device, there is no way for him to move at all, Hey Braised Egg said aside. Several people stayed in the crater, which had been secretly isolated, and a defensive net was set up around it. The scientists who entered back and forth wore heavy chemical protective suits and held instruments to detect various components on the scene. Have you seen a guy with blonde hair dressed like a wandering singer? Luo Bing asked suddenly. What? Wandering singer? Haven't seen this one yet, Phil Coulson shook his head. Right at the moment. An agent walked in, glanced at the 3 people in the observation room, nodded and saluted. Report, Senior Hawkeye caught a sneaky guy, the guy dressed like a wandering singer, insisted that he was Thor in Norse mythology, and said you mortals, let go of this prince, class words. I suspect there may be something wrong with that guy's mental state. After listening to the report, Phil Coulson and Black Braised Egg looked at Luo Bing at the same time. What a coincidence. Do you know something? Luo Bing shrugged, I'm not sure, I just dreamed about something. Dream? Black Braised Egg frowned, expressing incomprehension to Luo Bing's words. It's similar to a precognition dream, but I haven't tested it yet, and I don't know if it works or not, but I'm pretty sure that I've seen this thing in my dreams. Luo Bing pointed to the silver hammer in the isolation bin. Psychic? Phil Coulson blinked, a question mark on his face. Go see that guy, Luo Bing suggested. Okay, Phil Coulson and the Black Marinated Egg nodded, and the 3 walked towards the room where Thor was being held. Barton at the moment is wiping his arrows, and his job here is to guard the area and prevent other spies from breaking in. He's passed out, Barton said, looking at the 3 people walking down the hallway. Let me see. Luo Bing walked over and studied it carefully for a while. That's right, it's this gay guy, Luo Bing confirmed. Gay guy? Phil Coulson and the Black Marinated Egg have black lines on their faces, definitely. The black lines of the Black Marinated Eggs are not obvious. I mean, in my dream he was a passionate gangster, dressed in armor, holding a hammer, wearing a red cape, mastering thunder and lightning, and fighting a robot with light-eyed eyes, Luo Bing explained Road. But, he's weak, Barton frowned. Before, he easily took down this reckless big man. I don't know that. Luo Bing shook his head. 5.0 He has always said that the hammer is his, only he can hold it, Barton said after thinking for a while. So he's really the Thor of Norse mythology? Phil Coulson's face was full of disbelief. Perhaps, those gods are just a bunch of aliens, said the Black Marinated Egg, turning his head to look at Luo Bing. Look at me, I'm not an alien. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. Fury's reasoning for this speculation has his own basis. The powerful girl he knew was called a god on some remote planets. If Earth was visited by a group of aliens long ago, it would not be surprising to leave the story behind. Wake him up whether he's the Thor or not, we need to figure out what he's here for, Fury said, and asked his agent to prepare a basin of water. Puff. A bucket of ice water was poured directly on Thor's face. Cough, cough. A bucket of ice water poured down his head, and Thor choked so badly, he got up from the ground. Where is this? Let me out. You Midgard natives. Thor rubbed his face angrily, his expression very aggrieved. The 4 led by Luo Bing glanced at each other speechlessly. You figured out the wandering singer, it was you who broke in, Fury said with a dark face, and he also felt that Luo Bing's nickname was very appropriate. Wandering Singer, what is that? Sophistry. That's why you stole my hammer. Damn, Thor's face was tsundere. The reason why he rushed in here in such a hurry was to get back his hammer and restore his divine power. Stolen. That thing fell from the sky, why do you say it's yours? Anything on Earth belongs to Earthlings. Have you registered a patent? Have you registered a trademark? Fury threw a few questions in a row. Thor looked confused. His mind couldn't understand what the Midgard natives around him were saying. But in terms of feeling, Thor felt that these guys just wanted to hack their own hammer. After all, his hammer is an artifact, in which a core that destroys the 14 fixed star is sealed. It's normal for others to be jealous. I don't know what you're talking about, that's Mjolnir, only I, as Thor, can pick it up, don't think about it, you're not qualified to pick up Mjolnir at all. Thor shouted loudly. This rough guy has always been so arrogant. God. I've never seen such a weak god. Barton pouted in disdain. That's. Thor looked embarrassed. The fact that he has been sealed with divine power cannot be known by outsiders. Even if he is so nervous, Thor will not fool himself into exposing his weakness. You said you were Thor, do you have any proof? For example, let's set off an electric spark to see. Luo Bing asked with interest. Thor was startled. With his divine power sealed, he is no different from the natives of Midgard. At most, it can be beaten. How can I prove myself? Mjolnir. Only I can afford Mjolnir, that's proof. Thor's eyes lit up and he said suddenly. Luo Bing and the others looked at each other again. Due to the influence of Luo Bing's dream prophecy, at the moment, apart from Hawkeye, Phil Coulson and Fury actually had a little bit of confidence in the identity of the guy in front of him. It's just that this Thor is so low that they don't have the confidence to really believe it. Is there something like a fingerprint unlock on it? We have to make sure that if he picks up the hammer, he won't pose a threat to Earth. Consultant Luo, are we sure we can take him down? Fury asked while rubbing his head. No problem, Luo Bing is very confident. Let him try, then. Phil Coulson looked at Luo Bing. Yeah, Luo Bing also nodded in agreement. What? Are you really willing to give me the hammer back? Thor listened, his mouth almost crooked. Don't get me wrong, it's not yet proven that this thing is yours, you have to pick it up and talk about it. Fury struck with a black face. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect your Midgard natives to be so savage. Don't worry, I will go back with a hammer, I don't want to stay in this ghost place for a moment. Thor looked excited, and finally had opportunity to restore power. Follow me. Luo Bing led the way, and several people walked towards the isolation warehouse. Would you like to wear radiation protection equipment? Phil Coulson hesitation asked. No, the radiation here has no effect on the human body, I can feel it, Luo Bing said, lifted the protective curtain, and walked in first. Thor's speed was even faster than Luo Bing, and excitedly ran to the crater ahead. Phil Coulson, Fury, and the others glanced at each other and followed. Inside the crater, the Meow Meow hammer lay there quietly, the ground around it was scorched black, and the entire hammer stood proudly inside the crater, looking very extraordinary. Meow Meow hammer, here I come. Thor excitedly spread out, holding the hammer handle with one hand. Ha ha ha, I'm Thor. Thor stopped abruptly when he read the usual lines, and the Meow Meow hammer remained motionless on the ground. Wait, maybe it's because I haven't seen each other for 2 days, I'm a little unfamiliar. Well, this time I'm going to be serious. Thor smiled awkwardly at everyone, and then put his hands on the hammer handle, and then apply force instantly. Rise. More than 10 seconds passed, and the Meow Meow hammer remained motionless. How is that possible? How is this possible? Thor used all his strength in disbelief, and desperately pulled the hammer upward, like a bald man pulling a radish. Pity. No matter how hard he tried, the hammer still wouldn't move. Okay, wandering singer, I know, you're here to make trouble. Fury's face darkened. No. It's not like this. No. Father. Why? Thor pulled the hammer desperately, his emotions were very excited, if it wasn't for the presence of outsiders, he could almost cry. It was so frustrating for him that he was exiled to Earth, lost his powers, and was hit by a car from an indigenous woman in Midgard. Now even Meow Meow Hammer doesn't recognize his qualifications. Is Thor, the dignified 9-year-old, going to live such a mediocre life on Midgard? He was not reconciled. He is really unhappy. Meow Meow Hammer. Get me up. Thor used all his strength, holding the belief that he would fight to the death, and desperately exerted his strength. Buzz. The Meow Meow Hammer seemed to be stimulated by Thor's actions, and trembled in place, but then returned to normal. No matter how hard Thor tried, there was no response. How could this be? Thor slumped helplessly in the crater, like a defeated rooster. Don't be too sad, your hammer may have been smashed when it fell, and the fingerprint recognition system may be out of order. 780 Luo Bing walked over, looked at Thor, who was heartbroken, and smiled and comforted. He had seen this guy's demeanor in a prophecy dream. Although he didn't know what happened, Luo Bing still believed in this guy's words. No. The Meow Meow Hammer isn't broken, it's just that I don't have the qualifications to lift it. Thor shook his head and slammed his fist into the ground. Qualification? Did you forget your password? Luo Bing walked to Thor's side and looked at Meow Meow Hammer curiously. The hammer was covered with mysterious textures, and it was not the language of the earth at all. Qualifications, not passwords, only those who are absolutely righteous are qualified to lift it, Thor said with a sigh. Oh. Luo Bing wondered, reaching for the hammer handle. It's useless, it's even more impossible for you Midgards, this is an artifact, only the Aesir Protoss have the qualifications. Thor's words were normal, the whole person froze in place, his eyes widened like bells, and he didn't dare to look straight at the handsome young man beside him. It's not too heavy. Luo Bing flipped the hammer in his hand, looking confused. Luo Bing flipped the hammer from side to side twice, and found that it was quite easy to use. With a little force, the hammer was swung into the shape of a big windmill, and roar roar made a sound. It seemed that the hammer could affect the air flow in the sky. As the hammer swung, muffled thunder was constantly heard in the sky. It's amazing. However, this operation caused Thor to bite his tongue directly. How is it possible for you? It's impossible, how can you? Thor was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. It's very light, are you sure you're not acting? This hammer basically has no weight, Luo Bing said with a frown. Thor. Barton shook his head, I tried it, and it feels like this thing has grown with the earth, how did you do it? 35. No, it may be that Meow Meow's hammer is broken. Thor was still muttering to himself in his doubtful life. Bang! Luo Bing threw the hammer in front of Thor and waved his hand curiously, will you try again? Thor immediately grabbed the hammer and used his milk-feeding strength, but the Meow Meow hammer remained motionless. So the big blonde man became more suspicious of life, sitting on the ground in a daze, not knowing what was going on in his mind. I'll try it. Phil Coulson walked over curiously, grabbing the handle of the Meow Meow hammer. Looks like I can't. He shrugged happily and made a helpless expression. Fury also stepped forward curiously and tried too hard, his forehead was covered with black veins, and he also spread his hands. This thing is so weird, why can you pick it up? Fury asked curiously. How do I know, maybe it's because I'm handsome. Luo Bing pursed his lips, he didn't know the reason. You're not a Midgard. Are you a Protoss? Otherwise, how could you possibly pick up the Meow hammer? Thor was a little broken, his own hammer was picked up by someone else, but he was disqualified. What does this mean? Midgard? You've been calling us roar just now, wandering singers. This is Earth, not Midgard. Are you on drugs? Fury frowned, feeling bad. No, you are Midgards. Maybe you don't know, this C-53 planet is in Midgard in the Nine Realms, and lives on the same tree as we are. About 965 AD, the ice giant led his men to invade Midgard, which led to Midgard entering the Ice Age. After my father Odin learned about it, he led an army to Earth. He also lost an eye in that war. Thor vowed. Then he looked at Luo Bing. I suspect that you are the descendant of Asgard that we left behind when we visited Earth, otherwise you would not be able to lift the Meow Meow hammer. You suspect a bull. Luo Bing curled his lips, not wanting to deal with this shit. The reason why he was able to pick up this hammer might be due to the influence of his Wushu immortal physique. The Wushu immortal body method is non-invasive and can break all prohibitions. Naturally, the seal that Odin left on the Meow Meow hammer will not work. This guy's brains can almost go to Lu Fei to write novels. Fury pouted, although he wanted to believe it, but this guy looked very unreliable. Report, 2 women and an old man broke into the door, saying they were looking for a lost and silly son. An agent hurried over. Lost? Silly son. Luo Bing turned to look at Thor. Thor, 35. I'm not stupid, I'm not crazy, I'm telling the truth, I'm the son of Odin. Thor collapsed. Unfortunately, there is no way to prove his identity now. Okay, Mr. Prince, maybe you should follow the doctors to Slice to study. As for your identity, it will be revealed soon. Fury smiled kindly. What? Slice. 35. No. You can't do this to me. 35. I'm sorry I said wrong, I have mental problems, I'm not Thor, I'm the stupid son they are looking for, let me out. Thor looked terrified, he didn't want to be helpless. It was studied by this group of indigenous people. It's not a matter of dying. It's so embarrassing. He is Thor, the god of war. 9 worlds are proud of the world, and there are countless battlefields. He is almost 1,500 years old. If he is really pulled by a group of natives and sliced, he will go crazy. It's up to you. Luo Bing smiled handsomely. But that smile was so terrifying in Thor's eyes at the moment, it was like a demon. Thor yelled and was dragged out by Barton, staring at the ground frantically before leaving, unwilling to leave. Is it really good for you to scare him like that? Phil Coulson frowned helplessly. What he said may be true. Although this guy doesn't look dangerous, it may cause some trouble. Immediately mobilize the agent to be alert. Fury said softly. Slicing is what evil scientists do. They just want to take a little blood from the singer. 6. I saw a robot with laser eyes in my dream. It's more powerful than Tony's Mark series armor. We have to figure out how they came to Earth. Luo Bing twitched the hammer in his hand and couldn't put it down. You have to be careful, it's not a good thing to hit your foot with this thing, I think it's safer to keep this thing in the SHILD vault. Fury stroked his chin, looking serious. SHILD vault. Safe. Luo Bing raised his eyebrows playfully. Then, he instantly disappeared in place. About 3 to 5 seconds later, Luo Bing teleported back with a glowing cube isolated with a special transparent material. Well, this is what you guys hid. It looks pretty good. It should be good for lighting at night. Luo Bing shrugged and teased. Fury, Zhao Qian's. Phil Coulson scratched his head, he hadn't even seen this thing a few times. Why did you take it out, and return it quickly? This thing is very dangerous and highly corrosive. Fury stared anxiously. What are you doing? How did you just break into the SHILD vault so casually? Pure. Can you give me some face? DDD. Fury's emergency phone rang, and the agent was sweating profusely reporting a 10th level event to him. I see, It's okay, you don't have to worry about it. Fury wiped the cold sweat from his forehead speechlessly. This thing doesn't seem to be something on Earth. I can feel a huge amount of space energy. By the way, what is this thing? Luo Bing asked curiously. We usually call this thing Tesseract. But it's not for lighting at night. Fury almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Things that emit light are not used for lighting but are locked in the laboratory. It's a waste. Luo Bing curled his lips in disdain. Ancestor. This is much stronger than a light bulb. The black marinated egg had a headache. To tell you the truth, we are currently developing a super powerful laser weapon, and the Tesseract is the most important research item. Fury covered his face and said this top secret. Laser weapon? Isn't that what Red Skull does? How did SHILD fix this? Luo Bing frowned. There's no way, there are more and more perverts. You have also seen the biochemical lizard men a few days ago. If SHILD is not updated, it can't stop the rhythm of other lunatics. Fury is one big head and too big. But this is just a backup plan. My original purpose is to set up an agent team composed of superhero. The idea for the laser weapon was proposed by Pierce and it was approved by members of parliament, explained Fury. Pierce? Oh, that guy who likes to reject newcomers. Luo Bing was not very impressed with the old guy. After all, when he first met him, Beast almost reacted instinctively. That old B************ D isn't something to get along with. Pierce rejects newcomers. You must be admitting the wrong person, right? Fury frowned. Pierce under his influence has always been mature and stable, a very reliable senior. 780 after all, Fury was promoted by Pierce. I was there, but, ahahaha. Phil Coulson laughed awkwardly. Luo Bing mentioned this to him at the time, but he was not blind, and Minister Pierce was also very polite in the elevator. How come Mr. Luo Bing has become an old B**********************? D? Fury rolled his eyes, quickly dismissing it as a misunderstanding. Ancestor, don't interrupt, return the Tesseract first. Just now, the SHILD level 10 alert has been reported. Although I suppressed it, it will be bad after a long time. Those counselors know about it and want to find me again. Trouble. Fury was about to cry. Let me study it for 2 days. This thing has room for ability. I'll give it to you after I've researched it thoroughly. Luo Bing moved the suitcase to his back. Fury wiped his cold sweat. Not now. Now is the critical period of the second stage of weapon research and development. In 2 days, half a month later, you can get it yourself. Also. Luo Bing thought about it and nodded. Anyway, the spatial coordinates on this thing are so large that it can't even run. If you have time, you can go to the SHILD vault for research. By the way, let's see if there is anything good to borrow and use. Instant. Luo Bing disappeared in place. Instant. Luo Bing appeared again, holding an exaggerated weapon in his hand. Is this the laser weapon you're talking about? Luo Bing asked. Where have you been? Fury wiped the cold sweat from his brow again. This thing has Tesseract energy, it's very well positioned, and I didn't mess around. By the way, I used a small cleaning technique to clean the warehouse for you before leaving. Luo Bing waved his hand and said. Thank you. Fury covered his face with one hand. Phil Coulson on the side looked at Fury and Luo Bing next to him, his embarrassed face stiffened. I have laser weapons, can you make me a laser sword? Luo Bing waved the gun in his hand. You can be careful. This thing is not stable. As for the laser sword you want. Sorry, no, it is too difficult to stabilize the energy bullet form. The laser sword is not so easy to do. There is currently no way to restrain the energy a sword-shaped beam of light. Fury spread his hands. If it could be made into a lightsaber, he would be very happy. There are many agents in the organization who like melee weapons. Luo Bing is a melee weapon consumption leader. Half of the scrapped weapons in the recycling station are his. Why don't you find Tony? He is much better than your researcher. Luo Bing frowned in confusion. When you say this, I'm going to ask you, how is Tony's steel armor made, and how does he charge the armor? It's unscientific. Fury leaned his head curiously. The task of rescuing Tony was handled by Luo Bing. He should know many details, such as how the armor is made, what materials are needed and so on, before. It would be perfect if SHIELD could have an army of Iron Man. It would be unimaginable, even if there were any alien invasion of Earth, they would have to go back crying. It's very simple. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, as if you didn't know this. What's the secret? Fury furtively closed his ears. Because he's smart. He can make that thing in a small broken cave, and he doesn't know what your scientists do to eat. Oh, yes, except Fizenma, they are my friends. Luo Bing shook his head contemptuously. Tony, he didn't plan to share the results of his work, he just walked out with a hammer. Fury had a black line on his face. That hammer. If you can handle it, move to the laboratory yourself. Luo Bing said, handing out the Meow Meow hammer in his hand. Fury, 35. Forget it, take it, anyway, in your dream, this thing is going to be returned to its original owner, right? Fury sighed. That's not necessarily, it depends on what the other party pays. Now this thing belongs to me, and I don't want to do business at a loss. Luo Bing said, the whole person threw the hammer and flew over. Fury is speechless again. Have to. The nature of this guy's greed for money has not changed. This time, it even caught the attention of aliens. Forget it with him. We can't handle it anyway. Fury is a big head and too big, and the lady who gave her such a headache last time is now full of universes to save the world. This group of extraordinary bosses, one likes tossing more than the other. He is immortal, but he is really helpless. God, what have we done? I broke into the headquarters of the mysterious organization for 6 credits. Louise looked at Jane and Dr. Eric Shavig in the small house speechlessly, and the whole person was going crazy. No one has asked them since they were brought into the little house. Fear and helplessness crept into everyone's heart. I asked to see a lawyer. You can't keep us locked up like this. Jane Foster patted the window. It's a pity that the agents outside are all the same as dead men, and none of them pay attention to them. I knew that Thor was unreliable, why should we care about him? Louise complained non-stop, and the whole person was about to be bored and crazy. Squeak. The iron door was pushed open from the outside. Thor, who was stunned, was pushed in. Thor, how are you? Are you okay? Jane Foster ran over excitedly and asked anxiously. I don't know, they said they took me to Slice, but they gave me an injection. I suspect they might have injected me with some virus. Those evil guys in white, they took my blood, come out and compliment me on my good figure. Thor was very angry. Dr. Eric Shavig, in. What you said should be called a medical examination, boy. Look, I said he can fly. Fury looked up at Luo Bing, who flew away with a hammer, and glanced at Phil Coulson helplessly. It's really enviable. Phil Coulson also looked up. No one does not want to fly in the blue sky. Where is he going? I don't feel safe if he's not here. Fury glanced at the sun overhead, glanced in the direction Thor was being dragged away, and shook his head. When encountering such a mysterious event, you still have to use the mystery to defeat the mystery. Roar, 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 roar. Meow hammer is spinning wildly in the sky. Like a helicopter. Luo Bing didn't originally have the flight ability, but under the gravity of the hammer, the whole person's flight was not a problem. The meow meow hammer didn't feel much weight in his hand, but in fact, the power of this thing was exaggerated. Luo Bing threw a whole hammer hard, and his whole body was carried by the meow meow hammer and flew towards the distant town quickly. It feels great. Luo Bing was a big roar, enjoying the unobstructed view of the city below him. Compared with the speed and convenience of teleportation, the body travels more freely in the atmosphere, but is it a bit annoying because of the roaring thunderclouds? The meow meow hammer can cause atmospheric changes in a certain range, probably because he has sealed a destruction fixed star inside. Kernel related. Bang! Luo Bing fell from the sky, not getting used to the brakes, and smashed a big hole in the street. God, look! It's Batman! Oh, so handsome, Batman! Batman! Because of Luo Bing's sudden appearance, passers-by began to shout frantically. In just one day, basically people all over the world know Luo Bing. Don't squeeze, let it all. Hey, guys, Luo Bing finally knew the troubles after becoming famous. He stepped into a notary's office. Hello, Batman, what can I do for you? The staff were so excited that they were going crazy. They didn't expect this kind of surprise on this ordinary and boring day. I'm going to apply for a patent for this thing, it's mine, Luo Bing said, handing the meow meow hammer. Okay. Okay, please put it on the table. The staff scratched his head embarrassingly, he was really too excited. Luo Bing put down the hammer directly. Bang! The entire table was crushed into powder, and meow meow hammer lay quietly on the ground. Sorry, I forgot that this guy might be a little heavy, Luo Bing said embarrassedly, for fear that others would ask him to lose money. No. It's okay, it's no big deal, the staff wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As expected of Batman. The weapon in his hand is so heavy. It takes a lot of strength to hold it. It's amazing. Then, he picked up the tape measure and book, walked through the scene and started to register. Can I take the liberty to ask the origin of this hammer? The staff asked cautiously. Grab it, Luo Bing replied casually. Well. The staff wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, and a minute later, the director of the notary office signed a patent certificate. Please put it away, welcome to come again, a group of people smiled brightly. Well, the service attitude is really good. Luo Bing nodded and walked away with a hammer. Yes, the purpose of his coming is to apply for a patent for the hammer. From today, the ownership of the hammer is his, don't you believe it? I have the certificate. In the desert 15 kilometers northwest of the fallen hammer base, a mysterious pattern suddenly appeared. On top of this pattern, 4 people in strange clothes flashed. They were all dressed in armor, and their hairstyles were quite unique. At first glance, they felt like warriors who came out of ancient myths. The 3 Asgard warriors and the Asgard female warrior Sif came to Earth. This is Midgard. Sif looked at the surrounding desert and asked, why does it feel more desolate than I thought? There is a small town in front of me. I seem to hear the roar whistle of meow meow hammer. Thor must be there. Fandral, one of the 3 warriors, pointed to the front and said. So, the man from Asgard swaggered towards the town. Because their images are too weird, they have attracted the attention of many people along the way. Luo Bing swung the hammer and was about to take off when he saw 4 people running in the distance. 3 males and 1 female, the females are quite beautiful, and they look like they are playing cosplay. However, from the aura, Luo Bing noticed at first glance that they were not ordinary people. Tor. Why have you changed your appearance? Is this Midgard disguised? Fandral looked at the man in front of him curiously, feeling that the current Tor looks very handsome. For flowers 0. Are you Thor? Hogan, one of the 3 warriors, looked puzzled, feeling that something was wrong. However, only Thor can pick up the meow meow hammer. This is a fact that all Asgard people agree with. But at the moment Thor is listening to Loki's bragging with a heartbroken face. And right under the nose of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's a pity that no one can see him. Loki's magic is learned from the two's mother Frigga, especially in deceiving people, is very clever. Thor. Come with us back to Alaska to save the Father of God, now it's all under Loki's control. The ice giant is attacking again. One of the three warriors, Vorstag, rushed over with an anxious look on his face. Said. Tor. The man before the meeting was indifferent. The goddess of war Sif frowned and looked at Luo Bing suspiciously. 0. I'm not Thor, are you looking for a silly son? Luo Bing asked. Walter. The four looked at Luo Bing with bewildered expressions. Oh, it's the wandering singer, Luo Bing explained. Walter. The four of them looked at Luo Bing again with bewildered expressions. That's what you call Thor, Luo Bing explained again. What's wrong with Thor? Why do you have the meow meow hammer? No, why can you pick up the meow meow hammer? 35 The four people responded the same and questioned together. Because I'm handsome, Luo Bing told the truth again. Walter. The four of them were still confused. Are you repeaters? Luo Bing frowned, a little impatient. No, we're looking for Thor. Are you a Midgard or a Protoss? Fandral asked. Never mind your shit, Luo Bing was a little bored. These aliens looked arrogant than stupid sons. You're holding Thor's meow hammer, damn it, how can you pick up the meow hammer? Fandral said angrily. Luo Bing turned around and took out the certificate from his pocket. First, this hammer is mine, with a certificate. Second, if you really want to go to Thor, I'll take you there. Bang 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 bang, Luo Bing knocked out four idiots with a hammer, and dragged his legs to pack and take away. TTB. But it's very dangerous. Children and Earth, the holding room of the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor and the four fellow inmates on the opposite side waited with big eyes and small eyes. Jane and the doctor were called in for questioning, and now there are only 5 hapless Asgards in the house. Why are you here? Thor's eyes widened, thinking he was wrong. Forget it. However, since Thor you are here, let's go out together, leave this terrifying planet, and return to Asgard to rescue the King of God. Fandral glanced out the window as he spoke, and did not see the handsome over-the-top guy. Roar let out a sigh of relief. What are you talking about? Isn't the father dead? Thor frowned. He was chatting with Loki just now, and the two brothers were completely moved. After learning that Odin was dead and Loki saved Asgard, Thor recognized this fact. Brother against himself. And because of the loss of divine power, his father died because of himself, and he would rather, 7 or 80, to stay on the earth for a lifetime without going back to lose face. But now, his good brother tells him that the father is still alive. No, not at all, it's all Loki's conspiracy. That guy stole the casket of ancient winters, used the giants of Jotunheim to attack Asgard. Now the father of God is asleep, the whole Asgard is under Loki's control. Thor, we secretly ran down to tell you the truth. Fandral said in one breath. Damn. I was tricked by Loki again. Thor was very annoyed, and slammed the ground in frustration. I don't know how many times, he was tricked again. Thor, let's go back immediately, don't worry about exile, Asgard needs help now, the Father of God will forgive you. Sif, the goddess of war, said with a fist. No. I've almost lost my powers, and now I'm no different from the Midgards. Thor bowed his head and sighed, anxious and angry. But, the Midgards are very strong. Hogun muttered softly, turning his head to look out the window. The four of them still remember the horror of that Midgard. He defeated the four of them in an instant, and came here after waking up. Not only was his head hurting badly, but his weapons and equipment were all taken away. Midgard, what a horrible planet. If you can escape, you will never come to this ghost place again. Thor. The Midgards are a group of mortals. What's so powerful? Are you also sealed with divine power? Thor asked with a frown. No. The four shook their heads. Then why are you still standing there? Let's break out directly, with the four of you. we can directly overthrow this group of natives, and then I'm looking for a way to restore my divine power and save Asgard." Thor flicked his sleeves, very of pride. It seems that at the moment he has regained that Thor's demeanor. But Fandral glanced out the window subconsciously again. "What have you been worrying about?" Thor was very puzzled. The 4 warriors of Asgard have never been afraid of anyone, why are they all different today? It's not Loki's trick again, right? Thor's nerves are now very sensitive to the word Loki. "We really just broke out like this?" Fandral asked hesitation ally. "What are you afraid of? Are you still afraid of these Midgards?" Thor sneered disdainfully. "There is a Midgard who is particularly powerful. He still has your meow meow hammer in his hand. We were thrown in by that guy, and our weapons and equipment were all robbed," Sif said resentfully. "Fortunately, there was a set of clothes in her armor, or else it would have disappeared. The people of Midgard are really savage. They rob everything and give no boots. She is still barefoot." The person you're talking about is indeed a bit strange. I have seen him lift the meow hammer with my own eyes. I suspect that he may be a descendant of the Aesir Protoss. If he is really that powerful, now it's time for him to repay Asgard." Thor said arrogantly. "Really?" The 4 of them scratched their heads in confusion. "Trust me." 33 Thor nodded solemnly. Afterwards, Asgard, the 4 fools, and the goddess of war, Sif, strode towards the door. Crack! Fandral smashed the defensive iron gate with a fist. "We're out." Thor let out a long roar. With his brother by his side, he felt much better, as if he had returned to the very adventurous days of roaming various secret realms in an instant. Bang! The hammer fell. Hearing the familiar sound, Thor turned his head suspiciously, only to find that the 4 people who were beside him before had returned to the isolation warehouse. "There seems to be a swollen bag on the head. What are you doing?" Thor frowned in confusion. Sif covered his head and pointed behind Thor, his eyes dodged a little. "Huh?" Thor turned around suspiciously. "Ah, it's you, the descendant of the Aesir Protoss. I'm going to find you. Come and rescue Asgard with us." Thor laughed and stretched out his right hand. "You'd better save yourself first." Luo Bing rolled his eyes, kicked Thor back, and then summoned a door to seal the place that had been smashed open earlier. Although the iron gate was just a decoration for the people from Asgard, they still stayed where they were and didn't move. "It hurts." Thor grinned, and now as a mortal he can still feel the pain. "This guy, it's really hateful. The meow meow hammer must be out of order. Doesn't it mean that only people with absolute justice can pick it up? My father is lying to me, this person is a villain." Thor angrily smashed the glass. "Let me out. Let me out, I'm going back to save Asgard." The 3 Asgard warriors and the female warrior Sif on the side squatted in the corner with their heads covered honestly. The head was smashed a bit dumbfounded. "I've sent those 3 people away, they're just normal people, astronomers." Phil Coulson came over with a genial smile on his face. Then Phil Coulson looked at the isolation room on the side with embarrassment on his face. "Is it really good to keep them here? After all, they are the legendary gods. Have you ever seen such a weak god? It's not gods who get down on me." Luo Bing rolled his eyes in disdain. "There are other reasons for keeping these guys here besides seeing them unhappy before. The reason is that Luo Bing found that it was really cool to rob the Protoss, and the weapons and equipment were so good that they had no friends. A Thor was tied, and 4 people came. 5.0 now he has tied all 5 people, and more people will come back later and give him better equipment." Sure enough, Luo Bing didn't wait too long when a destroyer robot with eyes like a flashlight came to the door. "Humph, it's you who shielded the traitors from the god realm, right? You are so brave, you dare to hide criminals, you have violated the Asgard law, and I want to punish you," said the destroyer controlled by Loki. His face changed, his flashlight-like eyes became bigger, and a laser beam directly pointed at you. He hit the spot where Luo Bing was. Wait. It's not as promised. Did you misunderstand me? Luo Bing was speechless. The base behind him was not easy to dodge, so he could only resist with a hammer. Flying into the air, Luo Bing was taken aback. Wait, isn't this a scene from my dream? No, how did I become the protagonist? Chucky. The Meow Meow hammer collided with the laser, and a numb feeling spread to Luo Bing's body. Luo Bing didn't expect that the opponent's attack was still electrified. At the moment, his body was a little stiff. He glanced at the SHALD temporary base behind him, and the whole person took the destroyer robot and flew into the distance. It is not suitable for fighting here, and it is easy to bring disaster to pond fish. The destroyer armor is huge, about 3 meters high, and has super defensive ability. His lasers can smash any known material, including Asgard's metallic URU. It can also generate a high-temperature flame, which can reach the white-hot level. The destroyer can also be shape-shifting, able to rearrange and modify the density of matter so that it can transform into other different forms, such as solids, liquids, and gases. If it were an ordinary weapon, it would be melted directly by the laser light emitted from his pupils, but the Meow Meow hammer was an artifact after all, so how could it compete in a short period of time? If Odin was at the helm of this armor himself, this armor would be invincible. But Loki and Immature are very. He would just go wild and rampage. Chi chi chi, light cannon landed, leaving large pits in the desert. Dusty and flying sand filled the air. Luo Bing hurriedly shuttled through the desert, and when he saw the opportunity, he suddenly appeared behind the destroyer armor, and slammed into the most vulnerable joints of its body. Clang, 14. Sparks flew, and the hammer collided with the body, shooting out dazzling sparks. This guy, such a strong defense, Luo Bing frowned, then disappeared again. When Luo Bing appeared again, golden Susa armor enveloped his body. Under the comparison of the golden Susa giant, the originally tall destroyer seemed to have become a younger brother. The golden sword buzzed, tearing through the air, making the sound of Roar Roar's sonic boom. The golden sword collided with the armor of the destroyer. The latter was directly swept away by a sword. Damn, what is that? Loki looked at the golden Susa in front of him with fear, and frowned. He used magic to cast his consciousness on the destroyer, and naturally he could see everything in front of the destroyer. He had never seen anything like this in the 9 realms. However, Luo Bing didn't give Loki much time to think, his body accelerated. The golden giant sword slashed across the sky and slashed towards the destroyer again. The destroyer let out a scream, huge amounts of arms detached from the body and were directly chopped off. Damn, you be ********D. Loki angered, and the destroyer armor quickly completed shape-shifting with a single arm. A dazzling light cannon shot out from the arm, and the dazzling light lit up the entire desert. Luo Bing teleported backwards to dodge. He wasn't sure if his Susa armor could withstand such an attack, but he was clearly not the kind of idiot who would let local skills hit him on purpose. Luo Bing with teleportation ability is too flexible. The destroyer's palm cannon and the light cannons fired by the twin pupils couldn't effectively hit the golden Susa's body at all. Although that thing has a big goal. After firing hundreds of light cannons in a row, the entire desert was bombed with holes, but the attack never reached Luo Bing once. How to fight this? I can't fight at all. Loki is not the reckless brother Thor. Knowing that the strength of the two sides is not equal, he directly grabbed the arm that was cut off from the ground and pressed it on his body forcibly. Fly into the distance. The legs of the destroyer armor are complete with shape-shifting, and the powerful light cannon jets leave a dream trail in the sky. Want to run? Luo Bing threw the hammer, and the whole person also flew up. The two of them crossed the desert, chasing after me, circling in circles in this desolate land. Humph. Loki sneered, his whole body turned flexibly, and he flew in the direction of SHALD town in an instant. Compared with the flexibility of the destroyer armor, Luo Bing, who was flying by the traction of the hammer, was too passive, and he was rampant, unable to turn at all, and was quickly thrown behind him. Luo Bing fell on the spot, looked at the direction Loki was going away, and shook his head. Although the hammer in his hand can be lifted by him, it does not have a trace of divinity. It is just a powerful weapon and cannot be called a divine weapon. Luo Bing can feel that the Miao Miao hammer is self-conscious. It's just that the guy doesn't seem too happy to be his master himself. Don't try to run away in front of me. Luo Bing swung his arm, the golden hexagram writing "Will I" in the eye socket stopped spinning, the golden Susa instantly shattered and dissipated, and the whole person instantly disappeared in place. In the sky, Loki's destroyer armor is flying freely. At the moment, he is not relaxed. Looking at the flashing light spots on the ground below him, he knows that he is still within the hunting range of that person. As long as he landed on the ground, the guy would suddenly jump to his side and hit him hard on the neck. How can such a life exist in Midgard? Is this guy an Asgardian here? Loki is not easy, but fortunately that guy can't accurately locate the spatial coordinates of the fast-moving, otherwise the sky would not be a safe place. Thor. Loki's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed when he saw the Thor 5 who had sneaked out again in the distance. As long as Thor is killed, he is the worthy lord of Asgard, and no one is qualified to take the king's position with him. Even if Odin wakes up, he has to admit that he is better than Thor. He has won. It's the destroyer. Fandral looked at the distant roaring sky. Several people were indulging in the joy of escaping from the evil Midgard stronghold, but they did not expect to encounter the destroyer armor head-on. It must be Loki sent to arrest us. What should we do? Hogun asked the surrounding companions subconsciously. Although they have never fought the destroyer, they have no weapons and equipment in their hands, and the chances of surviving facing the destroyer are very low. Fight him. Fandral pulled out the old-fashioned telephone pole by the roadside and prepared for battle. The boom destroyer fired a light cannon before it landed on the ground, directly covering the 5 people on the street. Be careful. Hogun supported Thor, who had lost his power, to dodge quickly, barely dodging the attack of the inverted beam of 780, but left a scorching wound on his waist. The passers-by in the town fled frantically, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. Swish! Luo Bing teleported to the scene. The destroyer armor took a step back subconsciously, and Loki, the manipulator armor, was thinking about the situation in front of him. I think we've misunderstood. I'm just catching Asgard criminals, not Midgard. I represent Asgard and sign a peace treaty with Midgard. Loki exclaimed. Luo Bing spat in disdain. You didn't say that just now. It's too late now. Saying that, Luo Bing raised the hammer, and the Miao Miao hammer triggered the weather changes in the clouds, and the whole person instantly rushed towards Loki in front of him. K him, brother. Come on. Thor excitedly became a cheerleader. A few black lines hung on Luo Bing's face, who was moving fast. How can it be regarded as the illusion of a tool person again? Then, he stopped and looked at Loki next to him. Loki was about to run away when he noticed that the situation had changed and stopped. Since you just said there was a misunderstanding, how do you want to compensate me? Luo Bing asked, looking at Loki. Huh? Loki froze on the spot. It looks like you don't want to lose. Luo Bing's eyes were cold and aggressive, as if he would rush up to beat the destroyer armor in the next second. Pay back. Loki hurriedly shouted. What compensation do you want? Loki asked with a frown, manipulating the destroyer armor. For him, it was a good deal to lose something to take out a troubled opponent. Asgard fought in the 9 realms, and the treasure house not only accumulated many rare treasures. He could have dismissed the Midgard with just 1 or 2 pieces. And as long as he kills Thor and becomes the king, isn't he in charge of what's in the treasury? What do you have? Luo Bing put away the hammer and eased his attitude. What do I have? Loki frowned. He thought it was just the Midgard's vision that let him say something casual. Things that might seem precious to him were of no use to him. But I didn't expect that guy to throw the problem to himself again. What should I do now? What if the amount said is too small and the other party is not satisfied? Wouldn't it be a loss for me if I said too much? However, Loki has been a royal family since he was a child, and he has no idea about the baby, so he curled his lips. Don't worry, you can choose one of the things in the Asgard treasure house. There are Asgard's treasures for tens of thousands of years, and many of them are bigger than your hands. The hammer is even more powerful. Oh. Luo Bing was a little moved. But human greed is limitless. So he turned to look at Thor. I heard that you are also a prince. Do you have a baby? You. Loki's eyes widened. He never imagined that the other party would still do such a thing, and now he felt rage in his heart, but he was still abruptly endured by him. Can't be angry, can't be angry. I definitely have. My meow meow hammer is still in your hands. As long as you help me take down Loki, you will be the hero who saved the Asgard crisis, and then you can choose 2 treasures in Asgard. Thor is also a prodigal, with a solid foundation, and he speaks boldly. Oh. Loki, right, your brother has bid for 2 artifacts, how about you? Luo Bing looked at Loki slyly. As if at the moment he was the deceitful god of mythology. Loki was speechless. He clearly knew that this was a trap, but he had no way of doing it. The opponent's force was there, and that was a trouble that he could not avoid even using conspiracy and tricks. So he can only increase the chips. Anyway, he never cared about those artifacts in Asgard. What he saw was power and the throne. 3 pieces, Loki said abruptly. Luo Bing looked at Thor again. 4 pieces. Thor reported a number without hesitation. He has been in the 9 realms for so many years, and many of the treasures he found alone have been sent to the Asgard treasure room. He has nothing to panic. 5 pieces. Thor. You're just a piece of shit right now, you don't have any power at all, and your promises can never be fulfilled. Man, he's lying to you, he can't even go back to Asgard now. Roared, playing side by side with his own thoughts. You fart. When the father wakes up, you will finish Loki. Not only will I regain my strength, but your behavior will also be punished by the father. I will give you 6 pieces. Asgard's treasure trove is free to choose. Thor shouted angrily. Drink. You. Loki was furious, knowing that wasn't the way to go. The chips between the 2 are only the Asgard treasury, and the Asgard treasury is the only one. No matter how much they add, neither of them can surpass the other. The Kingdom of Frost, roared Loki. I am the widow of the giants of Jotunheim. I can design to lure the king of the giants of Jotunheim, and then murder him. When the time comes, I will give you the entire Frost Kingdom. You become the king of the giants of Jotunheim, I become the king of Asgard, and then we will share the entire 9 realms. Loki has given Thor a condition that Thor can never do. What? Brother? Thor looked at Loki in disbelief. Shut up, yes, I was never your brother. I'm just a baby Odin snatched from the giants of Jotunheim, a proton. 39. Thor. Now you finally know why Odin has always valued you and never used me. Because I'm not his son at all. Just a tool to threaten the giants of Jotunheim. Loki yelled wildly. As if that's the reason for his crazy behavior. No. It's not like that. Thor, who knew the truth, looked at Loki in distress. There must be some misunderstanding, Loki, Thor yelled. Misunderstanding? Oh, these are all admitted by Odin. Don't be silly, Thor, you are the prince of the 9 realms, and I'm just a giants of Jotunheim bug with blue disgusting skin essence. Why? Why are our fates so different since birth? Loki growled frantically. Loki watched this scene and smashed his tongue. Why did the good alien invasion war turn into a bitter family drama. He is not good at meddling in family dramas. Well, don't argue, each of you will give me 5 artifacts, and I will watch from the side. Luo Bing said, walked to the roadside and took a small bench from the stall, grabbed it with one hand, and slowly walked from the side. A bag of melon seeds was caught in the generated small black hole. And then banged up like that. The 2 brothers, who were already full of emotions, instantly calmed down when they heard this sentence. Glancing at each other. Intense sparks shot out of his eyes. The destroyer was dispatched, and the 3 Asgard warriors had no ability to resist at all, and 2 were kicked and flew out, spitting out blood. So strong, Fandral frowned and looked at Luo Bing. If they had weapons and equipment at hand, they might not be so embarrassed. Go back, Thor said, walking straight to the destroyer and opening his hands. Thor. The 3 Asgard warriors looked at Thor in embarrassment. Loki, my brother, stop, I can forgive you all, it's not your fault, we've been together for more than 1,000 years, we grew up together, you've always been my brother, Thor smiled bitterly, shows the truth. Shut up. Loki, overwhelmed by his anger, couldn't handle that much. If killing me can free you, then come on. However, I beg you to spare my friends. Thor said, closed his eyes, and waited quietly to die. He did not resist in the slightest. Boom! The destroyer shot Thor directly with a light cannon. Loki sneered, this is not a TV series, he wouldn't be stupid to show mercy at the last second. Thor fell to the ground, looking almost dead. There was no reaction in the body, and the whole person was roasted and smelled. Luo Bing frowned, stopped Zhao Qian's, and put down the melon seeds in his hand. He found that he actually admired this stupid son a little bit, and it seemed a pity to let him die like this. So, Luo Bing decided to go back to stop all this. It's a pity that before he could react, the meow meow hammer lying quietly at his feet flew out. Zitsizi. The clouds rolled in the sky, and a huge amount of lightning draped over Thor's body. Thor floated up from the ground, wrapped in thunder and lightning, and radiated pure electric tongue in his eyes. Thor has regained his power. Loki. Thor wielded the meow hammer, wearing armor, and the cloak behind him flew in the wind. Thor. The destroyer roared loudly, and a distant golden beam of light shot out from his eye sockets. The battle between the 2 is imminent. It turns out that I'm not the protagonist, this is what I saw in my dream. Luo Bing patted the sunflower seeds and touched his chin. Then, he looked in Thor's direction and shouted. Hey, my hammer is mine, with a certificate, remember to return it after use. Hearing Luo Bing's words, Thor stumbled and was almost distracted by Loki's chants. However, Raiden was originally the nemesis of the destroyer machine, not to mention Thor, who was in an explosive state of battle at the moment. After regaining his divine power, he not only returned to his previous peak, but also had some blessings from the power of Odin. Loki is not good at fighting, and the destroyer he controls cannot exert 30% of the strength of destroyer's armor at all. After more than a dozen rounds, it was directly penetrated by Thor's hammer full of lightning. Chi chi chi. Thunder and lightning raged, and the surrounding area of 100 meters was shrouded in a violent electromagnetic field. The surrounding buildings were shaken by the aftermath, and the glass on the house burst one after another. The high-voltage line on the side was also directly broken, and the power of the entire town was pulled and consumed in an instant. Boom! The destroyer's charred body fell heavily to the ground. The precise parts that make up the destroyer were violently destroyed by lightning, and the invincible destroyer became a pile of scrap iron. It was now nearly dusk, and the town that had lost its electricity was getting dark. The people from Shield have long been attracted by this battle, standing behind Luo Bing, looking solemnly at the fallen destroyer. The power of this group of aliens has surpassed their imagination. 4 or 5 alien visitors will make a lot of noise here. According to the existing weapons and equipment, if the aliens really invade, they will not. The 780 leaves room for any resistance. Fury looked solemnly at Luo Bing, who was calmly eating melon seeds. The restless heart finally relaxed gradually. Everything seems to be okay now with him, but if one day he leaves, how will they deal with these alien visitors? Roar, roar, roar. Thor let out a long roar. Just when he was about to die, he felt his father's call, and then woke up from the dream, instantly regaining his divine power. Not only that, Thor at the moment is stronger than ever. He has awakening the power of Odin from his father in his body, which also means that he is transforming into a real Thor, not a hammer god. Good fight. Luo Bing clapped his hands and walked towards Thor, then stretched out his hand. What? Thor wondered. Now he is not hostile to Luo Bing. After all, this human also helped them resist the destroyer for a long time at the beginning. Without him, maybe he and a few friends would not be able to stop the menacing Loki. Hammer, I said you lent it to you. Luo Bing spread out his hands, looking like an honest man. Ah, but this is my hammer. Thor, Bifa, looked ugly and was speechless in his heart. I have a certificate. If you don't believe me, look at it. Luo Bing calmly took out the patent book from his pocket. That calm appearance gave everyone in SHILD a headache when they saw it. You don't mean to hack my hammer, do you? Luo Bing asked contemptuously. It's obvious that you want to hack my hammer. Thor shouted angrily. Now that he has regained his powers, the irritable brother is back online, and Luo Bing is not at all cowardly in his heart. That's right, you also hacked our weapons and equipment, hand them over quickly. Fandral shouted from the side. And mine. The other Asgard visitors stood up one after another, crusade against Luo Bing. Now that Thor is so powerful, and with his big brother backing, how can they weaken Asgard's reputation? I picked up the hammer, and I applied for a patent. As for your equipment, that's the cost of taking you to find your prince. Not only do you not thank me, but you also bite me back. I'm very sad. You aliens are so unreasonable. Luo Bing shook his head and sighed, seemingly helpless. Who is unreasonable? Can we still have a good chat? I really believe in your wickedness. You Midgards are all devils. Impossible. The Meow Meow hammer was built for me by my father himself. I can't give it to you. I'm also a reasonable person. If you can beat me, then. Boom. The 30-meter-tall golden Susa emerged from Luo Bing's body. Layers of armor are covered with the skull frame of the golden giant, and the lines of flesh and blood are clearly visible. The golden giant's sword pointed directly at Thor below, and the immortal black Amaterasu flame spread over the sword body, and the surrounding air began to burn hot. Susanoo almost second stage. Semi-complete. Then what? Luo Bing held his chest with both hands, floating on the chest of the golden giant, and glanced at the crowd below with a domineering look. Gudong. Thor swallowed. Gudong, Gudong. The brothers beside him, including the goddess of war Sif, gulped wildly. Even everyone in SHALD stared wide-eyed at this scene. They have never seen Luo Bing in this state, although the SHILD intelligence base has mentioned golden light. But Susa at that time was not perfect. It was just the first time it was used, and it seemed far less intimidating than it is now. This is also the first time that Luo Bing has fully stimulated the power of Susanoo. The half-afternoon fight with the Loki-manipulated destroyer hadn't yet triggered this state. After an afternoon of familiarity, he found that he seemed to be able to induce a stronger state, so he gave it a try. Thor. Are you intimidating me? Well, I am indeed intimidated by you. Ahaha, I want to say, it's normal, so let me change it for you, okay? I'll change it to one of the same level as the Meow Meow hammer. You know, Asgard's treasury is mostly normal items, but I know that the father has his own treasures, and the Odin treasury is full of treasures, no worse than the Meow Meow hammer. Thor laughed awkwardly. Thor at the moment sold Odin very badly. That's fine, but it has to satisfy me. Luo Bing nodded. Anyway, Meow Meow Hammer doesn't listen to him, it's not very useful. The matter was settled like this, and the Asgard group of 4 did not dare to mention their equipment. What do you think? Equipment is dead, people are alive. Isn't it just a few pieces of equipment? Life is more important. Thor starts roar shouting Heimdall. A few minutes later, a colorful beam of light was projected. The group, including Luo Bing, disappeared in an instant, leaving a mysterious symbol on the ground. Roar, what's the matter? Fury wiped the sweat from his brow. It's over at last. Phil Coulson shook his head, feeling that he and his party were here to make soy sauce. Recover the robot on the ground, that thing is very valuable for research. Fury waved his hand and instructed the agent around him to act immediately. But at the moment there is no ruin of the destroyer on the ground. That thing had already been taken into the Shenwei space by Luo Bing, the moment he summoned the Susa armor. Air. How did it disappear? Did it disintegrate? Fury looked bewildered, completely confused. Gee. On the top of the mountains, the wind returns to the clouds. The light golden sunlight was cast down from the lingering clouds, and the purple sky was close to the world, as if within reach. The ancient tree like a crouching dragon stood quietly between the sky and the earth, carrying huge amounts of umbrella covers since ancient times. The wind gently swayed the swing, accompanied by the faint snarling of a few fallen leaves, and the old creaking sound echoed in this vast time. Here is Asgard. This is a huge flat land. At the end of the continent that stretched for an unknown number of kilometers, waterfalls burst out from their nests and flowed into the black and mysterious starry sky. Clouds are blue and green and want to rain, and water is dank and smoky. Xianshan Chonga is resplendent. The palaces and even the streets here are lavishly carved in gold or crystal. Maybe Luo Bing can't recognize the real names of those materials, but that stuff looks very expensive. If it wasn't for a group of people staring at him curiously, Luo Bing would really like to pry a few bricks and stones under him and put them into the Shenwei space. Middle. It's not that he is poor, it's that he is too poor. If this wealth comparison object is the legendary god's domain. Brother, are you alright? Sif looked at his brother Heimdall, and found that he still had a chill on his body, his face was pale, and the situation was very bad. I'm fine, Loki froze me with casket of ancient winters, but fortunately, I escaped. Heimdall wears golden armor and has golden eyes. That's the all-seeing eye. He could see almost any direction in the 9 realms, and was also Bifrost's Asgardian, Odin's most loyal subordinate. There were 2 dead bodies of giants of Jotunheim lying not far away. It seemed that the giants of Jotunheim had invaded the interior of Asgard, and the situation was not optimistic. Loki stole the casket of ancient winters, now the Asgard army is at war with the giants of Jotunheim. Thor, it's up to you. Heimdall looked at Thor, his voice weak. Loki. Thor roared, throwing the Meow Meow hammer and rushed directly to the distant battlefield. For Asgard. For Asgard. The 3 Asgard warriors also rushed towards the distance. Sif glanced at his brother, nodded at him, and then rushed out. Only Luo Bing and Heimdall stared blankly at the scene. Hello, young man. Heimdall looked at Luo Bing in front of him and nodded friendly. Hello, Luo Bing nodded in return. Then the 2 fell into an awkward silence. Is there a tour guide here? Luo Bing glanced left and right and asked politely. Heimdall. It's at war, young people. Did you not have a tour guide during the war? Luo Bing asked again. Heimdall's mouth twitched slightly. What's wrong with this young man? I thought it was Thor's friend, why did he speak so irritatingly? It is said that now is war, life and death. Are you here to travel? Heimdall nodded, a little angry. All the soldiers in Asgard are on the battlefield. If you're not afraid of death, maybe you can look somewhere. Okay, Luo Bing nodded and took 2 steps forward. Heimdall frowned, having no idea what the young man was thinking. Seeing him go further and further, Heimdall breathed a sigh of relief and continued to guard Bifrost. As the Asgardian of Bifrost, this is his mission, and even in the event of a war, he cannot leave here half a step. Instead, Asgard is truly in crisis if the enemy takes control of Bifrost. But Heimdall didn't expect that the young man who had just walked a few steps turned around and came over again. Heimdall looked at each other suspiciously, not knowing what he was doing again. Timid? Afraid to die? Excuse me, are there any guides here to lead the way to the battlefield? I'm sorry, they ran too fast just now, and I'm not familiar with the space nodes here. Luo Bing asked politely again. Heimdall, home. You young man has no end. You did it on purpose. You definitely did it on purpose. Heimdall sighed, very helpless. Asgard is not open to outsiders, only Bifrost can enter and exit here, this is not a children's paradise at all. There is no guide. Even if there are visitors from other worlds, they are invited by the father of God Odin. For a creature like Luo Bing, Heimdall has lived for so long, and it is the first time that Heimdall has seen it all over the 9 worlds. In desperation, he pointed forward. Asgard is not open to outsiders, but now the king of God is sleeping, you are Thor's friend, you have 2 choices, either stay here and wait for the war to end, or follow this road and go straight ahead, the battlefield is ahead. Now that the 2 countries are at war, I will always observe the movements of the giants of Jotunheim clan, and please don't disturb me. Heimdall was very polite. Even though he was very dissatisfied with this very eccentric young man, he didn't say anything. After living for so long, he rarely showed his personal emotions, which are only things that immature children have. Heimdall is calm and doesn't care about the little things. To him, nothing matters except Odin and Asgard and Bifrost. Then I'll go to sleep. Luo Bing yawned, not treating himself as an outsider at all, and it was night time on Earth. He casually summoned a wooden door, lay on it and closed his eyes. Seeking flowers 0. Heimdall froze for a moment, then ignored the odd young man, his eyes glowing golden, and he continued to patrol the battlefield and the home of the giants of Jotunheim. Luo Bing really fell asleep like that. He didn't have any sense of responsibility to help Asgard defend against foreign enemies, he just came to ask for the account. This is not the Earth, and he has no time to meddle in his own business. Some hours later, the alarm on the phone in Luo Bing's pocket rang. Heimdall frowned and glanced, his forehead covered with blue veins, then fell silent again, ignoring it. Luo Bing woke up slowly, this time he didn't have a dream, he slept very peacefully, since he missed opening the lucky halo at 12 o'clock last time and got a breaking ability named Zhang San. He set it on his mobile phone. The alarm clock reminded him to add buff at 11:59 p.m. 0. Luo Bing skillfully turned on the halo. Sign in successfully. Today's power Senior White's Pet Squirrel Air's strong identification technique has been received, please use it to your heart's content. Ability Introduction. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? Luo Bing touched his chin and was a little flustered. He was flustered about everything about Senior Bai, but what the hell is a pet? What the hell is a powerhouse identification technique? Luo Bing turned to look at Heimdall, who was beside him, and asked suspiciously, Mr. Heimdall, are you a strong man? Heimdall is staring at the battlefield. At the moment the battle situation has reached the white hot, before Loki received many giants of Jotunheim through Bifrost, now giants of Jotunheim are attacking the holy city. With Odin slumbering and Thor being entangled with Loki, the situation has been stalemate, but now that the giants of Jotunheim have breached the first line of defense, many Asgard warriors are injured and the situation is not optimistic. I'm just a gatekeeper. The real strong should live on the battlefield. Heimdall shook his head. He also wanted to go to the front if his mission was not important. So, what you said seems to make sense. Luo Bing nodded and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Heimdall frowned suspiciously, looked left and right, the all-seeing eye spread, and he was shocked to see Luo Bing, who was constantly flashing towards the battlefield. Space movement. What does he want to do? Heimdall frowned, surprised. He originally thought that the strange young man was just a low-level magician with a little knowledge of creation magic, but he did not expect that he actually mastered high-level space movement magic. And it doesn't seem to be chanting the spell at all. And Asgard Holy City, a large number of giants of Jotunheim are attacking under the leadership of Lauf, the leader of giants of Jotunheim. Lauf has only one purpose, to kill Odin while he is sleeping. Eliminate this enemy forever. Originally, in Loki's plan, he would lead Ove to sneak into the palace through a secret passage, and wait for Lauf to kill him with the eternal spear just before he starts, and become Asgard's savior. Unfortunately, all these plans were disrupted by Luo Bing, who spoiled the situation. Loki didn't have time to plan so much, and the restored Thor was already on him. The two brothers fought an infighting in front of the enemy. Loki is not as strong as Thor at all, but with Odin's Spear of Eternity in his hand, coupled with his magic, he can also fight back and forth with Thor. Charge! The 3-meter-high Lauf gave another attack order, and the giants of Jotunheim charged again. Asgard had only 10,000 soldiers, 7 or 80, and the giants of Jotunheim had 100,000 troops. With such unequal numbers, the Asgard warriors fought for hours, losing their first line of defense. Frigga holds a pocket dagger, constantly casting healing magic. She stood frowning on the palace's watchtower. Looking at the giants of Jotunheim in the distance and the two sons who kept fighting sounds in the distance, I felt a little nervous. Now that the father of god Odin is asleep and the two princes are in a tussle, Frigga, the mother of the gods, is the spiritual backbone of all Asgard warriors. In the long history, Asgard has never been defeated in the 9 realms. After so many years, the 9 realms are peaceful, Asgard is isolated from the world, and the soldiers are not as powerful as before. The invincible goddess of war also left one by one. Odin spent a lot of divine power in order to seal the eldest daughter Hela, and now Asgard is not as beautiful as it used to be. It can be said that Asgard without Odin is a complete empty shell. No successor. That's why Odin desperately wanted a king who would stand up and succeed him in protecting Asgard. However, his actions led to Loki and Thor's infighting, and things started to get out of hand. As the father of God, Odin may not even know how to raise his own children. Maybe his training style is more unique. Attack! Frigga commanded the soldiers to defend and counterattack. The ice giant is 3 meters tall and has a burly stature, but in terms of combat power, although Asgard's soldiers are not as good as before, they are still powerful. The swords collided, and the guardian chariot of the holy city released one after another of bright lasers, which firmly resisted the crazy offensive of the giants of Jotunheim. Hiss! The icy cold air spread, and many Asgard warriors were frozen into ice cubes by the frost. Frigga looked anxious in her eyes, but she didn't show it. She can't fall at the moment yet. She tried her best to release healing magic and dispel frost, but her power at the moment was no longer optimistic. Instant. A shadow flashed, appeared above the two armies, and landed on the holy city wall. "Hey guys, stop and put down your knives and swords," Luo Bing waved at the city wall. No one pays attention to him. Everyone was playing well. Luo Bing frowned, a golden 6-pointed star appeared in his eye socket, and a golden Susa about 30 meters high rose from the sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Whether it was the giants of Jotunheim or the Asgard soldiers, they all stopped fighting, retreated to the formation, and looked at the golden giants who suddenly broke into the city wall with piercing eyes. "Who are you?" Lauf, the leader of the giants of Jotunheim, looked at the city wall with a bad look. For this alien who suddenly entered the battlefield, his attitude was not friendly. Frigga also looked over cautiously, not knowing whether the visitor was an enemy or a friend. "Hey, don't be nervous, everyone, I'm just here to test my new skills." By the way, let me ask, who is the strongest here? Luo Bing looked around, glanced at the soldiers on both sides, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Humph, what need to ask? The warriors of the Frost clan are all strong. As for you, the brat who came out of nowhere, get out of the battlefield of the giants of Jotunheim warriors immediately. Lauf is very proud, for Luo Bing's the question feels very funny. Oh. Luo Bing raised his eyebrows. I don't believe it, but it doesn't matter, just check it out. Luo Bing said, the original golden hexagram kaleidoscope was even more bizarre. A strange energy was transmitted to his pupils. Is the powerhouse identification technique still the pupil technique? Luo Bing was very surprised. The expert identification technique was automatically attached to his eyes. As long as his mind moved, this skill would be activated. So, Luo Bing turned his head to look at the giants of Jotunheim. The six-pointed star riding wheel was slightly rotating and brewing. What is he doing? All the giants of Jotunheim looked at the wall curiously. In fact, one of Asgard's people also looked over, but due to the angle of view, none of the Asgard soldiers could look directly into Luo Bing's eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Bing opened his mouth. What is filial piety? What is love? Feel the greatness of mother's love. Swish. A beam of light quickly shot out of Luo Bing's eye socket, splitting into countless tiny rays, and finally hit the lower abdomen of everyone who saw his eyes. What kind of attack is this? Lauf frowned, but before he could think about it, his stomach swelled quickly. Not just him, but everyone who was hit by the light. At the moment, Luo Bing got another message in his mind. Powerhouse appraisal technique, hit by pregnancy gaze, effect, 10 seconds of pregnancy experience plus half an hour of childbirth experience. This skill cannot be immune, cannot be resisted, cannot be eliminated, cannot be evaded, and can only be resisted. I wish you good luck. P.S. Only those who resist the powerhouse identification technique are the real powerhouses. Walter. Luo Bing's eyes widened. This skill is actually this thing. Is this the legendary staring at who is pregnant? Luo Bing didn't have time to think too much, and the scene was already chaotic. The tall giants of Jotunheim and a few Asgard soldiers all swelled up. 1 lap in a second. 5.0 for 10 seconds. Everyone looked at their stomachs in confusion. Most of the people present were men. They never thought that if they suddenly became pregnant one day, it would be a magical scene. But now, they experience it. 10 seconds later is the birthing experience. Soon, the entire battlefield screamed again and again, like a pig slaughtering scene. Even a man with a strong will, at the moment shed tears. That is a special effect of the powerhouse identification technique, which completely allows people to experience a relative pain level of childbirth with the endurance of ordinary women. Among the Asgard crowd, the 3 Asgard warriors who met Luo Bing and the female god of war Sif were also recruited. This kind of magic, it's amazing. Frigga, the mother of the gods, widened her eyes with envy. What's going on? Heimdall, who has an all-seeing eye, naturally did not escape being hit by the expert identification technique. This is a bug. Anyone who can look directly into Luo Bing's eyes can be identified by a strong expert no matter where they are. Ah, the deep Heimdall couldn't help but shouted. The golden armor on his abdomen bulged into a large bag, and the whole person was sweating profusely, and fell to the ground. It just so happened that at this moment, Loki skipped over from a distance and snatched the golden sword from his hand. It is also the key of Bifrost. What did you do? Damn, Lauf was sweating profusely. The first time in his life the tough leader of giants of Jotunheim had suffered such a fate. The Asgard soldiers who didn't get hit were stunned, and the weapons in their hands were almost unsteady. This should be scary too. What is this operation? All of the giants of Jotunheim were knocked down in a second. This is sorcery. 14. Fortunately this thing didn't fall on me. The lucky soldier looked at the wailing comrades beside him, and there was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Lauf was about to burst. He felt as if there was life coming out of his stomach, but he didn't have that function at all. What could he do with this? What a giant! Many girl warriors blushed, and resisted letting out a humiliating scream. Pregnancy staring only makes one experience what it feels like to have a baby and give birth, but it doesn't really produce life. Luo Bing didn't know what to do if he did give birth to a child. Is he going to be the father of tens of thousands of little giants of Jotunheim? Think about it all in a cold sweat. Luo Bing shuddered and felt the horror of this skill again. The main sources of his current abilities are the bosses of two factions. One is a series of 7 generations of Hokage, which is synonymous with madness and coolness. The other is a series of white predecessors, strange, terrifying, symbols of sorcery. What should we do? Take advantage of this opportunity to kill them? A soldier walked up to Frigga and asked in a low voice, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. There are still about 60,000 giants of Jotunheim left on the field, but they all lost their ability to fight, laying on the ground and wailing, and even the mentally unstable ones fainted. Frigga frowned. It wasn't Asgard's style to rush to kill. But there were so many giants of Jotunheim's soldiers that even a cell full of dominion could not hold it. Kill Lauf, first imprison these giants temporarily, prepare the magic circle, wait for the Father of God to wake up, and then deal with it. Frigga's expression was still calm, and she made a judgment at the moment. The giants of Jotunheim are a race that values kingship. When Lauf, the leader of the giants of Jotunheim, died, all the giants of Jotunheim lost their backbone, and naturally there was no threat. But, are they really pregnant? What if they have a child? Many of us in Asgard were also hit by that strange light. Most of them were men. Do you want to cut your stomach? The soldier wiped his cold sweat again, and asked hesitation. Frigg frowned. She was also very embarrassed. She knows how women give birth to children, but men don't have that function at all. This is how to do. Frigg looked straight at Luo Bing, hesitation for a moment, and walked straight towards the other party. In order to protect the safety of the Mother of the Gods, the soldiers on the side fought hard to keep up. In fact, their calves were trembling unconsciously. Hello, young warrior. Frigga showed a kind smile, beautiful and dignified, and the aura of the Mother of the Gods made people look very comfortable, and she couldn't help but want to get close to her and protect her. Hello. Luo Bing was still struggling with everything in front of him, when he saw Frigga come over, put away Suzwa, and jumped off the city wall. Boom! As soon as he landed, the soldier beside him raised his weapon subconsciously. Frigga waved her hand in motion for everyone to step back, grateful for the warrior who saved Asgard and defeated the army of giants of Jotunheim. Thank you for your help, young warrior. I don't know where you came from, and, just, what to do with these pregnant people. Will they really give birth to life? Frigga looked at the handsome young man in front of him, and just saw his back from a distance, but when he walked in, he found that this life was very handsome, and he didn't know where he was from the Protoss. Luo Bing was embarrassed, and somehow he became the hero to save Asgard. He was just experimenting with new skills. My name is Luo Bing, I'm from Earth, and Thor brought me here. Don't worry, they won't have children, it's just an experience. Luo Bing stretched out his right hand. Frigg was stunned for a moment, and he stretched out his right hand with hesitation. There is no handshake etiquette in Asgard. What's more, as the Mother of the Gods, it would be very rude to contact outsiders. But Frigga did not resist. After all, he just saved Asgard. He is the hero of Asgard. Are you Thor's friend? Frigg asked curiously. Actually, a friend. Luo Bing hesitation. It seems a little difficult to say that he is a creditor in front of other people's mothers. Thor is really lucky to have a friend like you. You're talking about Midgard, right? Excuse me, are you the Sorcerer Supreme who protects the earth? Frigg looked at Luo Bing and asked her own question. With such a powerful magic, in Frigga's view, he must be the current Sorcerer Supreme. 780 God Realm actually had contact with Sorcerer Supreme. In fact, Odin and a certain legendary Sorcerer Supreme are still friends. Huh. I'm not. Luo Bing frowned in confusion. He has never heard of the character Sorcerer Supreme. Is there still a magician on Earth? He has never seen it. Huh. Frigg frowned, not quite understanding. If it wasn't for Sorcerer Supreme, how could this young man possess such great magical powers that he could knock out tens of thousands of soldiers at the same time? And the space magic attainment he just came here is also very high. At least Frigga doesn't know this kind of high-level space magic. The two talked constantly, and all the Asgard soldiers relaxed and began to celebrate the victory of the Great War. Just at the moment, a loud bang came from a distance. The person he was with shook his head and looked over. That was Bifrost's direction, and the sound just now came from above Bifrost. Odin suddenly woke up from his slumber, rolled up his divine power, and flew towards Bifrost with unparalleled speed. The King of God has awakened. The Father of God is awakened. Everyone cheered roar up. Frigga was also delighted, but she was still a little worried, not knowing what her husband would do with his youngest son, Loki. Luo Bing frowned, his feeling told him that something bad seemed to happen. That night, Luo Bing was arranged to live in a luxurious palace. Asgard's hospitality was very considerate. Not only did he prepare new clothes for Luo Bing, but the palace was also equipped with a small hot spring. He also brought two beautiful girls with exquisite appearance to bathe and change Luo Bing's clothes. Luo Bing wasn't used to this, although it seemed normal to Asgard's people. A hero should be treated like a hero. Their thinking was unexpectedly feudal, and the hierarchy was very clear. Frigga arranged all this thoughtfully, but unfortunately Luo Bing refused. He waved his hand and let the two overwhelmed young girls leave the room, lie down in the hot spring and close their eyes. He has great respect for his future wife, although he does not know where she is now. In the evening, Odin and Frigga had a long chat. The destruction of Bifrost is a trivial matter. In Frigga's view, her youngest son Loki, who has been raised for thousands of years, fell into the abyss. Although Loki is not her own child, in these long years, she has long regarded it as her own, and her care for her is not behind Thor. Even because of Loki's mischief, Frigga cared more about the child who would never grow up. The two then chatted about Luo Bing. Thor also told his father and mother exactly what happened on Earth. I'm very worried about Thor, he hasn't grown up enough to satisfy me. Odin looked into the distance, his eyes a little deep. He's still young, we need to be more patient, Frigg comforted. Odin shook his head and looked at his partner, revealing an astonishing fact. I'm running out of time, and Ragnarok has an omen, Odin said. How could this be? Frigga covered her mouth in surprise, with tears in her eyes. Actually, I've thought about that scene for a long time, but unfortunately, Thor can't shoulder that responsibility now, Odin said, showing a slight smile. He had already looked down on life and death, but he couldn't let go of Asgard. After I die, Hela will get out of hell. Maybe this is the retribution for the mistakes I made when I was young. Brothers and legs cannibalize each other, father and daughter are against each other. At that time, according to Hela's character, in order to get revenge on me, she desperate to destroy Asgard. Odin took a deep roar inhalation, the old man's eyes were very dull. How has she been? Frigg asked boldly. Odin has never allowed her to visit his daughter, nor tell him anything about Hela. She was getting more and more mad. I was wrong, I thought that being in captivity would make her realize her mistake, but I didn't expect her to get worse, Odin said, with a little more tenderness in his words. The goddess of death Hela, Odin's eldest daughter, accompanied Odin to conquer the 9 realms, causing countless countries to fall. Odin realized his mistake and stopped the tyranny of continuing to fight. But Hela has been affected by the environment since childhood, and her ambition has grown stronger and stronger. She wants to unify the 9 realms, even occupy the deeper universe, and become the queen of the entire universe. There were many disputes between father and daughter. Under Hela's continued tyranny and cruelty, Odin reluctantly imprisoned his eldest daughter in Hel. Since then, the female war gods who belong to the Hela unit have left one by one, and Asgard has become a pampered wasteland. Odin is not pure good, definitely not pure evil. No one is always good, and no one is pure evil. Odin's youthful mistakes were punished, and at the moment Asgard's status quo was his greatest revenge. I want to see her, please. Frigg wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. After losing her youngest son, Loki, she missed Hela, who called herself Mother, even more. Although she was brutal and bloody, she made many mistakes. But as a mother, I always subconsciously forget these things, and plead for Hela again and again. Love is selfish. Maternal love is selfish. No, I won't allow it, she'll hurt you. Odin shook his head, rejecting Frigga's request. She won't, I just want to see her once, even if I see her from a distance, I want to talk to her, she's been locked up in hell where there is no light for thousands of years. Thousands of years. You have the heart to treat her like this. Frigg glared at Odin, even though she knew it was useless, she said it anyway. I'm probably not a good father, Odin sighed, looking much older. Frigga was silent. After a long time, she raised her head. How do you feel about that young man? Frigg asked suddenly, wiping away her tears. I can't see his fate, he's a variable, and the future universe will change for him, Odin said. Is he really like what you said? Frigg was slightly surprised. She was very surprised that Odin could have such an evaluation, she had never heard Odin praise a person so much. I can't see his future, and I can't see his past, he is like a key, I don't know which door he will open in the future, and what will be the result. But whatever the outcome, it's his choice. But this choice will affect the entire universe. Odin glanced at the starry sky on the other side, and his eyes were a little confused. Frigga lowered her head, as if thinking about something. Before long, she looked up, her eyes glowing. You said, what would happen if Hela betrothed to him? Odin was stunned, and the temple fell into deadly silence. Maybe try. Odin looked at the starry sky in confusion. He owed too much to his daughter. The young man who came to God's domain by accident was a good candidate, and he was quite good-looking. It is the hero who saved Asgard, and his character is reliable. Maybe his appearance can change Hela's fate. Can he change the fate of the entire, Zhao Qian's, Asgard? He might not be able to. But if anyone can do it, it must be him. Frigga's words awakened Odin, many times women are more delicate than men when they think about things. Odin rolled his eyes and glanced at Frigga who was beside him, an idea spread in his mind. Once the seed of thought is planted, the thought quickly becomes unstoppable and grows stronger. Luo Bing woke up in the morning with bad news. Bifrost is destroyed, he can't get back to Earth with this thing. If using a spaceship, he would be in space for at least a few decades. But, fortunately, Odin seems to have other ways to get him back to Earth, but this method seems a little dangerous and not very reliable. He's going through the interspace between Asgard and Earth. Hell. Luo Bing was a little stunned when he heard the news. The legendary Hell actually exists. What is it like inside? If there are all hells, is there also a cycle of life and death? And you are about to go to hell. Thor, who was delivering the message, patted Luo Bing's shoulder hard. Hey, buddy, I know what you did yesterday. Can't believe how you did it, you saved the whole Asgard. Fortunately I wasn't there at the time, otherwise I couldn't believe what it was like to have a big belly. Thor is an optimist, and quickly recovers from the grief that Loki is dead. But when no one was there, the scene from last night would still appear in his head. The king appeared in time to catch him. And his other arm was tightly grasped by Loki. But after seeing the disappointment in his father's eyes, Loki decisively released his arm and fell into the void. Thor with a big belly. Luo Bing tried to imagine that kind of picture in his mind, inexplicably paired him with the scene of beer and eating potato chips, shook his head, and felt a chill. Let's go, you're a hero. The father decided to open the Asgard treasure to you, and you can even take one of his private collections with you, Thor said with a grin. Reward? That's your debt to me. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. You can say anything, anyway, you will be my Thor's brother from now on. Thor laughed, patted his chest. Luo Bing had a black line on his face. I admire your beard, he said. Why? Thor asked suspiciously. Such a slender beard stubbornly emerged from your thick skin on the city wall, do you think I should admire it? Luo Bing asked back. Thor stroked his beard and thought. At first he didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but then he thought about it carefully. Isn't that saying that he is thick-skinned? After that, Thor looked at Luo Bing with a bit of resentment. Don't hit me like that even if you don't want to be a brother. This is too frustrating. However, Thor quickly put this matter out of the sky, and introduced Luo Bing to the nearby buildings and scenery along the way, so he came all the way to the temple. After arriving at the temple, Thor was called away by his mother Frigga and pulled aside to say something. Thor's expression became more and more astonished, and in the end he was even stunned in place. Fortunately, Frigga blocked his mouth in time, otherwise he could have cried out on the spot. You're here, young man. Odin looked at the handsome young man in front of him, and his heart became more and more satisfied. Mr. Odin, what did you say about going to hell and returning to earth? Luo Bing was more polite to the elderly. What's more, I don't know how many years this old man has lived. No hurry, I'll tell you in detail later. You saved Asgard when I was sleeping. As a hero of Asgard, you should be rewarded. The treasure house of God's domain will be open to you. Come with me, Odin said, walking slowly ahead to lead the way. Luo Bing was a little puzzled, but when he heard about the treasure house, he immediately forgot about hell and followed Odin to the depths of the temple. I don't know how many secret passages have been passed through, and how many organs have been opened. Asgard's treasure trove finally appeared in front of Luo Bing. What caught the eye was the mountain of gems, gold coins, necklaces, and jewelry. The bright golden light almost blinded Luo Bing's eyes. The colorful gems were embedded in the gold coins, and there were also hundreds of delicate-looking long swords. It seems to have the scale of the dragon's treasure in the comics. No. This is definitely much larger than the scale of the dragon's treasure in the comics. These are just vulgar rubbish, useless, but Frigga likes these shiny things, and I'm also very annoyed. This thing takes up too much space, Odin sighed, with a helpless expression on his face. Gudong. Bifa, Luo Bing swallowed. Behold. See if this is human words. It seems that people are not people at all. Odin originally planned to take Luo Bing directly to the next floor, but suddenly his eyes lit up and he thought of something and stopped. By the way, can you take some of these gems and jewelry? Do you have a girlfriend? Odin asked with a kind smile. No, Luo Bing shook his head. He was only 16 years old, only 17 during Huxia New Year, and has no plans to fall in love yet. That's great. Odin looked surprised. Ah. Luo Bing looked at the old man beside him speechlessly with a black line on his face. What do you mean, how do you speak? Cough cough. I mean that's a pity, there are not many outstanding young people like you. As someone who has come here, let me remind you that to people like us, you must be careful in choosing a partner. After all, we have a long life expectancy. How many hails can you live? Human life on Earth is only 100 years. If you choose recklessly, you will only get sadness and sadness after 100 years, so you must choose someone who can be with you for a long time, said Odin. Luo Bing thought for a while and nodded. It was indeed a problem, but he didn't think too much about it. There was always a solution to a problem. Not to mention 100 years, Luo Bing can't believe what he will look like in a year, just the progress of one ability per day, what kind of ghost he will become by then. I'll ask Frigga to bring you a box and carry some jewels, Odin said, and he was about to call Frigga with the divine power roar. No need. Luo Bing waved his hand, and the entrance to the Shenwei space opened on one side. Just move it in. Luo Bing's mouth rose, he liked the feeling of stuffing things the most. I didn't expect. Your space magic is so powerful that you have your own small space. Odin glanced at Luo Bing in surprise, feeling even more satisfied with this future son-in-law. Then I'll take it. Luo Bing didn't explain his ability, and looked at Odin with a smile. I feel that this old man is getting more and more pleasing to the eye. Take more, Odin laughed. I'll tell you some more secrets, women like this stuff, even the most brutal women like this stuff. If you meet a woman stronger than you in the future, don't think about anything, just throw jewelry. Odin mysterious said. Luo Bing is ashamed. Why is this old man talking so strangely? That's right, is that what he did when he was young? Odin doesn't know that his painstaking efforts have been misunderstood. He is now trying his best to find a way to match Luo Bing and his eldest daughter Hela. Definitely not a requirement. As a father, he did everything he could, and even played a little bit of prudence. As for the final result, it depends on the fate of the two children. Shenwei's space devoured the treasure house in front of him, and Xiao Shan began to lose weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luo Bing was not too embarrassed to take too much, but when he saw that he was about to close his hands in time, the mountain-like dragon treasure shrunk by half. But Odin didn't mind at all, he had absolutely no interest in these mundane things. This is all because of Frigga's favorite collection, and it just looks good. The most precious thing Odin has collected over the years is the artifact he has collected over the years, each of which is rare and rare, if calculated according to game equipment, at least every piece is top-level epic equipment. Odin waved his hand, and the frescoes on the ceiling above his head seemed to come alive, followed by a tremor, and the floors of the entire palace began to descend. This was probably the divine realm version of the elevator. The disc under his feet gradually stopped, Odin stepped off the disc, waved his hand again, and the dark basement was instantly lit up with standing lights, and the river lit up. These are all my treasures, I can take them wherever I like. Odin looked at Luo Bing with a kind smile on his face. If these things are given to others, he is definitely not so generous. But when he thought that the other party might become his son-in-law. The more the father-in-law looked at the son-in-law, the more joyful he became, and he could not wait to give him all the good things. Who let his son not live up to his expectations, he can't use these things. What is this? Luo Bing was immediately attracted by the golden gloves in front of him. I don't know what material the glove is made of. It is inlaid with 6 gems of different colors, and it looks very powerful. Ahem. Odin was a little embarrassed. There was a legend in the universe that as long as you can gather 6 infinite gems and put them on a special glove. Then, Odin turned to look at Luo Bing and snapped his fingers. With just a small snap of your fingers, life in the entire universe will perish. Perhaps, you can overthrow this universe and create a new one. Odin smiled mysteriously. He also pursued the whole dream when he was young, but then gave up for some reason. So, the legend is false, this thing is not that powerful at all. Luo Bing asked his question curiously. If it was what Odin said, he would have been invincible, and the gloves wouldn't be stored here. The legend is true, and the gloves are also true, but the infinite gems above are fake, ha ha ha, this is just a souvenir I made for me by the dwarf clan. Odin smiled awkwardly. When he was young, he asked the dwarfs to make him this pair of gloves that could carry the power of gems. Too bad he only found one tesseract in the end. But because of tesseract, Odin created the magical artifact, Bifrost. It's amazing, Luo Bing looked at the infinity gauntlet and touched his chin. The scene Odin described to him was too grand, which had to make Luo Bing curious about infinite gems. Don't think about that, infinite gems are too rare. Only 3 of the 6 infinite gems have been found now. Odin shook his head. I got one of them, one was snatched by Thanos, and one was on the Sorcerer Supreme on modern Earth. Oh, speaking of which, now you have exactly 2 on Earth. One is the Tesseract you found that was originally mine, and the other is the Eye of Agamotto of Sorcerer Supreme. Odin suddenly remembered something and touched his white beard. Said, Tesseract? I know that thing. Luo Bing took a long breath. At one point he wanted to take that thing home for lighting. At the moment is the SHELD secret warehouse on Earth. Who is Thanos? Who is Sorcerer Supreme? I heard about it from Ms. Frigga yesterday, Luo Bing asked curiously again. A man who wants to be the overlord of the universe just like me, is a rising star, but his methods are more cruel. No matter which planet he goes to, he will kill half and keep half. His strength is comparable to that of the young me, but now I'm old. Odin shook his head. As for the Sorcerer Supreme, he has actually been living on Earth, responsible for maintaining the magical world of your Earth and preventing the invasion of the Dark Dimension. I used to be friends with several Sorcerer Supremes, Odin said, suddenly walking towards an artifact. This is the Eye of the Sorcerer, an artifact used by the Sorcerer Supreme to detect the future and dispel all illusions and false darkness. It's a good thing, but it's been idle since the more powerful Eye of Agamotto. Flowers 0. It was later collected by me, Odin said, showing off his treasure. He introduced the Eye of the Sorcerer, and came to the raging flames covered by a tray. This is the Eternal Fire. The Eternal Fire is the artifact of the Flame Giant Surti, which I took back from the Flame Giant when I fought in the 9 realms. The crown of Flame Giant and the Eternal Fire will become as huge as a mountain when they contact him, and it will be useless when dealing with him. Gave me a lot of trouble. Odin introduced his artifact one by one, each of which made Luo Bing very excited. However, since he can only choose one, it must be carefully considered. Casket of Ancient Winters, an artifact of Giants of Jotunheim. This thing once triggered the Earth's Ice Age, and you must know what happened later. Odin didn't explain much. 0. Casket of Ancient Winters also appeared on the battlefield yesterday. This is the Ego Motorcycle Ball, and it is also a treasure handed down from generation to generation by Sorcerer Supreme. It can detect the source of danger and magic in the universe in advance. It is a very good thing. Odin touched the crystal ball-like thing. Very is like. Several artifacts from Sorcerer Supreme. Luo Bing was surprised. This old man won't loot the Sorcerer Supreme. The last thing, this thing is called the Life Card. It comes from the Atlantis continent, a civilization that has disappeared from the Earth. It is engraved with the life equation of biological evolution. According to the evolution equation of the Life Card, any user can evolve into the highest level of life with infinite wisdom and super combat power. But I don't even know the text on it. The Atlantis civilization is an advanced civilization. They have their own language inheritance. It's a pity that they disappeared on the Earth. Odin shook his head. Those are the rest of his treasures. There used to be many, unfortunately either destroyed in battle or a one-off artifact. Or be rewarded. In short, the dozen artifacts in this room were his last possessions, and they were very poor, too poor. If Luo Bing knew Odin's heart, he would definitely vomit blood and depression. You are all poor, so what am I? Which one do you want? Odin asked, looking at Luo Bing. Which one do you want? Luo Bing frowned. Everything here looks good. How to choose this? A little tangled, Luo Bing's eyes constantly glanced at these treasures. He didn't need the warlock's eye. He could also dream and predict the future. The egg moto ball seemed to be exclusively for magicians, and he was not a magician, so he didn't need it. The unquenchable fire is kind of interesting. But Luo Bing has Amaterasu's flame, and its attributes are immortal, so there is a conflict between the two. As for Casket of Ancient Winters, it's a good artifact, it's powerful, but Luo Bing didn't choose it in the end. Luo Bing put his eyes on the life card. This is the relic of the Atlantis civilization, and this thing feels very mysterious. That's it, Luo Bing said, pointing to the life card in front of him. 780s, Odin nodded. He was not too surprised. Although the life card didn't look like an artifact, its origin was so mysterious that even he didn't understand it. Odin took off the life card and handed it to Luo Bing. It was a bronze-colored brand with strange characters engraved on it. Other than that, there was nothing special about it, as if this thing was an antique and only had collectible value. Luo Bing didn't study it on the spot, he turned it upside down in his hand, feeling the heavy weight, and then put it into the Shenwei space. Come with me, I'll talk to you about hell, Odin coughed lightly, finally bringing up the point. Where is hell? Luo Bing first asked his own question. That's a good question. Odin stroked his beard. If it's someone else, I can't explain it very well, but you have a small space yourself, so it should be understandable. Hell is not in this world, it's like a mezzanine space, but in fact, hell is in the mezzanine space between Asgard and Earth, Odin said. That is to say, hell is a transit station. I will send you in from here. With your space magic skills, you can find a weaker space point in hell, and you can go back to Earth through it. Odin explained. Luo Bing nodded and frowned. What if I can't find the node linking the Earth, or if I can't break that node? I'll be stuck in hell for the rest of my life. That's not true. If you really can't find it, you can try to call me Roar loudly, and I'll take you over. We'll be thinking of other ways then. Odin shrugged helplessly. Okay then, Luo Bing took a long breath, and a 3D roadmap appeared in his mind. Let's eat first, Asgard's wine is very delicious. Odin smiled and touched his eyes covered with a blindfold. No, I brought a lot of wine. Luo Bing shook his head. Asgard's meal he had tasted last night, very natural, very luxurious, just no seasoning, all authentic. He is not used to eating. Now that he was desperate to go home, he politely resolved it. Okay then, come with me, Odin said, leading the way. The two came to a place similar to an altar, and Frigga and Thor were also waiting here. Thor looked straight at Luo Bing, wanting to say something but didn't know how to say it. Frigga on the side. He reached Later's arm, which made the big man quiet. When I release my divine power later, a hole will be torn out in front of you. As soon as the entrance of the cave appears, you must hurry in, you must hurry, and you can't hesitation, Odin warned. Okay, Luo Bing nodded, expressing his understanding. Let's start then, Odin took a deep breath and looked at Frigga. Frigg nodded at Odin. Then, the power of Odin spread, the clouds rolled in the sky, and a 12-level gale suddenly blew. The inhabitants of Asgard all turned to look up at the sky, filled with awe. Zitsizi. A space crack slowly opened not far from Luo Bing. Behind the crack is endless silence, without a trace of light. Swish. Before waiting for the hole to expand, Luo Bing teleported directly over, Odin waved his hand, and a large amount of divine power was involved, and the crack became tight again. Roar. Odin gasped, he couldn't do this the same way now. So old. So dark. Total darkness. This is Luo Bing's first thought. There is no light in hell, even if it is pitch black, you can't see your fingers when you reach out. Writing round eyes. A touch of blood red slowly climbed up Luo Bing's pupils, he calmed down and patiently looked at the blood-red world around him. There is something similar to cotton wool floating in the air here, but it is illusory and cannot be grasped at all. One by one, like the elves in the dark night, they swim around in the air. This is hell. Luo Bing looked around curiously. Here is not what he imagined, there is no light, no underworld, and nothing. This is a mezzanine space between Asgard and Earth. But in this hell it is not without any creatures. Luo Bing frowned, feeling that there were more than a dozen pairs of eyes staring at him. Beast's instinct was activated instantly, jumped directly into the air, and summoned a support point with Rashomon under his feet. Buzz buzz. One by one black shadows flashed at Luo Bing's place. His body was pitch black, only two eyes were bright. The head and body are unruly squares, and I don't know what kind of creature it is, but the body structure is the same as that of a human being, with hands and feet. But they were able to jump through space with ease. These things, curious life structures, are simply 5.0 elements of space in the whole body. Luo Bing was slightly surprised. In his spatial perception, the spatial nodes on these creatures are very bright. Similar to the cube of Luo Bing Shenwei space, but a little weaker than that. It seems that they only move in space on the ground, which is not as exaggerated as Luo Bing imagined. After failing to find Luo Bing, they walked out one by one buzzing. How do I find the space node leading to Earth? Luo Bing looked around. Fell to the ground. Those Endermen are going away temporarily. If it's not necessary, Luo Bing doesn't want to waste his energy here. The temperature in hell is very cold and makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Let's have a fire. Luo Bing casually started a fire on the ground, and the fuel was the wooden door he summoned. In the darkness, a pair of eyes stared at Luo Bing. Hell is a dead space, but fortunately there is oxygen here. Like Shenwei space, Luo Bing couldn't feel the change of time when he was here, but the time here was still running, but there were no reference objects around him for him to refer to. But that's not a big deal. Luo Bing took out his mobile phone from his pocket. The time hand was 10:20 a.m. The phone is still running normally, and the battery inside is still sufficient. This is a new product that Sure Stark handed him. It can stand by for a month normally and can also be charged by solar energy. But there is no sun here. What a ghost place. It seems that I have to find the space node leading to the Earth as soon as possible. Luo Bing stretched and sat cross-legged on the ground, the spatial perception spread out. Who? Luo Bing frowned, immediately stood up from the ground, and looked in one direction with stern eyes. Just now, he felt the existence of people around him. Giggle, I didn't expect that. Were you also exiled by Odin? So, what have you done? Killed a few planets. Massacred most of the universe. A beautiful woman walked out of the dark corner. She seemed to be in a state of distress. Her hair was draped over her shoulders, a little messy, her eyes were sharp, she was lazy, but she did not lose the demeanor of a queen. Exile? Luo Bing frowned, not quite understanding what she meant. However, since there are still people here, this makes Luo Bing feel very surprised. From what she meant, she seemed to be exiled by Odin. I'm just passing by. Luo Bing didn't explain much. He is still wearing Asgard-style clothes. The other party judged that he had contact with Odin based on this. Passing by. Giggling, Hela sneered. You were deceived by that old man. If you go to hell, don't even think about going out. Where do you think this place is? As long as the old man doesn't die, we all have to be trapped here. That's the truth, little brother, Hela said, waving her hand, floating in the sky fighting plankton blooming brightly. It lights up the world around it like a starry sky in a dark night. Such beauty can only be seen in hell. Oh, Luo Bing ignored it. Odin didn't deceive him, he was very clear about this. Because his beast instinct never had a warning when facing Odin, but after meeting this woman, he started to move. This woman is dangerous. Arguably one of the most powerful unknown beings Luo Bing has ever encountered. The bright starry sky is dotted with white bones, beautiful and dangerous, exuding a strange light. You don't look bad, Giggle. Hela smiled and licked the corner of her mouth. A woman who has been alone for more than 2,000 years is not that easy to mess with. She has only one life here, and ordinary people have long since collapsed. Thank you for the compliment, please don't disturb me if it's all right. Luo Bing glanced at the woman in front of him, and was not very interested in this kind of queen. Giggle. Hella smiled charmingly and looked at the man in front of her with interest. She had never seen such a handsome man before when she fought in the 9 realms. To be a good loneliness vent. 0. Hella never thought about men and women, but in the 2000 years in hell, she was used to being alone, and she didn't have much interest in conquering the universe. There is a little interest in the things of men and women who have never been in contact. Her only goal now is to get out alive, destroy everything Odin holds dear, and become the new queen of Asgard. I'm afraid you haven't figured it out, man. This is my place. Now. Kneel down and lick your concubine's toes. Maybe I can spare your life. Hella looked at the man's handsome face recklessly, and felt a little restless in her heart. Oh. Luo Bing smiled unexpectedly. This is not the first time someone has been so arrogant, but it is the first time for a woman. No matter how stupid and arrogant a woman is, she will resolutely put down her air after seeing her, thinking of going to have a good relationship with him. It's a big breath, and immediately disappear from my eyes, otherwise, you will get pregnant. Luo Bing's mouth rose, his eyes were very playful. Well, that concubine wants to have a good experience. Hella licked the corner of her mouth, getting even more excited, and her body began to heat up slightly. She's going to turn this handsome guy into a prisoner in his hell. The days to come may not be so boring. Shoo, the light golden light hit Hella's stomach, she didn't resist, and she didn't have time to resist. The light of pregnancy gaze is extremely fast, basically reaching the speed of light. What? Hella frowned. Then, she saw that her belly started to grow in circles. What have you done to me? Ah. Hella looked at the man in front of her angrily, feeling that new life was brewing in her stomach. How can that be? What the hell did this man do? 10 seconds later, Hella slumped to the ground frowning, enduring the pain of childbirth. However, her willpower was extremely strong, and she suppressed herself without making any shameful screams. It's just that the sweat dripping down from her forehead betrayed her, and it could be seen that she was very uncomfortable. He. Nah, Luo Bing walked in front of Hella. He took off his shoes and threw them aside, handing over his feet. Is that what you mean? Fun. Hella was ashamed and angry, with 780 anger burning in her eyes. She tried her best to avoid the feet of the man in front of her, although the feet of the man were beautiful and had a faint fragrance on them. But apparently Hella wouldn't accept it all. She has never suffered such humiliation in her life, and what worries her more is her body. If she does give birth to a child, what should she do? She had absolutely no intention of becoming a mother. There is no experience as a mother at all. Hella used divine power in her hands, trying to destroy the life in her body through her stomach, but it was in vain. Pregnancy gaze doesn't really give birth to life, it's just an experience. It's really cruel. Luo Bing shook his head and withdrew his feet, no longer interested in teasing her. He returned to the fire, closed his eyes, and spread his spatial perception, experiencing the difference of every inch of spatial node. 30 minutes passed quickly. The effect of the pregnancy stare was gone, and Hella's tortured body lost her strength. She raised her head and glanced at the quiet man beside the fire in the distance. While her heart was full of resentment, she also had a hint of surprise. Hella swore that only the man who conquered her was qualified to marry her. But she was so powerful that all men looked disgusting to her like shit on the ground. But the one in front of me. It seemed to upend her view of men. Luo Bing opened his eyes. He has a new understanding of his strong man identification technique. In terms of fighting alone, Luo Bing may not be able to hurt the woman in front of him. However, the powerhouse identification technique is too overbearing, directly ignoring any defenses and attacking the fragile interior from the human body. Basically, no one is immune to his ability. This is total sorcery. Comfortable? Do you want to do it again? Luo Bing squinted at Hella, who was climbing up from the ground, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Hella was pale. The originally messy hair became even more messy. The experience just now was unpleasant, and she was afraid that she would have a psychological shadow on giving birth to a baby in her life. Let's see, man. Hella didn't dare to step forward, put a harsh word, and retreated into the shadows. Luo Bing shrugged. He had already reviewed 700 space nodes, most of which lead to the void, and one of them was connected to the Asgard god realm. At this rate, given him some time, he can find his way back to Earth. Luo Bing got up, changed the area, lit the fire again, sat up cross-legged, and closed his eyes to perceive the space nodes around him. Huh. Luo Bing frowned and opened his eyes. In his perception, a large number of spatial elements are converging towards him. Buzz buzz dot. The black Enderman who made a strange cry appeared again. But this time it's not just a dozen. A pair of commanding eyes flashed on the densely packed road. Giggle. This is a unique creature in hell, how do you deal with it? Hella hid in the darkness, and the Enderman was brought in by her, just to watch Luo Bing make a fool of himself. But don't be touched by their little fists, that attack can tear space. If you don't want your body and limbs to be separated, it's still valid to kneel down and beg me now. Hella was hidden in the darkness, but her words spread around with special power. You haven't been taught enough. Don't hide, come and fight me head on, I'm content with you. Luo Bing frowned as he looked at the Endermen who were constantly surrounding him, jumped into the air, and summoned a glass door underground. Hella is not stupid. It was obvious that there was something wrong with the man's eyes, and when no solution was found, she would not show up rashly. I advise you not to hide in the sky, that's not a good place, Hella giggled, her voice full of laziness and charm. Luo Bing frowned, and soon, he also felt that a large space element was galloping towards this side. Roar! The jet-black Ender Dragon spewed flames and attacked Luo Bing fiercely. The Ender Dragon's body was unusually huge, like a small mountain. The flames he spewed out were indistinguishable from enemy and foe. After shattering the glass door where Luo Bing was, it directly ignited the ground below. Many Endermen let out strange screams, and their bodies were burned by flames. It slowly dissipated with a scream, and turned into an illusory catkin-like object in the dark night, becoming a part of this space. So this is how this thing came. Luo Bing flashed to another ground, looking at the scene in front of him. The Ender and Ender Dragon are unique products of hell. If classified, they should belong to a kind of elemental life. It is precisely because of them that this huge interlayer space of hell is formed. Roar! The Ender Dragon roared, and the fiery flames continued to attack Luo Bing constantly. Endless, Luo Bing dodged and left again. These guys are stupid and cute, they don't have any intelligence quotient, they act purely by instinct, but there are too many. Luo Bing can clearly feel that there are 3 or 5 Ender Dragons flying towards here in the distance. The shape of the Ender Dragon is more like the previous pterosaurs on the Earth, about 100 meters tall, covering the sky and the sun. The flame column it spewed out was 10 meters in diameter, and the flame temperature was so high that Luo Bing could feel the scorching heat on his skin from a distance. If you are hit by that flame pillar, it may be very uncomfortable. It's useless for you to hide all the time. There will be more and more of these things. To be honest, I don't know how many Ender Dragons are in this hell. Please, as long as you ask me, I'll save you, oh giggling. Hella's charming voice constantly echoes across the sky. Looks like you want to eat my feet again, Luo Bing sneered. He is not hiding, so hiding is not a solution at all, he has no time to find the space node leading to the Earth. Boom! The 30-meter-high golden giant enveloped his body. Luo Bing floated in Susanoo's chest, grasped in the void, and the golden giant's sword appeared in the right hand of the golden Susan. The inextinguishable black flame covered the golden giant's sword, emitting a strange light. Oh! Hella watched this scene with interest, and the interest in her heart became even stronger. Luo Bing met him head-on, facing the 100-meter behemoth. The knife fell from his hand, and the head of an ender dragon was directly cut off by him. Bang! The ender dragon's body fell to the ground, and did not collapse and dissipate in the void. Surprisingly, this guy seems to be semi-solid, with flesh and ribs inside, and the white bones on the ground just now may be left by other ender dragons. Hela looked at this scene from a distance and hummed dissatisfiedly. This man is more powerful than he imagined. It seems that he is not only the strange light emitted by his eyes. But Hela was even more satisfied, admiring the man's heroic appearance like a god of war with interest. Draw the knife. With a quick knife, the corpse of the ender dragon fell from the sky. The golden giant's sword with the blessing of Amaterasu is more powerful and invincible. Soon, the ender dragon was not approaching, and they seemed to be afraid. The endermen on the ground receded with a buzzing sound, and they seemed to be afraid of Luo Bing, and their instinct prompted them to make subconscious actions. Luo Bing stopped, his eyes swept around and frowned. He didn't find Hela's figure. This woman's secret methods are very powerful. After all, she is completely familiar with the surrounding environment. Luo Bing fell to the ground, and the golden Susa dissipated. He looked at the huge corpse of the ender, Zhao Qian's, dragon, picked up an exquisite long sword from the Shenwei space, and cut its flesh and blood. It seems to be edible. It seems that you don't have to worry about food. Luo Bing nodded, cut off a piece of lean meat from his thigh, and put it into the fire to grill. It seemed that he was going to take a day or two of pure time here. However, Luo Bing was not in a hurry. It really doesn't work. It can also turn on the lucky halo to find the location of the space node. But in this unknown hell, Luo Bing didn't dare to use that thing. It would be bad if the game crashed, and it could be related to his way home. The barbecued meat exudes a tempting aroma. Luo Bing is very capable of cooking, and the aroma quickly permeates all around. Gudong. Hela swallowed. She is a Protoss and can go for a long time without eating, but it doesn't mean that she doesn't need to eat at all. In hell for more than 2,000 years, she has also slaughtered many ender dragons, but her cooking methods are not flattering at all. At about 12 noon, Luo Bing enjoyed his own barbecue. Hela emerged from the side, unceremoniously tore off a leg, and gnawed it. You still dare to appear in front of me? Luo Bing was speechless and laughed angrily. Why don't you dare? Do you have the heart to do something to a weak woman? Hela drank the food in her hands without fear. Weak woman. Luo Bing didn't know what to say. This woman provoked herself again and again, and caused herself a lot of trouble. Now he sits down and shares his barbecue like no one else. What was she thinking? I'm not eating your food for nothing. Anyway, we don't have any big grievances, right? Hela looked at Luo Bing and jumped at the oil stain on her mouth, looking very charming. It's really not big. If I were an ordinary person, I would have been played to death by you long ago. Luo Bing looked at her with a calm expression. But you're awesome, aren't you? There are only two of us in this hell now. I think we need to get along well. After all, it's still a long time. Hela smiled coquettishly. For example, let you eat my feet. Luo Bing had a smile on his lips, looking very seductive. Hela was silent. She didn't want to think about that. It seemed that he was about to get angry soon, but she was immediately put down by her. I can give you a piece of information. Before long, there will be acid rain in hell. That's not ordinary rain. Even your body can't handle it. I advise you to find a cave quickly, but it's not easy to find a shelter in this place. If you treat me better, I might tell you where there is a place to hide from the rain. 780, Hela said while eating the barbecue to herself. Oh, no need. Luo Bing disdainfully picked up the rest of the grilled meat from the grill and devoured it. Stingy man, but I like it. Hela smiled charmingly. Luo Bing's heart froze when he looked at him, but because of the uncertain attitude of the other party, it was not easy for him to attack. This is the truth of reaching out and not hitting a smiling person. Not long after, the dark night sky really started to rain acid rain just as Hela said. The ender dragon corpse that was cut down by Luo Bing in the distance made a rustling sound, and soon it was completely corroded, leaving only a skeleton full of holes. Hela covered her sky with divine power. But it is obvious that her divine power is also limited, and it is impossible to do this all the time. Follow me, it's a pity for a handsome guy like you to die here, Hela said, leading the way. But Luo Bing ignored her. He took a deep breath and covered his head with 100 layers of glass doors, forming a huge amount of sunshade net. Chi chi chi. Drops of water pierced through the stone, and raindrops corroded the glass door, leaving holes of file size for each drop of water. Creation magic is useless, only the special rocks of hell can resist the attack of these acid rains. Hela looked back and laughed. Luo Bing ignored it, and the three-hooked jade riding wheel spun wildly, and a golden, colored six-pointed star kaleidoscope appeared in his eye sockets. Amaterasu. The black flames spread, covering Luo Bing's head. The strange raindrops fell on the flames and made a chi-chi sound, and then the whole combustion evaporated. Ha! Hela watched this scene cautiously. The black flame that could burn raindrops made her feel very dangerous. A miraculous man, I really like my concubine more and more, Hela said, and came over to block the rain extremely shamelessly. Withdrew his divine power. I don't seem to have invited you in. Luo Bing looked at Hela with a dark face. You didn't refuse either. Hela smiled slyly, staring straight at the man in front of her, as if she wanted to eat him. Whatever you want. Luo Bing shook his head. Sit down and continue to review the space nodes, looking for traces belonging to the Earth from hundreds of millions of space nodes. Hela just held her cheeks and looked at the man in front of her. She was amused by the useless efforts of men. She has been here for thousands of years. If there was a way to escape, she would have gone out long ago. Odin has banned Odin everywhere, and it is impossible for Odin to go out without death. Time passed slowly, and the acid rain above my head gradually stopped. Luo Bing, who was still closing his eyes, was suddenly disturbed by a burning smell, and frowned dejectedly. Hela got an ender dragon's thigh from nowhere, and was trying hard to cook it on the grill. When Luo Bing woke up, he giggled and said, "Give it back, I don't like to owe it. Someone else's stuff." Luo Bing has a black line on his face. Are you sure you want to pay me back instead of trying to poison me? His progress is very fast, he has found the space node of the sun. Now that the solar system has been found, it is not far from the Earth. However, Luo Bing would not jump into the sun rashly, it was purely courting death. Stop thinking, there is no way to get out here, I think you are not bad, why don't we do something more interesting? It's good to pass away the loneliness. Hela said, she seemed to have settled for this man. You can solve it with your own hands, I want to live for a few more years. Luo Bing was puzzled, his body moved instantly again, came to another place, and began to sit down with his knees crossed. Hela is angry. What do you mean by solving it yourself? What does that mean? She was about to go mad, damn it, don't you want this man who sent her to your door for nothing? He said it so hard. He was still sitting on the ground like a log in a daze. But Luo Bing is not in a daze, but unfortunately Hela will not understand this. Not long after, Hela found Luo Bing again and threw the barbecue on the ground angrily. I'm bored, fight with me, the woman said. Crazy, Luo Bing had no interest and hit him with a pregnancy stare. Half an hour passed. Hela, who frowned, finally let out a long sigh, sweating profusely. Have the ability to confront me head-on, don't use sorcery, if I beat you to the ground, you will be my servant in the future. Hela said. What if I win? Luo Bing asked jokingly. Then I'm your slave girl, do whatever you want. Hela snorted coldly, she was very careful, but she didn't think this man could beat her with real power. Not interested, Luo Bing shook his head and closed his eyes again. You. Hella was about to say something when she watched the man's golden eyes staring at him. You're here again, shameless. Hella lay on the ground and curled up, but after 1 or 2 times, she gradually got used to it and it didn't hurt that much. But still left a lot of psychological trauma. You'll find out right away that everything you've done is in vain, this is a prison, and it's impossible to escape. Hella grimaced, clutching her stomach, frowning. I found out. Luo Bing suddenly opened his eyes with a smile on his face. Huh? Hella frowned. Okay, my hell trip is over, see you next time, woman. Luo Bing said, the focal length of his eyes was fixed on a certain place, the Shenwei space connected with the space node slowly opened, and the other side of the void black hole was a neatly arranged high-rise building. That's Earth. Luo Bing disappeared in a flash, and went straight in. The black hole closed instantly, and Hella, who couldn't react because of her weakness, looked at this scene with a dazed expression. The whole person is directly messed up. However, before she could roar, the black hole opened from the outside again. Luo Bing stuck his head out from the outside, with high-rise buildings in the background, he had mastered the space nodes and he came and went freely. He threw a high-tech mobile phone and threw it beside Hella. It's boring to see you, I'll go first, you may be able to play standalone games to pass the time, I hope this thing can last longer. Luo Bing raised the corners of his mouth, smiling wickedly. After saying this on purpose, the figure slowly disappeared, and the black hole closed again. Hella froze in place, watching this scene in shock. At the moment when the black hole opened, she felt the breath of the outside world, and he really did it. Take me with you. 35. I want to go out. Hella shouted in place, but unfortunately no one responded to her. All she was left with was a sparkling mobile phone. It feels so good to be in the sun. Luo Bing stretched and stuffed the phone in his pocket. The reason why he went back and threw a cell phone was not a sudden attack of kindness. He just wanted to go back and be angry with that arrogant woman. Look, brother can come in and go out anytime. Is this what you mean by daydreaming? You, just stay here honestly. Luo Bing has no intention of saving the girl in distress at all, what kind of stubborn woman can be locked in that place? Just meet by chance. Luo Bing doesn't have time to take care of other people's affairs. The black hole that appeared out of thin air on the street attracted the attention of many people. Luo Bing has gradually become familiar with the feeling of being watched by people. He waved his hand at the camera, turned around and disappeared in place. Malibu Shore 10880, Luo Bing first went back to his castle and found no one inside, and then went to Tony's house opposite. Only then did I know that the two women had made an appointment to go shopping. Luo Bing is speechless, no one seems to worry about him. I went to an alien planet, and I almost never came back. $3 billion. In fact, he only disappeared for a day. But this day was really long. He went to Asgard, and somehow became the hero who saved Asgard. Later, he went to Hell, where he also met the Ender Legion and the woman who hadn't cleaned up. It's been a lot on this day. I'm afraid no one will believe it. You're back. Tony was still tinkering with something in the basement. In fact, it is Luo Bing's armor, and it looks very good now. I heard that you went to the kingdom of the gods, how is it? Are there many beauties there? 33 Tony put down the tools in his hand, laughed twice, and poured coffee from the side. Beauty, okay, but the scenery there is beautiful, Luo Bing replied. Oh, boss, how can you just pay attention to the scenery? Girl is the most important thing, and that's the god of legends. Tony's eyes widened, looking very depressed. If I go to Asgard, I will definitely find 2 Protoss girls to spend the spring night together, that's what a man should do. Tony took a sip of coffee, his face like a playboy. Come on, the little pepper will tear you apart. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and picked up the coffee from the table. Ahem. JRVS, delete the recording of that paragraph just now. Tony immediately became serious. Are you sure about the relationship? Luo Bing asked with a smile. So, Tony scoffed. It's not like a playboy Tony Stark, Luo Bing quipped. Well, although the forest is good, sometimes it seems lonely, it's better to find a tree to hang it on. Tony shrugged and filled a cup of coffee again. Pay attention to rest, your body won't be able to survive like this, Luo Bing reminded kindly. No way, my brain keeps running all the time, it can't stop at all, those materials are too valuable to be used, and I can't stop all the time. Tony shook his head, he has been relying on sleeping pills to forcefully fall asleep recently. Especially when he learned that there are aliens like gods in this world, he was under a lot of pressure. Oh, by the way, Luo Bing suddenly remembered something, and took out the destroyer armor from the Shinwei space. He didn't understand technology, and it was more appropriate to leave it to Tony to study. Oh my god, is this the guy in the news, so big? Tony stroked the destroyer's metal casing with excitement, like he was stroking a lover. Looks like I'm going to work overtime again. Tony was very pleasantly surprised, he might be able to pick up some new technologies from this alien armor to perfect his Mark series. The inconvenience of dressing has always been a headache for Tony. Looks like I shouldn't have given it to you so early. Luo Bing shook his head and stood up. You take a rest, I have to go to S.H.I.E.L.D. Luo Bing said, took out a new mobile phone from the cabinet, put on the calling card, turned around and disappeared. It's really a quick and convenient super ability, no matter how many times you watch it, it's so amazing. 4 flowers, 0. Watching Luo Bing disappear out of thin air again, Tony shook his head enviously. However, he couldn't envy things like super ability, not everyone was blessed. His super ability is his brain. Even as a mortal, ability is better than a god. Sanku Wing Headquarters Building. Hey Bruden stretched out, flipping through the documents at hand. Generally, the more important documents SHILD will not be used as electronic files, and traditional handwritten reports are still used. After all, in this era of information exchange, the network is not as secure as imagined. Swish. Luo Bing suddenly appeared in front of the black marinated egg, startling him. Fury. It'd be great if you could have a shot at Roar before the next pop, you'll scare me out of a heart attack. Fury's face was dark, but with his complexion it wasn't very noticeable. Don't worry, you are healthy now. Luo Bing found a chair and sat down. So what happened later? I didn't go back to headquarters until noon, and you came over in a while. Fury was speechless. He spent a lot of time on the plane, and it was great to be able to cross several continents in an instant. What's that place like? I mean, the gods. Fury asked with a frown, serious. He was both in awe and fear in his heart for such an unimaginable thing. It's just a group of aliens. They visited the Earth thousands of years ago, so they left some legends. At the moment, their attitude towards the Earth is friendly. After all, I just became an Asgard hero, Luo Bing said, lying on a chair with his legs on the desk. Your clothes, so retro. Fury rolled his eyes. Then he frowned suspiciously. Why are you their hero again? Luo Bing shrugged, I don't know, maybe I made their enemies pregnant. Hearing this, Fury froze in place. For a long time, he rubbed his black and bright head suspiciously. What did you say, and? Fury's eyes widened, he didn't understand what Luo Bing said about getting the enemy pregnant. How should I put it, in layman's terms, I have a new ability, whether it is a man or a woman, as long as I stare at me, I will get pregnant. Definitely not a real doubt, just a pregnancy and childbirth experience. But this ability is to make human beings feel the greatness of mother's love, and has no other meaning, Luo Bing explained. Black marinated eggs. I believe in you. There is no other meaning. Isn't this just staring at someone who is pregnant? Subconsciously, Fury's eyes were dodged, a little too afraid to look Luo Bing's eyes directly. What would he do if he shot himself? What are you afraid of? am I like that kind of boring person? Luo Bing was speechless, looking at Fury with a black line. Even if there is a 1 in a million chance, I definitely don't want to understand what it's like for a man to get pregnant. Hey, Lu Dan is cowardly, so I don't blame him. Being able to get a man pregnant sounds terrifying. No one is cowardly. Actually, your experience is quite good, and you can deeply understand the greatness of maternal love, Luo Bing's birth suggestion. No, 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 Fury shook his head repeatedly. He didn't want to experience the greatness of maternal love in this way, absolutely not. Okay, you're scared, that's it for the mission report. Are there any other missions? Luo Bing asked aloud. No, 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 go home and rest. Fury waved his hands again and again. Robin Agent is still suitable as a mascot, and it is frightening every time he performs a task. Luo Bing understood, nodded, and disappeared in place. Then, he appeared strangely in SHILD's secret warehouse and glanced at the sparkling tesseract in front of him. Infinite gems. Listening to Odin, each of the 6 infinite gems represents an ability, so this one is a space gem. Luo Bing looked curiously, finally shook his head and left. 6 are too difficult to get together, not to mention that in addition to the 3 known, the other 3 are still missing. In the vast universe, who knows where these gems will be lost? Come and go freely. Luo Bing is basically undefended anywhere on Earth. He didn't go home directly, and there was no one at home. Sky and Pepper went shopping, and the Stark guy was all in the lab. The Malibu coast is beautiful, but it's too far from the city center and too quiet. Luo Bing first visited the supermarket. Yes, that's right. Superhero also has time to go to the supermarket. However, Luo Bing is not idle and bored. He has too much space for divine power, and it is a waste if he does not make good use of it. Luo Bing purchased a lot of daily necessities, bought in all aspects, and finally experienced the life of the rich. The shop owner followed behind him, watching Luo Bing throw one product after another into his shopping cart. In any case, this store will definitely be popular in the future. After all, it is the supermarket where Superhero bought it. How much? Luo Bing started to check out. No money, the shop owner waved his hand immediately. If you don't take money, what's the point of me working hard to earn money? How can you understand that I'm very rich now if you don't take money? But even if he has no money, Luo Bing will not take other people's things for nothing. Not a single point should be given. After a phone call, when he learned of Happy's location, Luo Bing instantly dragged him from 100 miles away. He bought a lot of things, and it was a waste of time to count the bills. This kind of thing is more appropriate to leave to Happy, he is a very good assistant. Walk slowly. Happy recovered from the confusion, and was very excited to be able to work for Luo Bing. Luo Bing waved his hand, put on his sunglasses and turned to leave. Walking on the street, looking at the bustling city, Luo Bing's heart is very calm. He likes to be in such crowded places. Maybe human beings are a kind of social animals. The TV station on the street also constantly reported the news about Superhero. Captain America, who has returned from a veteran player, has actually started a side business of shooting promotional videos after gaining a lot of support from old fans. It's not really a side job. After all, he had been selling US debt with the cheerleaders during World War II. This time it is mainly for the education of students who make mistakes. I heard that since the approval of this series of educational videos, many students have made mistakes on purpose, in order to watch the special education of Mr. Steve, the instructor. This can be nerve-wracking for many professors and principals. But this is also normal, because of the novelty. It won't take long for this craze to gradually recede. Luo Bing strolled on the pedestrian street. He didn't have it for a long time and he walked and stopped easily. The boys and girls who came and went by the road seemed to constantly remind Luo Bing that he should find a company. Luo Bing shook his head, wandered around and came to a remote alley. This is 3rd Street in Queens. But now this is a no man's land, and SHALD's finishing work was done very quickly. The bodies on the street have been cleaned up in a day, but there is still a lot of blood left on the ground. The surrounding area was tightly blocked with barbed wire, and a danger sign of severe infection was erected. There are still people inside. Luo Bing raised his eyebrows. His spatial perception could detect strange changes in space. There are several groups of people in there. One of the girls seems to have a very strong magnetic field on her body. Luo Bing walked over through the barbed wire without hiding his figure. Before long, he was surrounded by a group of boys and girls. Most of those people are children. They look like 13 or 14, the youngest is only about 5 years old, a little girl with blonde hair. One of them was a very conspicuous girl with green hair standing in front of Luo Bing. Her face was cold, she looked like the eldest sister of the group of children. "Hey, this is a forbidden area, outsiders can't enter," the girl said. "You don't look like the staff," Luo Bing replied with a smile. "We are orphans, and they left a lot of supplies when they evacuated here. You know, for people like us, this is paradise," the woman said, stating the facts without emotion. "There are many homeless people like them. In the past 2 days, there have been many homeless people living in Queens 5.0. Aren't you afraid of infection? A lot of monsters have died in this area, and the environment is easy to breed viruses." Luo Bing frowned. He was also an orphan since he was a child, but he was very lucky to live in an orphanage and grow up, but the orphanage was limited after all, and there were countless children living on the streets. Especially after the disaster in Queens, the orphanage has been crowded. There is simply no ability to raise so many children. "We are more afraid of starvation, sir, if it's all right, please leave, you don't look like someone here," the woman said, looking directly at the man's eyes with sunglasses. "What's your name? It looks very special," Luo Bing asked with a smile without leaving. The girl hesitated for a moment, seems to feel that the man in front of her is not malicious, and opens her mouth. "Polaris. Polaris?" Luo Bing raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised, and nodded understandingly. Generally, many orphans do not have their own surnames, which is normal. Even their names are given by themselves, which have special meanings. The woman in front of her was very beautiful, and the electromagnetic waves on her body also meant that she was not as ordinary people. However, although her tone is cold, there is no doubt that she is indeed a kind-hearted woman. No one will protect a group of young orphans in this chaotic land. For everyone, that group of kids is a big drag. "Are you a former Queens resident?" Luo Bing asked. For the survivors of Queens who all moved out of the city a day after the disaster, it was not only a place of contamination but also a place of heartbreak. Luo Bing gradually remembered something. It was not the first time he had seen this girl. He saved a lot of people that night, too many to count, and there seems to be a shadow of this girl among them, but because the situation was too chaotic, Luo Bing didn't care what kind of people he saved, and many people were saved by him. Luo Bing was completely unimpressed. Do not know why. Polaris felt an indescribable feeling emanating from the man in front of him. She was willing to talk to him. Yeah. The girl nodded with hesitation. "I also have a younger brother and sister, but they are all missing, they should be dead." Her expression was a bit lonely, but she was a strong girl, and she quickly shook her head, forgetting those unpleasant things. Luo Bing did not speak. He looked at the child in front of him. The faces of those children were still covered in mud and ashes, and their confused eyes dared not look at themselves. The brightly dressed Luo Bing seemed out of place for them. It's like people from two worlds. These children have low self-esteem, and after losing their family, they are helpless, and it is Polaris who takes care of them. Do your brothers and sisters have any characteristics? Maybe they are still alive, or maybe they are just separated from you, Luo Bing asked aloud. Wanda, Pietro, one of them has red hair, the other has silver hair. Polaris shook her head. She herself had looked for traces of her brother and sister, but unfortunately, she found nothing. When rescued by the Black Knight, they were scattered in confusion. Luo Bing thought about it carefully. He saved many red-haired and silver-haired residents in his memory, but most of them didn't have much impression. Not everyone is as conspicuous as Polaris' natural green hair. But what kind of talents are their parents? They can actually give birth to 3 children with colored hair. This is definitely not an ordinary family. At least Luo Bing felt a strong electromagnetic tick on the girl's body. This girl is very special. She may have super abilities that are beyond ordinary people. My name is Luo Bing, and I have been an orphan since I was a child. Can you show me here? I am now a trainee reporter, in charge of post-disaster research work, Luo Bing said, miraculously taking out a pocket-sized computer from his pocket. Camera. Luo Bing. Your clothes. Polaris frowned, the man dressed like a reporter. I bought it from Chinatown. I'm a Huxia. I didn't expect you to call me by my name. Luo Bing smiled, somewhat surprised. He smiled very nicely, like a gust of wind blowing. Oh. The girl hesitation, as if thinking about something, looked at the child behind her. She was still wary of strangers. Maybe after I report the situation here, someone with good intentions will adopt them. It's a good thing, isn't it? Luo Bing asked with a smile. Polaris thought again and nodded. Since awakening her super ability that night, she is not afraid of anyone now. Even a reporter man, who looks strong, she can easily defeat him. Luo Bing followed Polaris to visit their temporary accommodation. It was a small supermarket. The valuable goods on the shelves have been removed, but the remaining materials are also abundant, enough for their daily food and lodging. In fact, this nearly destroyed city has almost become a homeless paradise, an unsupervised area, and all the materials left behind are theirs. Queens was also a prosperous city before, and there are countless treasures here. Every mall is a treasure map. The water source here is polluted. In addition to the precious water, there are many supplies here, so there is no need to worry about starvation, Polaris said. I don't know if there is pollution here, but there is no better place for us here. If it weren't for those disgusting robbers, this would be heaven. Polaris handed a bottle of drinking water from the shelf to Luo Bing. Rest assured, vacuum-packed items like this are safe. Thank you. Luo Bing glanced at the drinking water in his hand, unscrewed the cap and took a sip. What did you just say about the robber? Luo Bing asked. They were gangsters, and they gradually formed gangs and robbed everything like crazy, explained Polaris. But don't worry, I will protect you. The girl glanced at Luo Bing, and the eldest patted Luo Bing's shoulder in a graceful manner. Luo Bing sneered, it was the first time he was treated like this. This small supermarket was transformed into a large residence. The empty shelves were overturned on the ground, covered with cardboard and the quilt from the supermarket, which is also a bed. There are about 17 children here. The oldest is 14 years old, like a little man, very sensible, responsible for taking care of the younger brothers and sisters. They looked at Luo Bing curiously, and after getting acquainted again, raised their hands one by one and asked to take pictures. Luo Bing, to meet their requirements, leaving a smile on the camera. Luo Bing spent the whole afternoon here very relaxed. As the sun went down, Luo Bing and Polaris lay on the rooftop and looked at the sight of the ruined city, which was unique. Why does 793 always wear sunglasses and can't take them off? The girl asked curiously. Until now, she has not seen the true face of the man. My eyes have been hurt recently. I'm afraid to scare you, Luo Bing casually lied and perfunctory. Polaris blinked and looked at the sky quietly. Look at that. She pointed her finger in one direction. It won't be long before the brightest star in the world will appear there. Well, that's Polaris, it's beautiful, Luo Bing replied with a smile. The girl was stunned for a while, not knowing whether the man who said beautiful was referring to herself, or the stars. But she didn't think much about it, she already had a place in her heart. "I like the dark night" girl tidied up her long green hair and took a deep roar inhalation. "Why?" Luo Bing turned to look at each other. "Because my hero often haunts the dark night. And night goes better with Polaris." The girl is Huichuan, with yearning and longing for love on her face. Luo Bing feels amazing, the hero in the dark night. Who is it referring to? The world seemed to be so quiet, the two enjoyed the evening breeze, and the fatigue of the day was slowly washed away. But this beautiful scene doesn't last long. Not long after, a scream came, and a group of angry homeless people appeared at the door of the supermarket. In their hands, they also grabbed a child who ran out to play. There are about 30 or 50 people in a group, and they are the largest group developed in the nearby area. One by one, wearing the most fashionable clothes, wearing gold chains, the Rolex in his hand covered his entire arm. They were lucky to find a jewelry store that had not been evacuated and looted almost everything in that store. On the morning after the disaster, the U.S. government organized survivors to move their finances, but many residents had already died, and those things had become unowned. Some of the more precious items were raided by the troops, but there were still many omissions that were hidden under the ruins. The leader was a black man with dreadlocks on his head and tattoos in the shape of a wolf's head on his arms and neck. The younger brother on the side was looking forward to him. This guy doesn't seem like a good character to get along with. Where is the person in charge here? This brat dares to steal from our Black Wolf gang. I'm really tired of living. The black man shouted loudly, watching the small supermarket in front of him just about to move. They have collected a lot of items, but it is rare to see such well-preserved supermarkets, and they are drooling when they see the dazzling array of goods. This is an unsupervised area, everything is unowned, and if you rob it, it will be yours. Polaris looked gloomy and hurriedly jumped off the rooftop. She landed on the ground smoothly with the help of the air conditioner box on the balcony, and her skills were very strong. Luo Bing raised his eyebrows and jumped down. Let go of that child. Polaris looked angry, and she felt very cold when she was angry. Like a 1,000-year-old glacier. Oh, such a delicate beauty. The eyes of the black man with dreadlocks lit up instantly. In this no man's land, women are rare, especially such delicate beauties. This is simply a gift from God. The younger brother on the side was even more unbearable, looking up and down the Polaris in front of him presumptuously, and his mouth was about to flow out. I didn't steal anything from them, I didn't know it belonged to them, the child yelled, tears streaming down his face. I'll say it again, let go of that kid. Polaris' eyes were cold and his fists clenched fiercely. This is not the first time, she has also been harassed by homeless people before, who thought she was just a woman and showed her ugly nature. That was the first time she killed someone, and she vomited for an hour that day, but since then, Polaris seems to have changed, and her temperament has changed drastically. The U.S. government doesn't care about these homeless people at all. For them, it couldn't be better to use these worms to experiment with radiation levels in Queens. Anyway, they are some worms at the bottom of the society, and they are left to fend for themselves. After a year or two, it will be determined that there is no harm in this place, and then we will solve it uniformly. Little beauty, I think you look good, how about being my gun bed? The man with dreadlocks laughed, and the younger brother on the side also whistled to suit the occasion. Humph. 35. Polaris snorted coldly, with killing intent in her eyes. She beckoned, all the kitchen furniture on the supermarket shelf magically flew over, floating beside her, the bright kitchen knives reached their hearts, as if they were being targeted. The picture is very weird. The dreadlocks man was also taken aback by this scene. Super ability? The dreadlocks man was shocked. Super ability is no longer a secret. I didn't expect this girl to be the legendary super ability person, damn it. Hey, we have no ill intentions, put down these ghosts, and we will leave immediately. The black dreadlocks raised their hands, facing the mysterious and weird super ability, and they were terrified in their hearts. Let the baby go, Polaris said coldly again. A haze flashed in the eyes of the dreadlocked black man, and he smiled as he glanced at the dozen or so children hiding behind Polaris. Everyone has weaknesses. This woman cares so much about these children, that is her biggest weakness. The man with dreadlocks was suddenly no longer afraid, pulled out the pistol from his coat, and pressed it firmly on the child's head. I'm the most disgusting group of you monsters, what do you all think you are? You are an outlier, and the world becomes so ugly because of the existence of people like you. Now, put those things down obediently, or I'll kill this child immediately. The dreaded man sneered and turned off the insurance. The child pointed at by the gun closed his eyes in fear and did not dare to move. Even at a young age, he knew what that meant. You. Polaris' face turned ugly. The awakening super ability she used just now was not that handy, and right now, a line of blood was silently flowing down her nostrils. Ha 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 ha, the dreadlocks black people were even more excited when they saw this scene. His eyes turned to the girl in front of him again, his eyes full of evil desire. What would it feel like to be able to hold this proud black swan under you? Sister Polaris, leave me alone. The little boy who was pointed at by the gun suddenly shouted. He overcame the fear in his heart and slammed into the arms that were trapping his body. Operator. The bitten little brother screamed, and he let go subconsciously. The little boy got out of trouble and ran towards Polaris with all his strength. The dreaded black man raised the gun in his hand with a gloomy face and pointed it at the younger boy of the little boy. Go to hell. He yelled. A gunshot came, and the little boy squatted down and covered his head. However, the bullet stayed strangely in midair. Polaris was pale, and more blood was flowing from her nostrils. She knelt on one knee on the ground, and there was no trace of blush on her face. Ability is constantly developed to become powerful. Polaris has never tried to stop a high-speed flight bullet. She did it. But for this, she also paid a small price. At the moment she was very weak. Whoosh! With a wave of Polaris's hand, the bullet returned at super high speed, but was less than accurate, only bruising one arm of the dreaded black man. Damn monster! The dreaded black man screamed, and the younger brothers around him, Zhao Nihao, took up the weapons in their hands and pointed at Polaris. Some are shotguns, some are daggers, more are icy machetes, fire axes. Take them away, leave it to me here. Polaris turned his head and roared at Luo Bing. This stubborn woman intends to face it all alone. Luo Bing was unmoved, and he was ready to do it the moment the gun rang, but what he didn't expect was that Polaris actually blocked the bullet. Her ability should be to manipulate metal, Luo Bing thought in his heart and walked forward. Why not go? Polaris complained, now is not the time to be masculine. Those people have weapons in their hands. What the hell are you doing as a reporter? Luo Bing stretched, took off the $30,000 worth of sunglasses, and threw them aside. I'm not a man hiding behind women. Thank you for your protection. Leave it to me next. Luo Bing said, the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a charming arc. When the man took off his sunglasses, Polaris was stunned. The group of children next to him were also stunned. They all recognized the man, the night knight who saved their lives in the night. Batman. The black dreadlocks naturally recognized the man in front of them. Luo Bing just made a trick roar in front of the media, and then criminals all over the world remembered that face, that handsome and terrifying face. Tell me, how do you want to die? Luo Bing's expression was flat. These little characters don't even deserve to let him know their names. He slaughtered a lot of such people. If not enough, these people will never be killed. They are like a disease. This disease cannot be eradicated at all. There will be such an existence in every era. Unless the earth develops like a god's domain one day, and the resources are so rich that everyone can live and work in peace and contentment, this phenomenon will always exist. Don't kill us. We know we were wrong, please forgive us once, please. The more than 30 little gangsters who were still vicious just now fell to their knees on the ground in fright, and the stench of urine dripped on the ground. The biggest difference between me and other leather warriors is that I'm never soft-hearted. Luo Bing smiled, but the smile seemed so piercing in the eyes of the enemy. 793. Forgive you is a matter of God, and my task is to send you to see the old man. Luo Bing said, and elegantly reached out into the black hole on the side, and pulled out a delicate and slender gorgeous sword. The handle of the sword body is inlaid with exquisite purple gems. Asgard's collection is just such bells and whistles. But killing people with this kind of sword is also very beautiful. Luo Bing swung a sword lightly, the sword wave rippling, sending out a void slash. That is space division. Luo Bing has become more and more comfortable to use, and can even be released with weapons. In just 1 second, more than 30 people fell to the ground forever. That picture is not conducive to the mental growth of children, but Luo Bing did not deliberately cover up this scene. For these orphans, care is not the best way to nurture them. They have to deeply realize the cruelty of this world, because only they can protect themselves. The Shinwei space on the side has not been closed yet. Luo Bing turned around and stuffed the gorgeous sword whose name was unknown. He has a lot of this kind of thing, although it can't be called an artifact, but it is sharp enough. I don't know what metal material was used to hammer it out. I'm sorry I lied to you, I'm not a journalist. Looking back at Polaris who was standing still, Luo Bing smiled apologetically. Polaris was dumbfounded, a little overwhelmed, the blood from his nostrils dripped on his clothes and didn't notice it. Luo Bing took out a handkerchief from his body and patiently wiped the blood from her nose. You're not very skilled in using your super ability, you just started awakening, right? Luo Bing asked aloud. Polaris suddenly seemed to be a shy girl, and her face flushed a bit. I don't know if it's because my body has recovered, or because I'm suddenly shy. Maybe both. Batman. Batman hail. Night night hail. The children ran over in surprise and surrounded Luo Bing. For children, superhero or something is simply a dream, and being able to see superhero in person is more pleasant than anything. Even at this time, they didn't pay attention to the corpse lying on the ground. Hey, don't squeeze, don't squeeze. Hey, you guy, don't learn how to hug your thighs. Luo Bing is helpless by a bunch of kids. Polaris couldn't help but burst out laughing at this happy scene. Luo Bing was attracted by this smile and looked at her. The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere was very ambiguous. After agreeing to come back to accompany her to train with her super ability tomorrow, Luo Bing said goodbye to everyone. He had no reason to take them away. After all, they had only known each other for a day. Back in the castle on the coast of Marbury, Sky seemed to have known the news of Luo Bing's return, and was busy in the kitchen early. Her culinary skills seem to have improved a bit, Bifa. The little peppers on the other side are always asking her for advice. I'm back, it's quite fragrant. Luo Bing sat down at the dining table to eat unceremoniously, in a good mood. Sky also discovered this and joked with a smile, I am so happy today, did I find money, or did I meet someone I like? Luo Bing shrugged. Maybe, I met a nice girl today. I think she's pretty good. Very loving. Sky froze in place, she just asked a question casually, but this guy really responded. Something is wrong. Sky pulled an emergency warning in his heart. Recalling the knowledge Xiao Chili gave her, the whole person was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. How to do? What to do? I'm done eating, go to bed early. Luo Bing patted his stomach contentedly, he didn't have the self-consciousness to wash the dishes after dinner. Sky was still messy in the living room, she immediately called her close comrade-in-arms Little Pepper, and the two discussed tactics on the phone. After Luo Bing returned to the room, he picked up his phone and looked at it. Before he left Polaris a phone number, and the two added a face. Are you home yet, Miss Polaris? Luo Bing looked at the flashing avatar, didn't know how to reply, and then. My name is not Robin. And, soon, Polaris sent a new message. Thank you for today, *v*, Miss Polaris. Luo Bing scratched his head, he really didn't know how to reply to girls. Then. My name is not Robin. I'm always a jerk. Luo Bing began to complain about himself, and rolled his eyes helplessly. Sure enough, he didn't know how to chat with girls at all. I'll make you something delicious when you come over tomorrow, *v*, Miss Polaris. Okay, I'm not called Robin. It seems that Luo Bing's high coldness made Polaris over there embarrassed to interrupt any more. The two sent a message of, see you tomorrow, and then the phone went silent. Luo Bing let out a sigh of relief and lay down on the bed. This, Kendo Master Dugu's subtle way of flirting with girls, doesn't work either. Pit goods. No wonder you are lonely. Luo Bing was speechless. He pulled this single dog ability into the blacklist in his heart. He was about to send his phone, but the phone rang again. Luo Bing frowned, seeing that a person named Queen sent him a friend request. Who is it? Luo Bing is puzzled, not many people know his face number. Then. He clicked the agree button. Ding ding ding. The phone vibrated and the Queen sent a message. Get me out. Queen. Luo Bing frowned, his face serious. Where are you? What happened? I'm not Robin. Hell. Queen. F***K. Named Queen, and now people are in hell. Luo Bing's eyes widened, is someone playing a prank? Is it really the woman in hell? What's your name? I'm not Robin. Hella. Don't talk nonsense, come and save me. Queen. Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief. It was Hella. Fortunately, I don't know it, it shouldn't be that woman in hell. And many more. I don't even know what that woman in hell is called, Luo Bing frowned, thinking that this is impossible, now the Wi-Fi is connected to hell. If he said that the woman used the mobile phone he left behind and happened to see his face number, he would still think there was a possibility, but with Wi-Fi in hell, no matter how he thought about it, he felt weird. Do we know each other? Luo Bing frowned and edited the message and clicked send. Although he already had 7% confidence in him, he was still not sure. After this message was sent, there was no reply for a long time. Luo Bing shook his head and threw his phone aside, what seemed to be a coincidental prank. Maybe he thought too much. It is, how can it be possible to connect to Wi-Fi in hell? Isn't this nonsense? In the dead silent hell. Hella looked at the phone in front of her that lost the signal again, she was so angry that she wanted to smash this thing. Before she finally got through, Luo Bing left and forced her divine power to penetrate a small hole. Her energy could not penetrate, she studied for a long time and got a weak signal from the earth. After that, she studied the mobile phone for a long time, and then she got in touch with Luo Bing. This is already amazing. It's a pity that the space healed too fast, and the weak connection she opened up after abolishing the power of 9 bulls and 2 tigers healed quickly. This means that she has to spend most of her divine power again to impact that space node. But Hella was not discouraged. Time is the least valuable thing to her, and that man is the only hope to get her out of here. Luo Bing was bored playing the league to pass the time, and now the outside world is very peaceful, maybe because the roar of superhero is so loud these days, the criminals are hiding. Occasionally, a few Langtauking are also cleaned up by the good neighbor Spider-Man. 12 o'clock in the middle of the night came slowly. Lucky aura on. Sign in successfully. Today's copy of the ability, Imagination Realization, has been delivered, please enjoy it. Imagination Realization, create real objects in reality through fantasy power and spiritual power. The more complex the real objects are, the higher fantasy power and mental power are required. Warm reminder, too greedy will burn your brain. This is from the universe tips for the first beautiful girl horse monkey soju. Void creation. Luo Bing thought of this magic for the first time. He had heard it in Asgard. But normally, void creations rely on unique magic spells to imprint a single thing or item. For example, the simplest generation of water, fire, lightning, and wind, which contains magic elements, but also the ingredients of void creation. The most intuitive thing is that Luo Bing's Rashomon has always been mistaken by Odin and others as a creation of the void. What the hell is horse monkey shochu? How could anyone name themselves that? Luo Bing was speechless. Spiritually, he understands a little bit of the general meaning. Luo Bing's spiritual power is different from that of ordinary people, which may also be due to the reason of his immortal body, as well as his supernatural powers, each of which seems to strengthen his spiritual power. For example, Beast's instinct, and another example of Shanyan, these are all honing his mental power all the time. But imagination is too illusory, isn't it? It can't be grasped or touched. But in general, this time it is a 4-character ability, which should not be bad. Luo Bing sat upright and began to test his new ability. First, he visualized the item he wanted in his mind, then concentrated and silently triggered the skill. Beep. 35. A $1 coin hung on the ground with a crisp sound. It doesn't seem to be difficult. Luo Bing looked at the coin in his hand eagerly, showing a look of joy. Sure enough, this guy's first thought after getting this ability was to manifest money. But I can directly show what money can buy. What do I need money for? Luo Bing silently complained about his behavior. Then he closed his eyes again, this time imagining a slender sword in his mind. Crack. The metal sword fell to the ground with a thud. Interesting. Luo Bing picked up the rapier and found that it was exactly the same as he imagined. Even Luo Bing engraved a pig's head on the handle of the knife when he visualized it. There is also a little pig's head present. What an amazing ability. Looks like I won't be able to sell tickets for my Magic World Tour. 0. Luo Bing muttered to himself twice, and he didn't have any strange feeling after realizing the two things. Perhaps these two things were too simple and didn't waste much of his mental power at all. Okay. The next one will be infinite gems. Luo Bing clapped his hands and began to visualize in his mind based on the appearance of Tesseract. Danger. Danger. Beast instinctively gave a timely warning, as if reminding Luo Bing not to do stupid things. Luo Bing, 6699. Well, not really, the realization of infinite gems seems too naive. Maybe I can do it later. Luo Bing wasn't disappointed either, because he didn't have much hope, he just tried it out. How far can I do it now? Luo Bing's eyes were suddenly attracted to the mall in the game. Why do I limit my imagination to reality? The items in the game should also be materialized, right? This ability has no logic at all, it is magic, and it is still very high level magic. Although Luo Bing uses any ability without consuming mana. Just like Rashomon, he can summon all day without stopping. At the beginning, there was a cooling time limit, but as he became more and more proficient, this ability was directly mastered by him. Including Shirinyan, although Luo Bing got the most basic version, it seems that after long-term use and proficient use, you can also get a high-level version. Even a cracked version. Luo Bing stared at the small blue bottle in the Alliance, closed his eyes and painted in his head, including his own understanding of the small blue bottle, such as the attribute of rapid energy recovery, which was also added to it. Crack. The blue liquid wrapped in the crystal bottle fell to the ground and shattered immediately, filling the room with a magical smell. Even Luo Bing's head, which was somewhat cloudy because of the realization of this thing, gradually became sober. It's broken if I'm not careful. Luo Bing rubbed his head, feeling a little depressed. But It seems that there is a bug again. I realize that this thing is just a little heavy, but it recovered immediately after smelling it, which means that this thing can also restore mental power. Isn't that? Do whatever you want, and... Well, in the end Luo Bing didn't do what he wanted. He only manifested 5 vials of the little blue medicine, and the pain in his brain couldn't stand it anymore. Although the situation improved a lot after drinking a bottle, I felt full of energy, but my head was still a little drowsy. Although it was not so exaggerated, there was always a feeling of drowsiness. Luo Bing hasn't felt this kind of mental problem for a long time since he got the immortal body. It's a very magical experience. Obviously the body is not full, I feel that the pore of the whole body is sucking in the roar, but the head still can't help but feel drowsy. It seems that this thing can only achieve the effect of refreshing and restoring energy, and cannot restore spiritual power at all. Maybe I can materialize a drug that restores psychic power, 3. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Luo Bing pondered for a long time, but after all, he didn't think how to realize this idea. The fantasy, 793, now needs a reference. Whether it is in reality or in the game, mental power is a very vague term. What's more, the idea of using the same amount of mental power to materialize more mental power recovery medicines is a bit naive, which doesn't seem realistic or magical at all. In a drowsy state, Luo Bing fell into sleep. That night, Luo Bing had 2 consecutive dreams. It may be due to the sequelae of the drowsy head and the chaotic dreams. Luo Bing is not sure whether it is a precognition dream. In his first dream, he saw a leather-clad warrior on a skateboard fighting a little Spider-Man over a rundown of Queens. It is possible that this dream was a precognition dream. After all, a familiar character appeared in the dream. The second dream was a bit cloudy. He saw a middle-aged white man with white temples climbing Mount Everest. This is kind of weird. What does climbing Everest have to do with his foreknowledge? What's on Mount Everest? Isn't it Snow Mountain? Luo Bing, who woke up in the morning, didn't think about it so much. Anyway, what should happen will always happen. He thought he disrupted the development of precognitive dreams, but he didn't expect it to coincide in a clever way. What Luo Bing saw was just a fragment. This clip contains too little information to know whether the future will be good or bad. But Luo Bing didn't bother so much. Soldiers came to block people, and water came to tune. He once saw a black hole burst open on the top of Stark Building's head, and a large number of aliens ran in. So what should I do? Tear down the Stark Building? None of these things can solve the problem. Luo Bing is a power supremacy. As long as he is strong enough, everything is a turkey. Taking out his mobile phone, Luo Bing sent a message to Peter, asking him to pay attention to the figure flying up to the sky on a skateboard in his daily life, which may cause him a lot of trouble. Peter also just got up to brush his teeth and wash his teeth, and inexplicably replied. Brother Luo, aren't you the one who flew to the sky on a skateboard? You used to skate on glass rails a lot, and the glass was transparent, so it looked like you were flying on a skateboard. Luo Bing. All right. It looks like he has inadvertently inspired some kind of genius who wants to die. But Luo Bing can't bear this pot. Peter has become more reliable now, and Luo Bing believes he can handle this problem. Glancing at the phone, there are still more than a dozen unread letters on the social software. It was sent to him by the guy with the ID, Queen. The signal was interrupted just now. Damn, Queen. Let me out, come right back and lick my toes, I can still forgive you, Queen. Damn, are you listening? Queen. Did you get the message? Queen. The guy sent a lot of messages, and from his hot-tempered attitude and details, Luo Bing had already decided that this guy was the woman he met in hell. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. There are so many magical operations of the boss, and he can even surf the internet in hell. He didn't pay attention at all. Luo Bing didn't show any pity in the face of such a wicked woman. Just leave that woman in hell. Hell suits her. It's just that Luo Bing, who saw the last few articles, immediately laughed unkindly. The woman named Hella also seemed to sense that she was begging in a low voice, so she began to speak kind words. "Brother Robin, please help me, people are bored here. The acid rain is coming again, I was wrong, it's so cold, so lonely. Brother Robin, are you here? I want to eat the barbecue you make, I swear I will never yell at you again, come and take me away, Queen." For some reason, Luo Bing felt a little relieved when he saw the woman begging him in a low voice. So he edited a text message and replied. "Why? We don't know each other, I'm not Robin." After sending the text message, Luo Bing laughed out loud, he just wanted to be angry with this woman, who made her proud like a swan. "You deserve it, you still have the face to call my brother. Who knows how many thousand years old you are? Not scary." After sending the message, Luo Bing received a reply instantly, thinking that this woman had been standing by her phone, afraid that she had not slept at all and had been waiting for him all night. For these big guys, going without sleep for a few months is nothing at all. "You're alive. Come and take me away, Queen." Is this woman a repeater? Is this word over and over again? Luo Bing ignored it, and just wanted to put the phone in his clothes pocket, but the other party sent another message. However, this is a picture message. Hella in the picture is unexpectedly tender, with big eyes and watery eyes, which is a good expression pack. I don't know how much determination she made to get the courage to take this photo. Luo Bing ignored it, he wouldn't be moved by a simple picture. But after the next few pictures were sent, Luo Bing really couldn't stand it anymore. This is so special. Who taught her? 5.0 even sent fruit photos to himself. Shit. Definitely, not the full fruit, but the half-covered one is more exciting to watch. Especially Luo Bing, a young man who had never experienced a relationship between a man and a woman, immediately reacted when he saw this scene. 6635, I am not Robin. Demon girl. Luo Bing murmured secretly, and backhanded one to save it locally and report it. Not long after, the system robot prompted the other party to be banned for 3 hours for posting bad photos. Luo Bing's ears were clear, he felt refreshed throughout his body, he concentrated and calmed down. The good buddy returned to normal. He took a cold shower and put on a black trench coat. Although the Wushu immortal body does not need to take a bath, I still feel unaccustomed to it. Open the space door at will. He and Miss Polaris have another appointment today. Dilapidated Queens, Polaris exerts his ability under Luo Bing's attention. She can control metal. To be more precise, she should be able to control the surrounding magnetic field, but because of the ability of awakening, her ability to controlling magnetic field is still very weak, and currently she can only pull some metal products to fly. Such as small flying darts. Like yesterday's situation is a potential explosion. She successfully stopped a bullet. The super ability of Polaris is very potential. In this era of hot weapons rampant, when she becomes proficient in the future, she will be very terrifying when she encounters the army or war when she masters the magnetic field ability, and she can completely defeat 10,000. Drink some water and rest. Luo Bing snapped his fingers, a glass of watermelon juice fell out of nowhere and was caught by him firmly. Luo Bing did not have the magnetic field ability originally, and his training process was more about controlling the situation and preventing accidents. He spends more time familiarizing himself with the realization of his fantasy. Thank you, Polaris blushed, not sure if he was tired or what. She took the watermelon juice from Luo Bing's hand and took a gulp from the straw. 14, sweet, Polaris narrowed his eyes comfortably. Luo Bing's phone rang. He has been putting this thing in his clothes pocket, but not in the Shenwei space, because there is no signal in the Shenwei space. Happy called and Luo Bing asked him to contact the orphanage where he used to be yesterday. In fact, Luo Bing is so greedy for money for a reason. He used to secretly send the money from his summer job to the orphanage. With more money, Luo Bing directly funded the renovation and expansion of the former orphanage. Now orphanages can accommodate more people and have the best facilities and resources. The dean even hung his picture on the wall and gave him the status of an honorary dean. But Luo Bing doesn't care about this. He is not for honor, he is just to repay his kindness. He is a person who attaches great importance to feelings, and he will remember those who treat him well. Things are arranged. Those older children are reluctant to go to the orphanage, but those who are too young can't be taken care of by yourself. Sending to the orphanage is the best choice, Luo Bing said, looking at Polaris. Thank you so much. Polaris nodded slightly, thanking him. She really didn't know how to thank Luo Bing. After all, she saved her life, and it was twice. For Polaris, Luo Bing is his hero. At lunchtime, Happy landed in the ruined city with his special plane. Polaris's cooking skills can't be said to be top-notch, but it also makes Luo Bing very satisfied. At least this girl is very careful when she cooks any dishes. If Sky knew, Luo Bing's mind would collapse. I'm also very attentive. Why don't you see me complimenting me? In fact, the reason for this is very simple. Luo Bing and Sky are so familiar that they don't need praise at all. Sometimes it may be like this: the more familiar people feel, the less polite they are, and sometimes there are occasional quarrels. Humans are really strange animals, and emotions are even more troublesome. Harvey took 13 young children away, and only 2 14-year-old boys expressed that they did not want to go to the orphanage at all. Polaris was a little worried, but also to say goodbye, Luo Bing accompanied her to fly to Chinatown by plane. In fact, Luo Bing has not been on a plane for a long time after obtaining the space ability. Definitely. He also hasn't been back in Chinatown for a long time. As soon as he got off the plane, the dean greeted him warmly. The construction team that Happy hired was building very fast, and the orphanage was different from what it used to be, and its population was almost 5 times larger than before. This is nothing to be proud of. This means that the world is not peaceful, and the number of orphans is gradually increasing. In fact, the surge in population in the past few days is due to the last biochemical lizard man crisis in Queens. All orphanages in New York are basically full. Otherwise, there will be no orphans living on the streets. Luo Bing, I sincerely thank you for everything you have done to the orphanage. Your child has grown up in an instant and has become a superhero. It really brings glory to our orphanage. The dean is an old man over 70 years old, and he is probably the only one in this world who is qualified to talk to Luo Bing as an elder. This is what I should do. Luo Bing smiled shyly, feeling somewhat praised. Isn't there any trouble in Chinatown recently? Luo Bing asked aloud. No, it's just that there are a lot of tourists, and they keep coming here to learn what kind of kung fu of the Celestial dynasty. The old man sighed. Not every Celestial person knows Celestial kung fu. Seriously speaking, Luo Bing is going to take the blame again. Oh, by the way, one more thing, do you remember the number 1 bust in Chinatown? The old man asked aloud. Tang Ren. That guy who claims to be a detective? Luo Bing asked with a frown. He wasn't very impressed, he just thought that guy had a strong ability to be funny. He really made a name for himself recently and solved a big case, but anyone with a discerning eye knows that it is the credit of his distant cousin. The old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. That guy hasn't found a serious job yet. Luo Bing was speechless, and then stopped paying attention. Polaris said goodbye to the children who had gathered in the past 2 days. After seeing the people and things in the orphanage, she was completely relieved. 2 older children who were reluctant to stay in an orphanage were sent to school by Happy. If nothing else, they will become an employee of the Stark Group in the future. 793 Polaris was alone, and suddenly relaxed, carefree, and a little confused. Just move in and live with me. I also have a roommate. The house is too big to live in. Queens is still a bad environment. Even if there is no pollution, the infection rate of heat death is very high. Luo Bing looked at Polaris in front of her, her green hair very nice. Well, but what can I do for you? Polaris opened his eyes wide and looked at Luo Bing. If the relationship between the two is closer, maybe there is no need to think about it so much. But now, their relationship is nothing but good friends. Maybe you can join my logistics team, another roommate of mine does this. Luo Bing made a random excuse. In fact, he couldn't figure out what he was thinking, but he just felt that doing so was in line with his mind. Then, well, maybe I can use my super ability to fight criminals like you do. Polaris' eyes lit up. Great idea, maybe we can become a duo or something. Luo Bing nodded. In school, little Spider-Man, who wanted to be a duo with Luo Bing, shed tears of sadness. How are you doing this? So sad. It's not fair. In the evening, Malibu Shore 10086, Tony and his family gathered at Luo Bing's castle. Pepper looked at Sky beside him. Sky looked at Polaris beside him. Polaris looked at Luo Bing. Luo Bing looked at Tony and shrugged. You, take out the bomb fragments in your heart as soon as possible. Even if you're wearing steel armor, this cool girl by my side can wave your hand and kill you right away. Luo Bing isn't a threat, it's a fact. Polaris' ability just beats Tony. Tony had a bitter look on his face. He wasn't a timid dead man. On the contrary, he never feared death. But, it doesn't mean that he is willing to lie on the operating table and let others decide his own life and death. If that person is someone he trusts, that's fine. Tony never trusted those doctors, which kept him from making up his mind. It's a pity that the most famous doctor in the world, Dr. Strange, had a car accident. His hands are already disabled and he can't do any surgery. He is now running all over the country to find a doctor who can heal his hands. I heard that the guy has used up almost all his property now and has started to sell cars and houses. If Polaris had never appeared, Tony might not have realized it for a long time, but now, the sudden appearance of the pretty girl with green hair was bad news for Tony. If there is one, there will be a second. Who knows if there will be people with controlled magnetism in the future? If there is, bad luck or an enemy, isn't he dead? Tony didn't like the feeling that fate was always in someone else's hands and turned off. He was in such a bad mood that he couldn't even eat the delicate dinner on the table. Is there any safe way? Pepper bit his lip and looked at Tony miserably. Yes. Luo Bing nodded, and naturally caught a crystal bottle filled with bright red liquid from the air. I knew you had a way. Love you. Tony grabbed the bottle excitedly and confessed aloud. Luo Bing had a black line on his face. The little Pepper next to him silently rolled his eyes. How do I use this thing? What is this? Is it an alien product? Tony looked at the crystal bottle in his hand curiously. Under the refraction of the light, the crystal bottle was crystal clear, and the red liquid inside was emitting a streamer, which looked like a very extraordinary. This thing allows you to quickly heal wounds and replenish vitality. You only need to let Polaris quickly pull out the fragments in your heart, and then you can drink it. Luo Bing explained. He has already done experiments. This little red medicine has greatly supplemented Luo Bing's lack of medical treatment, and it is very effective. He used this medicine during the day to cure an old orphanage worker who had a broken leg. Amazing! Is this thing vampire blood? Tony jumped up in surprise. He asked because the decoration in Luo Bing Castle was very vampire. The black bat, the knife and fork with blood, not only does not feel depressed, but has a mysterious style. Vampire? Fart, have you ever played games? Do you know about the blue returning medicine, the blood returning medicine? Luo Bing asked in an easy-to-understand manner. Huh? Is there such a thing? Tony's eyes widened. Similar, almost. I have tried the effect of this thing. I used it to cure an uncle who had been in a wheelchair for 10 years during the day, Luo Bing said relaxedly. Then can't we start a pharmaceutical company? It's a miracle drug. Tony got excited. How bad do you think this thing is? Luo Bing looked at Tony with a black face. If he really wants to mass-produce this thing, he guarantees that his brain will be burned out. I knew you were the best for me, haha, Tony laughed, holding the bottle in his hand carefully, lest one accidentally knock it over. It's better to start now, the shrapnel in the body is always a hidden danger, Luo Bing said, looking at Polaris beside him. Are you sure? Well, I can feel the shrapnel in his body, Polaris nodded. She had a task to do as soon as she came here. She was very happy, and felt that she did not live up to Luo Bing's expectations for her. Wait, give me a break. Tony took a deep roar. It's simple to say, but the shrapnel is very close to his heart, and he needs a lot of courage to complete the operation. Pepper, take the medicine, and pour him into Tony's mouth as soon as the shrapnel is taken out. We will strive for a one-time success. Luo Bing gave a serious order. Okay, little Pepper nodded earnestly, and immediately did as Luo Bing said, took out the red crystal bottle from Tony's hand, and carefully unscrewed the cap. When the lid was unscrewed, a special gas floated out, it smelled very intoxicated, and the pores all over the body relaxed. Wait. What does it mean to strive for a one-time success? I can't last twice in this situation. Tony had a black line on his face, inexplicably panicked in his heart. Don't talk nonsense, just lie down and lie down. Luo Bing didn't explain much, and no one knew about his time ability. Okay, Tony shut his mouth honestly, he trusted Luo Bing very much. Do you need an anesthesia needle? Pepper asked nervously. I think, I might need. Tony was sweating coldly, although he could bear the pain, but it wasn't necessary at all, and it wasn't that he couldn't afford anesthesia needles. Some special operations are not allowed to use anesthesia, but now this is not an operation. I'll have Happy deliver it right away, Pepper said, looking up and calling Roar Friday. It doesn't need to be that troublesome. Luo Bing waved his hand. He didn't even have a physical anesthesia needle. He patted Tony's neck lightly, and the physical anesthesia was used. Thor rolled his eyes and fainted. Let's do it now, Luo Bing said, making room. Little Chili wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This is really not troublesome. Polaris walked up to Tony, his hands glowing with greenery. He first manipulated the magnetic force to draw out the small energy device in Tony's chest, then closed his eyes and carefully perceived the metal shrapnel in Stark's chest. Operator puff puff. Everything came so suddenly. The shrapnel shot out of Tony's chest instantly, hitting the ceiling above his head. A lot of blood splattered the little Pepper. Without Luo Bing's command, Xiao Chili quickly poured a whole bottle of blood recovery medicine into Tony's mouth. A miracle happened soon. The blood that was originally spurting out of the shrapnel stopped instantly. Shortly afterward, Tony's pitted wound glowed green and began to heal quickly. It looks like I don't need a second chance. Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief. The little Pepper on the side watched anxiously. Soon Tony opened his eyes and looked like he was okay. How do you feel? Luo Bing asked. Except for a little neck pain, everything else is fine. Wait. The operation is over. Sure, Stark's eyes widened, not expecting everything to happen so quickly. Zhao Noa good. Even the hands on the wrist turned for less than a minute. It seems to be alright, he can still feel the pain in his neck. Xiao Chili breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt relieved. Polaris and Sky on the side also played with a sigh of relief. The situation just now was too tense, and the blood was sprayed 1 meter high. Fortunately, they were far away, otherwise they would definitely be splashed like a small pepper. But the little Pepper doesn't care about that at all. What surprised her was that the small red bottle that Luo Bing took out had an amazing effect, and even the big hole in Tony's chest was filled, which was simply a magical scene. Did I just get hit? Tony touched his neck and looked at Luo Bing with a black line on his face. I don't know, you may be hallucinating. Luo Bing shook his head. The three women beside her smirked and shook their heads. Tony rolled his eyes, looked at the blue-lit reactor on the table beside him, and looked at the shrapnel on the ceiling above his head, and let out a long breath. This is not the end of Iron Man. For Tony, this is a new beginning. The Malibu coast is thoroughly buzzing. To welcome the arrival of Polaris. Also to celebrate Stark's new life, Tony threw huge amounts of parties here with Luo Bing's approval. Definitely, he only invited some common acquaintances over. Outsiders, including the media, do not know the real residents of Tony and Luo Bing. The sky is full of firework blooming in the sky. Steve looked at the rising firework in the night sky in confusion, not quite used to this scene. But for an old man who has been frozen for 70 years, his mentality is already very optimistic. At least he won't be curious about what this is and what that is. In the past 2 days, he secretly supplemented a lot of knowledge. I also went to the hospital to meet my old friend Carter for the last time. The other party was very calm and did not seem to blame him for being 70 years late. It's just that Steve is very confused. The dance he promised may never be realized in this life. Cool, little Spider-Man swings on the cruise ship. He's never been to such a great party. As a high school student who couldn't drink yet, he held a big bag of popcorn in his hand and looked enviously at the group of people drinking together below. Occasionally it's good to get together like this. Luo Bing raised the goblet in his hand, even though he was also a minor. But what about 793 him? Right, last time I was in Queens, I said it was a dinner party. But it's not too late. Stark raised his goblet angrily to clink glasses with the people around him. My name is Barton, sorry I didn't join you last time. Barton raised his goblet and drank it down. Natasha Romanoff stared wide-eyed at Polaris, then at Sky. Obviously she didn't expect that guy Luo Bing to be a treasure in a golden house. Or two. The girls gathered together and didn't know what they were talking about, while the boys were drinking happily on the side. But obviously with Luo Bing's physique, he won't get drunk. Basically everyone came that day, but unfortunately Luo Bing didn't find Matthew. Daredevil doesn't seem to like this kind of group activity. I think it's better to have this kind of party alone in the future. It's better not to bring women along, Tony muttered in a low voice, as if he was thinking something bad again. I tell you, this month's cover girl looks really good, Tony vowed. Tony! Pepper yelled from the side. Tony shrugged helplessly, turned around and smiled apologetically. Ha ha ha. A group of people laughed. Now the media has given us, Bifa, a group of people a lot of team names. I think we really need to discuss a name as soon as possible, or we'll all be led astray soon. Tony put away his Playboy style and changed the subject with a cough. First of all, the Iron Legion is impossible. Luo Bing rejected Tony's idea in one sentence. Veteran Roar is even more unreliable, Tony's face darkened. Justice League is pretty good, but it always feels a little inconsistent, Steve said seriously. It's a little inappropriate to talk about justice all day. Luo Bing nodded. Where's the Spider family, where's the Spider family? Peter fell on the swing excitedly. Eat your popcorn, you're just a reservist, Luo Bing slapped little Spider-Man mercilessly. Little Spider-Man shrugged helplessly and continued eating his own popcorn. Today everyone is not wearing their own gear and is very casual. I predicted the alien battle in New York, which may be inevitable. In that small clip, I saw a lot of pictures, but it seems that our partners are not only these, there is also a green fat man, who initiated the "it's scary to be crazy." Luo Bing hesitation said the future he saw. Although he only saw a small part, it wasn't comprehensive, and he didn't know how that happened, and he didn't see how it ended. But one day it will come. Warriors of Earth need to be mentally prepared. What kind of aliens are they? Steve asked seriously. They knew more or less that Luo Bing had a predictable super ability. Steve also only recently learned about the concept of aliens. It looks strange, a bit like a bug, stepping on a flight device and holding a weapon that can emit lasers, Luo Bing recalled carefully. Tony frowned. If only I knew the exact time. Luo Bing shook his head. He also doesn't know when this will happen. Maybe in a year or two, maybe in a few months. Everything is unclear. It is because of this unknown that it is often more worrying. Luo Bing accurately described what he saw, including the location and quantity. The crowded alien army frowned upon hearing that. I saw an interesting team name from Fury's plan, maybe we can apply it, Luo Bing said. What is it? Captain America asked curiously. Avengers? Barton had heard Fury say it, and he was part of the plan early on. I don't like S.H.I.E.L.D. We do it ourselves, and we leave all operational logistics to our major shareholders. After all, he's richer than me now, and I work for him all the time. Tony looked at Luo Bing. Luo Bing shrugged and said that he didn't care. His own original purpose was to set up an independent team, and he did not need anyone to supervise it. I agree, Little Spider-Man was the first enthusiastic sign-up. I'm fine. Steve nodded, and after learning of the crisis he would encounter in the future, he also felt that one person couldn't deal with those monsters, and he still needed a team. What about you, Barton? Luo Bing looked at the silent Hawkeye. But I'm the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, he said with some hesitation. Who is not, me too, but this is not a conflict, it should be a superhero club, but our responsibility is to resist the invasion of alien species, Luo Bing explained. Okay, I'll join. Barton, absent from the hesitation, raised his right hand. Okay, why don't you think about the name Iron Legion? I think it's super cool. Tony pursed his lips aside. Luo Bing has a black line, this guy just wants to show off. Why don't you say it's called the Stark Legion? Tony smiled awkwardly and raised his right hand. The Avengers are here. The crowd seemed to have forgotten Natasha Romanoff on the side during the discussion, but she was later added in the announcement. The current members are Luo Bing, Tony, Steve, Barton, Natasha Romanoff. Reserves have Little Spider-Man, and Polaris. Both of them still need a lot of exercise to get acquainted with their super abilities, at least they haven't really grown up yet. But one day will come sooner or later. When he was at night, all the rising Avengers lay on the ground except Luo Bing and the Zero-transformed Steve, without exception. Even the ladies drank happily and looked intoxicated. Alas! If only I were drunk, can I really count on these guys to save the world? Steve shook his head aside. Looking at the mess in front of him, Luo Bing silently helped his forehead. The boy was fine with him, he pulled it onto the sofa and finished. What should the girls do? Look at the drunk unconscious ladies in front of you. Just when Luo Bing was frowning, there was a sudden sound in my head. Sign in successfully. Today's ability, super invincible sobering technique of the secret of Bacchus Wang Liangqian's cup not getting drunk, has been delivered. Please enjoy it as much as you like. Luo Bing, 55. Is it 12 o'clock at night so soon? It's over, I had so much fun today that I forgot to turn on my lucky halo. Why doesn't the phone alarm clock go off? Oh, by the way, the original mobile phone is left in hell, and the current one hasn't had time to set the alarm clock. Luo Bing was speechless, and wasted another ability position. The number of broken words refreshed today is so long, you can tell just by looking at the ending, this is another bad skill. But, it's quite fitting. I'll take these people out, and the lady will leave it to you, the sea wind here is too strong, you will catch a cold, Steve said, carrying two on one shoulder, and walked towards the lounge of the cruise ship. Okay, Luo Bing agreed. With this sobering technique, he doesn't have to mind so much, let the lady sober up and handle it by herself. As for those big men, just faint when they are dizzy. Luo Bing came to Sky and patted her head with his hand, using the sobering technique. But Sky just murmured, but there seemed to be no sign of waking up. Is this skill bad? Luo Bing thought to himself. He came to Polaris again and patted her on the head. Polaris rolled over and didn't seem to be waking up either. Have you seen the ghost? Luo Bing's ability has never been in such a situation, and the introduction of the ability clearly says, let the drunk sober up. He walked over to Natasha Romanoff suspiciously and patted her on the head. What the hell, this ability really doesn't work. Luo Bing didn't believe in evil, and patted Xiao Chili on the head again. Well, the headache is gone, it's so relaxing. Pepper woke up with a yawn. Luo Bing looked at the three people who were still pretending to be drunk with a dark face, his face was speechless. Is it fun to pretend to be drunk? It's not that there is something wrong with his own abilities, it's that these three people are pretending to be drunk. They all drank a lot of alcohol, and I guess they all slept until noon tomorrow. Well, I'll settle Ms. Natasha Romanoff, you can send these two back to the castle. Little Pepper stroked her long hair, her eyes rolled and she didn't know what she was thinking. All right. Luo Bing didn't reveal it either. He put his hands on Sky's and Polaris' shoulders, and the three of them disappeared instantly. Roar. Little Pepper let out a long breath and patted his chest. Natasha Romanoff woke up tactfully resentful. What did you say they were going to do tonight? Natasha Romanoff asked, rolling her eyes, somewhat appetizing. Haha, how do I know, anyway, that's all I can help Sky, I hope that guy Luo Bing can give some strength, the relationship between them is about to pierce that layer of window paper. Little Pepper is a sensible person, shrugging. Shrugged. But the three of them. Natasha Romanoff was speechless. No way, it doesn't matter to me anyway. Pepper shrugged and smiled wickedly. I don't think that guy is taking advantage of someone's danger. Natasha Romanoff shook her head, she hadn't been drinking too much, she just pretended to be drunk. This wine doesn't work. Why don't you feel anything at all? Natasha Romanoff asked suspiciously. Me too, I was a little drunk at first, but now I'm sober all of a sudden, probably because of the sea breeze. There is a room on the cruise ship, you can find a place to rest, I'll take care of Tony, that guy doesn't know how drunk he is, Pepper said, and left the deck. Ugh. Natasha Romanoff glanced at the sky in the distance, not knowing what to say. Luo Bing is not a virtuous person. What's more, he knew in his heart that these two girls were not drunk at all, and he had no idea what to do. Luo Bing threw the two of them on a bed, covered them with the quilt, yawned and went to sleep. He didn't even think about making fun of such a boring thing as the two girls. Go back to the house and fall asleep. Sky and Polaris were embarrassed. The two were facing each other, pretending to be drunk, Roar's hot air splashed on each other's faces, and they were very embarrassed. But pretending to be drunk and embarrassed to be sober can only continue to pretend like this. The next morning, when Luo Bing woke up, he saw two women sleeping soundly, hugging each other like octopus, shrugging his shoulders with a helpless expression. Watch out for sleep, girls. Luo Bing went out for a morning run and happened to bump into Natasha Romanoff, who was stretching on the beach. You woke up so early. Luo Bing made a move. Roar. His morning run was 10 laps along the coast. Luo Bing never slackens his physical training. After 10 laps, it is basically an hour. After all, the sea is too big. For ordinary people, let alone 10 laps, I am afraid that 1 lap will take a whole day. Seeking flowers 0. I'm not as leisurely as you, I still have a task, I'll be leaving soon. Natasha Romanoff glanced at Luo Bing unexpectedly, her eyes slightly subtle. Where are the two girls? She asked casually. I'm still asleep, like a pig. Luo Bing shrugged, his eyes helpless. Yesterday was a good opportunity, you didn't do anything. Natasha Romanoff laughed wickedly, as if joking. Do I have such a bad impression in your mind? Luo Bing was speechless, with a black line on his face. Natasha Romanoff laughed, the two chatted for a moment, and ran around the coastline together. Roar roar, I can't do it anymore, you are a monster. Natasha Romanoff lay lazily on the golden beach, the sun rose, the morning light fell on her, and the crystal sweat reflected the bright light. Drink a bottle of water. Luo Bing snapped his fingers and handed over a bottle of beverage. Gudong gudong. Natasha Romanoff took the water without hesitation and drank it. If only every day was as comfortable as these 2 days, the woman murmured while lying on the beach, looking at the dawn on the other side of the water and sky. There will be that day. Luo Bing shrugged. He is different from others, he has never worried about the wonderful tomorrow, he is just looking forward to what he can do. Well, sure, but we'll all be out of work by then. Big local tyrant, you may be able to support me by then. Natasha Romanoff joked. If you eat too much, I will never raise you. Luo Bing looked serious. Ha ha ha. Natasha Romanoff laughed without being a goddess at all. Luo Bing pursed his lips and smiled, looking at the dawn in the sky. At this moment his heart was also very relaxed. It's good to slow down the pace of life occasionally. But all this is just an illusion. In the silent space of nothingness and death, Black Dwarf, one of the 5 obsidian generals holding a giant axe, looked at the man who fell from the air in front of him, frowned, and then woke him up, waving the axe around his neck. Above. I'm not dead. Loki opened his eyes in confusion. Humph, you're lucky, Odin's son. Black Dwarf curled his lips and immediately reported the matter to the leader, Thanos. On the other hand, Doctor Strange really embarks on his journey of redemption and... Mr. Luo Bing, there are 2 emails sent to you, do you need me to read them? Friday's sweet voice echoed in the castle. After the morning run, Luo Bing took a cold shower and heard the news as soon as he sat down. Email. Luo Bing poured a cup of coffee, and then there was some surprise who would send him an email. Okay, Mr. Luo Bing. The content of the first email is, brother, is the picture sent to you good yesterday? People think you can't sleep, come and accompany me. Friday used sweet the artificial intelligence voice said. Crack. Polaris and Sky, who had just woken up to take a shower, shattered the tooth cups in their hands, and they all took out their heads and looked at Luo Bing strangely. Shut up. Luo Bing cried out in exasperation. Zizizizi. The operation stopped on Friday, and the entire 793 hall instantly dimmed. We didn't hear anything. Sky shook his head and smiled kindly. Luo Bing was silent instead. Not because of the embarrassment just now. Rather. He found out that his shut-up ability could even stop the AI. What kind of weirdness is this? 10 seconds passed in a blink of an eye, Friday returned to normal, and the entire hall instantly lit up. Sorry sir, I didn't expect this to violate your privacy, would you like to read the next email? Asked again in a sweet voice Friday. Read it, definitely have to read it, I guess there will be something interesting to happen, right? Sky looked at Luo Bing with interest before the bubble burst down. Polaris kept her head down and said nothing, though she was just curious. What's there to read? That guy is a crazy woman I know in hell, and now he's harassing me all day and asking me to save her. It's that simple. Luo Bing was speechless. It was an absolutely stupid decision for him to leave his cell phone to a woman. Hell. Is there really such a place? Is there a ghost there? Polaris asked curiously. A man's mouth is a liar. Sky rolled his eyes dejectedly, feeling more and more that there was something tricky about it. Continue to the next one. Luo Bing was helpless, there was nothing to hide. Okay, Mr. Luo Bing, Friday's obedient response. The email that followed was strange, definitely not the kind of weird thing Sky was expecting to hear. The content is only one line of address, and the coordinates are Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal, a place called Kamartaj, which is close to the largest mountain range in the Himalayas. It is a prosperous but vicissitudes of life city. Did you send all the rendezvous locations? Sky rolled his eyes and spat out a few words between his teeth. I said that the woman is in hell, and the 2 emails were not sent by the same person at all. Kamartaj, I heard about Odin, it seems to be the headquarters of Earth Magician. Luo Bing frowned. After hearing about Magician from Asgard, he also curiously searched for it with the 10th level agent authority. But obviously, he never got any useful intel from the SHILD database. Definitely this time is no exception. In a simple conversation with Odin, Luo Bing learned that the Earth Magician is mainly responsible for maintaining the peace of the magical world, and several of the Sorcerer Supremes have been friends with Odin. But, why should this term Sorcerer Supreme contact himself? Hasn't the magic world never matched reality? Does the other party think he is also a magician? But Luo Bing's bizarre ability looks like a magician. Don't ask questions, I'll take you to hell another day and you'll know, that woman is a lunatic, Luo Bing said, and the Shenwei space slowly opened. He needs to go to Nepal to really see what Kamartaj is. I don't want to go to hell. Come back soon, Sky called. Understood. Luo Bing made a perfunctory sound and slowly disappeared into the vortex. As ability became more and more proficient, he had abandoned the method of summoning wooden doors to pass through. The combination of Shenwei space and Professor Du's teleportation would be more convenient for quick access. The power of space has many complementary aspects. Kathmandu. This is the most prosperous city in Nepal, no one. Nepal is a country with frequent riots, and the current situation has created the chaotic status quo of the country. Even in the most prosperous city, there are many low-rise prefab buildings. There are a lot of people here, and people of all colors and skins are constantly busy with their day-to-day lives. Relatively speaking, the technology here is relatively backward, but it is the birthplace of many myths and stories. It is definitely indispensable. There are many temples here. It can be said that there are basically temples everywhere. The local people here believe in different gods, and there are almost hundreds of gods, with names and historical stories. Luo Bing was walking on this quaint street, but no one around him recognized him. Flocks of pigeons are flying in the streets. If it weren't for the chaos, this would definitely be a great place for a sightseeing tour. So what I saw was not Mount Everest, but the Himalayas, Luo Bing muttered, looking up at the snow-capped mountains in the distance, and shrugging. Well, this isn't the first time he's admitted something wrong. He had mistaken the diamond before. Who made this kind of thing look the same? The shaggy-faced performer was climbing the Himalayas, maybe Kamartaj was at the top, 35. Luo Bing frowned, looking at the vast mountain in front of him. For a while he couldn't recognize which one it was. I always feel like each one is alike. Hello, do you know Kamartaj? The man in sackcloth with tangled hair constantly asks like every passerby around him. Luo Bing's ears moved, and even though they were far apart, he heard the keywords, Kamartaj. He turned to look. Then his eyes lit up, a little surprised. The man not far away was exactly the guy he saw in the prophecy dream. It's just that his current dress is not so, 5.0 performance art, at most it is just a little down. If every prophecy I make is a story, then this guy must be the protagonist this time. Luo Bing slowly followed, maybe this man could take him to the legendary Kamartaj. Hey, hand over all your money. In the alley, Dr. Strange looked at the ferocious robbers in front of him, and raised his hands in panic. No, I'm out of money, I have to spend all my money on plane tickets. It's a very familiar scene. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and sighed. Wouldn't the criminals in this world change their lines? He stepped forward. At the same time, a young man wearing a special robe and a hood also walked over from the other side of the alley. It happened very quickly. Just when Strange was about to be beaten, the black-robed man appeared in time and dealt with the group of people. Luo Bing watched with interest. Is this a local homegrown hero? Or is it magician? Hello, Mr. Luo Bing, we finally meet. Moro ignored Strange's thanks, walked to Luo Bing in 2 steps, and nodded slightly. Please give me an accurate positioning before sending an email next time. There is no such place as camartage in my navigation, Luo Bing said angrily to the other party. This is our negligence. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Moro smiled embarrassedly, scratched his head, and took off his magician hood. Wait. You're a Knight. I know you. Strange suddenly screamed excitedly. In fact, during these times of car accident medical treatment, although he has been busy all over the world treating his hands, he definitely knows something about the superhero who report on the Daily News 14. I heard you were looking for camartage. Mordo asked Strange, turning his head back. No more, that. Mr. Robin, do you have any way to heal my hands? I'm Strange, used to be the best surgeon in the world, in fact I've been looking for you, it's a pity I don't have any way to contact you. Strange looked at Luo Bing admiringly. If there is a person in this world who can heal his hands, it must be the man in front of him. And the image of superhero is tall in everyone's heart. Compared with the illusory camartage, Strange is more willing to believe in the hero in everyone's heart. Mordo frowned, which was different from what Sorcerer Supreme said. If Strange had his hands healed, wouldn't Sorcerer Supreme's plans be disrupted? Oh. I think I heard Stark say your name, it's really unfortunate that a legendary doctor like you lost both hands in an accident. But don't worry, I just happen to have a cure for your hands. Luo Bing smiled. For him, it was just a little effort, and the other party was his fan, so it was fine if he didn't meet him. Since the other party made a request, he could also help himself. Great! Strange exclaimed excitedly, he was waiting for this day. Wait! Mordo exclaimed. Afterwards, he came to Luo Bing's side with a settled expression and whispered something. Luo Bing frowned, looked at Mordo, and then at Strange who was excited in front of him. He shook his head at Strange in hesitation. This magician friend beside me said there is a better way to heal your hands. Magician friend? A better way? Strange didn't doubt what Luo Bing said, but was a little shocked by what he heard. He, who has been dealing with technology all day, never thought that there would still be magicians in this world. It's all messed up. Mo sighed, feeling helpless in his heart. Originally in Sorcerer Supreme's plan, teaching and leading Strange was a huge project. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Let's go to camartage with me, Mo said, and nodded towards Luo Bing. Although it was different from the expected picture, the result was acceptable to him. He subtly left all kinds of clues to guide Strange to the magician holy place. Judging from the results, his goal was still achieved. Moro led the way ahead, walked to a very inconspicuous house, and opened the door. It seems that this is the space gate. Luo Bing walked in without hesitation. Although Strange was at a loss, with Luo Bing by his side, he didn't feel any nervousness, and followed him in. Outside the door and inside the door are completely two worlds. After passing through the door, Luo Bing felt the transformation of the spatial nodes, and he was already at the top of a mountain in the Himalayas. You are here. Ancient One magician sitting at the tea table smiled kindly and looked at the 3 people in front of him. Mordo bowed and nodded. Sorcerer Supreme's place in his heart was noble. Sit, Ancient One said, and 2 chairs automatically flew behind Luo Bing and Strange. Is this magic? Or a mechanism? Strange looked at the chair behind him in disbelief, and sat down hesitation. It seems that you are the boss here. Luo Bing lay down on the chair without any hesitation, with his legs on the wooden table in front of him. Don't be disrespectful to magician. Mo saw this scene, his expression changed immediately, and he roared. Pa! Luo Bing snapped his fingers lightly. Mo, who was about to say something, immediately closed his mouth tightly together, and could no longer make any sound. Nice magic. It doesn't seem to be as simple as keeping people's mouths shut. It seems that I didn't find the wrong person. Ancient One smiled gently, not minding Luo Bing's rude behavior at all, and waved his hand. Mo Du, who was beside him, was reluctant. Back down. Hello, Luo Bing magician, my name is Ancient One, I am the Asgardian of the magical world on Earth at this stage. In fact, I have no ill intentions, this time I invite you to come here to ask for your help. Luo Bing spread his hands. You may have misunderstood, I am not a magician, and I have nothing to help you. Ancient One smiled and shook his head, although you don't have a magical aura, what you cast is magic. Then she turned to look at Stellan 793 Chi, who was beside her, nodded and smiled back. Strange didn't know what all this was about, and nodded shyly in return. Snapped. Ancient One placed a light palm on Strange's body, and suddenly, a soul that ordinary people could not see emerged from Strange's body. What happened? Where am I? Who is this guy? Strange looked at his hands in disbelief, his body floated in the air involuntarily, and asked, pointing to his body under him. Ancient One smiled apologetically at him, then looked at Luo Bing. I want to invite you two to see something, don't resist, I won't hurt you. With that said, Ancient One slapped Luo Bing lightly again. Then. Why did he fall asleep? What are you doing? Luo Bing frowned at the strange bald man in front of him. Huh? How could this be? Ancient One frowned in confusion. Did her spell fail? Please wait for a moment. The Ancient One, who did not believe in evil, used the magic power of his whole body and slapped Luo Bing with a fluttering palm again. Luo Bing, 6695. I thought nuns, monks and the like, are not masculine. Are you sure you're not eating my tofu? Luo Bing looked at the old woman in front of him, who had a decent face, but touched his chest twice. What are you doing? It seems, my magic won't work on you. Ancient One looked embarrassed. She had never encountered such a thing. Oh. Luo Bing nodded and finally understood. He just said. This old nun doesn't look like that kind of person. The Wushou immortal body method does not invade. Luo Bing is also the first time to experience this kind of function. Please wait a moment. Ancient One left in a hurry, not knowing where to go. Hey, can you see me? Mr. Robin, Mr. Robin. Strange floated in front of Luo Bing, waving his hands vigorously. Luo Bing frowned subconsciously, as if he sensed something, but there was nothing in front of him. Wacky place, Luo Bing murmured secretly and continued drinking his tea. Not long after, the Ancient One came back wearing the magician artifact Eye of Agamotto. Luo Bing's eyes lit up instantly. He knew it was one of the infinite gems, but he didn't expect to see the second gem so quickly. Please allow me to try again. Ancient One nodded to Luo Bing. Luo Bing agreed, he also wanted to see the function of this infinite gems. Ancient One chanted a spell, the Eye of Agamotto slowly opened, and a green light illuminated the entire hall. The Eye of Agamotto increased her magic power, and then, she slapped Luo Bing's chest again with lightning speed. Cough cough. Luo Bing choked on the tea he hadn't swallowed. How is this possible? Ancient One's eyes widened, her holding the Eye of Agamotto was useless. Just say what you want to say, don't do these bells and whistles. Luo Bing's face was black, and no one would be in a good mood if he was patted 3 times on the chest for no reason. What's more, this old nun is at least 100 years old. If it wasn't for respecting the old and loving the young, Luo Bing would have returned with a slap earlier. You are such an amazing person. Ancient One shook his head and looked at Luo Bing with incredible eyes. Okay, I originally planned to take you to see it for yourself, but if you can't do it, then it's fine. Ancient One said, waved his hand, and drew a few spells in the air. The Eye of Agamotto closed, and Sturt Lanky's soul was stuffed back into his body again. What the hell is going on? Was I in a soul state just now? Strange slowly woke up and asked in surprise. Luo Bing frowned and listened to the doctor's words, as if something had just happened that he didn't know. Yes, since I can't take you to a real experience from a magical perspective, then I will explain it to you in a scientific way. Ancient One waved his hand, and a magical projection suddenly appeared on Luo Bing and Stellan. In front of Qi. Without the aid of any virtual projection equipment, this place doesn't look like it's going to be that high-tech. Well, this is not scientific at all. Strange looked at this scene in amazement. It's a huge group of galaxies that are constantly spinning. There are many galaxies in this universe, you must all know, but in addition to galaxies, there are many dimensions. Along with Ancient One's narration, the picture began to change in front of Luo Bing and Strange in a kaleidoscope fashion. Among the many dimensions, there is an evil elemental being who constantly grows himself by assimilating other galaxies, and his next target is Earth, Ancient One said. So far away. What is he doing on Earth? Why are all the monsters fighting for Earth? Luo Bing asked with a frown. This doesn't seem reasonable. It's actually for me, to be precise, it's for the magician on Earth. The origin of Dormammu is very complicated. Originally he was a white magician, just like us, but from time to time he constantly fell into the abyss of dark magic, and even turned himself into an elemental life. Only when more white magicians are converted by him can he become more powerful, Ancient One explained. Luo Bing nodded. Strange on the side was listening to the story, and nodded in confusion. In the future I see, you and Strange may be the key players in dealing with Dormammu. I have seen 200 endings, most of which will be destroyed by Dormammu, and only the two of you can save the planet. Ancient One looked at Luo Bing seriously. I'm just an ordinary person, and I even have both hands disabled. Dr. Strange shook his head in confusion. I will teach you magic practice, and you will become my disciple, but how far you can reach in the future, whether you can become the character I see, or not, depends entirely on you. And Mr. Luo Bing, as a superhero, you don't want to watch the Earth be destroyed, right? Ancient One smiled and looked at the two of them. I don't know how to deal with magical creatures, I'm not a professional, Luo Bing shrugged helplessly. Don't worry, Holy Place's magic library will be open to you. You can learn all the magic you want to learn here. With your magic ability, it shouldn't be difficult. Ancient One opened his mouth and looked at Luo Bing. I really have no magical ability. Luo Bing was ashamed, only he knew his secret. Okay, I'll give it a try. In the end Luo Bing nodded and agreed. The Earth is his residence, anyway, Luo Bing does not allow anyone who wants to destroy the Earth. That's it. Strange, who was eager to try, and Luo Bing, the first two big ones, were brought down by magician. That afternoon, Luo Bing looked at the boring magic book and sighed speechlessly. He still doesn't know most of the text above, learn the magic of a fart. Strange loves to study all kinds of words, and Ancient One did not misunderstand anyone. This guy has a very high magical ability, and is simply a wizard of magic. He quickly fell into the magical world in the book. Look at a ghost. Luo Bing lay in the library, covered his face with the magic book in his hand, and took a nap. How could I have hope for this kind of guy? Magician really sees the wrong person. Mordo, who was Strange's early stage instructor, looked at Luo Bing who was sleeping in the library, and curled his lips in disdain. Time flies by. I did it, I really did it. In just half a day, Strange had mastered the magic power of the elementary level magician. He looked at his hands in disbelief, and he was now able to use his 10 fingers flexibly. Good job, Strange, you are a genius. Mordo nodded with admiration on his face, applauding Strange. Zhao Nua good. Then he glanced at Luo Bing who was still taking a nap beside him, snorted, turned his head and stopped paying attention to his play. Snapped. A magic book accidentally landed on Luo Bing's head, knocking him awake. What? Luo Bing woke up with a frown, beast's instinct didn't warn of danger at all. This book seems a bit special. Luo Bing frowned and looked at the magic book in front of him, that thing seemed to have life, constantly jumping on him. This, the Supreme Space Magic Book. It appeared again. Morrow on the side stared wide and looked over in disbelief. There are many artifacts in the magician holy place, including flying cloaks and staffs that can emit beams. The most mysterious of them is this Supreme Space Magic Book. The supreme magic recorded on it gives it its own life. It often hides in space, and only those selected by it can read the knowledge above. Why did you choose him? Mo Du was indignant, looking at Luo Bing with a bit of jealousy. Gee. Luo Bing already has a good space ability, and he said that the space ability he inherited was perfectly integrated by him. The Supreme Space Magic Book perceives the active space elements in Luo Bing, and circles around him excitedly. This book has become refined. Luo Bing stared at the book that circled around him with a black face, and reached out and grabbed it instantly. It's not a creative prank to interrupt someone's nap, believe it or not I set you on fire. Luo Bing stared viciously at the magic book in front of him. Just now, he was gradually falling into the state of precognition dreaming again, and he was all disturbed by the book in front of him. Swish. Luo Bing felt the space in his hands fluctuate. The book suddenly disappeared from his hand, and fell on his head like a hat. You broken book, get off my head. Luo Bing was no longer sleepy, and he was also a little curious about this teleportation book. Swish. The Supreme Magic Book disappeared again in an instant, and appeared on the magic bookshelf not far away. When the book was opened, it turned out to be blank sheets of paper. The pages were constantly shaking towards Luo Bing, as if it had its own small temper. It's like sticking out your tongue. Luo Bing has never been so provocative by a book. At the moment, his body also teleported and disappeared in place, landed on the bookshelf and grabbed the naughty book. 793 Swish. 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 Mo Du stared at a book that was constantly teleporting in the library, and his disdain for Luo Bing completely turned into shock. What a powerful space magic, you don't need to chant a spell at all. How did he do that? Mordo looked at all this in shock, and Strange on the side also looked at it curiously. Boom boom. In the process of you chasing and fleeing, Ishu overturned many bookshelves, and a large number of precious magic books were scattered on the ground. The scene was very similar to the scene of being patronized by thieves. Enough, don't destroy it casually here. Mordo yelled angrily. But soon, his mouth was tightly sealed by the gag skill. Running very fast, let's see how you can run now. Luo Bing grabbed the naughty book tightly, and the twisted black hole around him ripped apart the surrounding space nodes, and this area instantly became a forbidden place for space. The little magic book was still struggling, it gathered a lot of space elements, and instantly got into Luo Bing's magical space. Little darling, you've really thrown yourself into a dead end, Luo Bing laughed, and then his shadow gradually disappeared in the library, and the whole person was completely integrated into the Shenwei space. This is my place. Luo Bing relaxed the magic book, and Shenwei space directly banned all space elements. As the controller of this space, Luo Bing can easily do all this. The humming magic book is constantly struggling, the phantom is constantly compressed and solidified by the space, it is best to lie down in Luo Bing's palm. Let me see how amazing you really are. Luo Bing flipped through the pages of the book, and suddenly there were tadpole-shaped strange words on the blank pages. What language is this? Luo Bing had never seen such a language. It's not like a language on Earth. It's more like the power of law. Luo Bing frowned and looked at the first page. Although he didn't know the words, he could understand it unexpectedly. It was as if everything recorded on that page would be directly imprinted in his mind. With just one page, Luo Bing was suddenly enlightened, and his understanding of space reached a new level. This is simply a book that Luo Bing cannot understand. What the hell is it? Just when Luo Bing wanted to continue flipping through the second page, the strange magic book radiated golden light. Buzz! The magic book burst into golden light, and instantly disappeared from a space node in the divine power. What's so special? He actually broke through my divine power space. This space node, where is this? How come I've never seen it before? 35. No. No, this is not the original space node, it is generated by itself. Luo Bing frowned, and using his latest understanding of space ability, followed the path of the magic book and drilled in. If it was before, he could not, teleport in such a long distance, even with the help of Shenwei space. Tear-like pain constantly came from all over Luo Bing's body. Danger! Danger! Beast instinctively issued a warning. Luo Bing couldn't take care of it anymore, he felt as if he was crossing a long, far distance, his body exuded a gleaming divine light, and the Wushou immortal body was running with all his strength. Roar roar roar! Luo Bing finally arrived at a certain space node. Drilled out of the wormhole. He gasped heavily, looking at the world around him curiously. This is Kamui space. No. No. Why isn't this my Shenwei space? Whose Shenwei space is this? Where is this special? Luo Bing frowned and looked at the cubes around. The environment here is exactly the same as when he first obtained the divine power space, but all the space nodes have become unfamiliar. Looking at the space node when he just came in, Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief. From the current point of view, he doesn't have to worry about being trapped here and can't go back, at least he can leave anytime, anywhere. Although I still have to endure the pain of tearing my body again. What the hell is this place? Luo Bing opened a space node at random and drilled in. He didn't see the book that opened the space node. That thing completely disappeared. Forests, giant trees, green spreading thousands of miles, endless as far as the eye can see. The mountains and rivers in the distance are beautiful, and the insects and birds are singing all around. This environment is particularly unfamiliar to Luo Bing. This is Amazon jungle? Luo Bing frowned and looked at everything in front of him. No. This tree is too big. Where the hell is this? Another mezzanine space. Luo Bing felt everything around him and was very curious about the scene in front of him. It looks like someone is fighting 10 kilometers ahead. Luo Bing, whose spatial perception has fully evolved, instantly discovered a scene not far away. Luo Bing no longer hesitated, his body disappeared in place in an instant, ready to grab a local native to find out where it was. Roar! Huge amounts of red chakra roared to shred the surrounding magic mirror ice crystals. Shui Weiwei was thrown far away. The eyes of the boy in the khaki sportswear exuded scarlet light, huge amounts of chakra energy spread around him, and the little friend beside him fell unconscious on the ground. Naruto! Sasuke, the girl with pink hair shouted and ran over. On the other side, Hatake Wuwu Kai's strength exploded, and he became passive and active. He stubbornly suppressed the ghost man and then kicked him out. What am I, Naruto? This is the world of the 7th Naruto boss. Luo Bing was startled and froze in place. Who are you? Stay away from those 3 children. Kakashi panted heavily, without chasing after him, looking cautiously at the young ninja who suddenly appeared in front of him. He looked so weird. Luo Bing is now dazed. He knew that his powers came from all realms. But I never thought that I would come here by coincidence. The Japanese they speak, is this Japan? What does the earth in this interface look like? Luo Bing thought to himself. He once obtained the junk Japanese proficiency ability, and Korean proficiency *ability, before he didn't consider developing his own new Oriental beauty salon group. To be a translator was his ideal at that time. Oh, F***K, I actually came here, what the hell is that book? Luo Bing looked at the scene in front of him speechlessly, this feeling was even worse than when he went to hell. Why don't you talk, You are a wandering ninja. A samurai. Where's your forehead guard? The uncle with silver hair and a 3-go jade eye shouted towards Luo Bing. The reason Luo Bing thinks this is the world of Naruto bosses. It is because of this single writing will I. No one is more familiar with this stuff than him. Are you Naruto boss's basic friend? Luo Bing frowned and asked uncertainly. Naruto boss. Friend? Kakashi's eyes instantly turned into a pair of dead fish eyes, looking at the guy in front of him inexplicably. Sounds like he knows Naruto. But Naruto is the 9-tailed man duly hidden in the village. This is the first time he has been out of the village to perform a mission. How could he know such a strange person? Could it be, he is a spy from another ninja village? Not right either. No one would reveal their identity so stupidly. Who are you? Where do you come from? Kakashi secretly shook the kunai in his handshake, stabilized his mind, and asked with a frown. My name is Luo Bing, I come from, you can't understand it. Anyway, it's far, far away. Let me ask you, where is this place in Japan? Luo Bing asked back. Weird guy. This is the country of waves, as for the Japan you mentioned. I have never heard of it, Kakashi replied with a frown. While the two of you were asking and answering, a large group of men and horses ran over from across the bridge, holding swords in their hands and looking fierce. Useless waste, even a ninja and 3 little devils can't solve it, kill them all and blow up this bridge. Kato strolled over surrounded by everyone, and squinted at Sabuzan, who was covered in injuries. Bai snorted coldly. Please help take care of those children. Kakashi looked at Luo Bing, and then looked at Zaifu with a gloomy face not far away. Ugly Moushin. Chidori. Thousands of birds chirped, and a bright thunder light appeared on Kakashi's right hand. He looked at the wandering ninja in front of him and rushed over instantly. Ah. A group of Joker jumping beams were directly pierced by Chidori in the chest, screaming and dying. This. Kato looked at Kakashi who was rushing over, and felt a little flustered in his heart, and quickly instructed his subordinates constantly to attack. Don't cut. Why are you still standing there, stop him. Cardo yelled. It's a pity that Zai Bujan in the distance didn't pay attention to him at all. He took a close look at Luo Bing. Just now, Kakashi turned his back to this direction, but he saw the strange appearance of the other party, and quickly disappeared in place with Bai. Kakashi resolved the battle with utter destructiveness. Naruto had been in a coma and had not woken up yet, but Sasuke, who was beside him, slowly opened his eyes. The gleaming jade writing wheel in his eyes flashed away. But it was captured better than Luo Bing. Luo Bing walked over curiously, judging from his age, it seems that this is a good friend of the 7th generation boss. Luo Bing looked at the golden-haired boy who was sleeping in the past. The energy that this guy just burst out was not low, he was indeed the 7th Hokage. But not what he expected. It seems that the 7 generations of this era have not yet reached the level of a big brother, and even his good friends are only in a state of jade. Big brother, so handsome. Sakura's eyes flashed with love. The mind of a little girl in this grade is incredible. Totally the age of an idiot. He looks so handsome that he can't walk, let alone Luo Bing. I have medicine here to heal my injury, Luo Bing said, throwing out 2 small red bottles. Who are you? Sasuke looked at the man in front of him vigilantly. From the aura, he felt that this man was very strong. Thank you big brother, Xiaoying took the small red bottle, unscrewed the bottle cap, and poured it into Naruto's mouth while passing it to Sasuke with the other hand. Don't hurt. Sasuke. Naruto rubbed his eyes in confusion and slowly woke up, the wounds on his body constantly healed. Seeking flowers 0. Seeing his friend wake up, Sasuke nodded gratefully to Luo Bing, and drank the potion in his hand. Soon, the wound on his body that was pierced into quill by thousands of books gradually healed. It's a magical world, I'm going to stay here for 2 days. Luo Bing looked at Kakashi, who had finished the battle in the distance. The power of the world that the other party used just now made him very curious. Cardo was stabbed in the heart by Chidori and lay on the ground unwillingly. Kakashi is obviously not a soft-hearted person, and he has not let go of this behind-the-scenes mastermind. Luo Bing. Right. We are ninjas from Konoha village, the land of fire. The potion you just took out is amazing. You are a medical ninja. Why do you know Naruto's name? Kakashi walked away and asked. He was just looking at Luo Bing's actions while he was fighting. Although it was confirmed that the young man did not seem to be malicious, he was still worried. I'm not a ninja, I'm just a ordinary doctor. As for the name. Luo Bing pointed to Sakura. This girl just called out. Sakura, who was pointed at it, blushed instantly and lowered her head shyly. Strange guy. Kakashi covered his real eye with his forehead guard. He obviously wouldn't easily believe Luo Bing's nonsense. I'm actually a traveling doctor, and I like to travel around various countries and look for special medicinal herbs at the same time. Can I visit Konoha village? Luo Bing smiled, harmless to humans and animals. Kakashi hesitation, then nodded. He is very confident in Konoha's defensive power. Even if this guy has some ulterior secrets, he will never cause any trouble. Kakashi-sensei, run away with that girl, Sakura said, trying to attract Luo Bing's attention. So be it. Kakashi took out the ration pill from the ninja bag and stuffed it into his mouth, quickly recovering his chakra. Naruto looked at Luo Bing curiously. The 6 beards on his face were very funny. Luo Bing nodded and smiled kindly. The Naruto boss is a little frustrated. Not what he imagined. The clothes are dirty and the hairstyle is also dirty. If you change his hairstyle yourself, it should look much better.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.